Chapter 126 Music Xuan's Inner Worries. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Of course he knew who Chu Yukin planned to introduce to him. Lu Chen's eyes then fell on Chu Qingli next to Chu Yukin. Chu Qingli had a cold face, wore a green suit, and held a sword in his hand. He had a cold appearance, a tall figure, and a slim waist that could be held, like a fairy in the sky. Like Bai Qingqing, she is the kind of aloof woman. However, her coldness is different from Bai Qingqing's. Bai Qingqing is lonely and cold, without feelings, while Chu Qingli is arrogant and cold. Her coldness is more like the coldness on the outside. What she is like on the inside is different. That's for sure. Lu Chen looked at Chu Qingli and said, "Aunt Chu, is the person you want to introduce to me the girl next to you?" Chu Yukin said, "Well, this is my sister, her name is Chu Qingli." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu's sister? Should I also call her aunt?" Chu Yukin said, "That's no need. Just call her Qingli." Although in terms of seniority, it would be okay for Lu Chen to call Chu Qingli aunt, but Lu Chen is the prince after all, and it is impossible to call everyone aunt when he sees him. The prince has the majesty of a prince. As for Chu Yukin herself, Lu Chen has called her aunt since she was a child. She has been calling her aunt for more than 10 years, and she has long been used to it. Chu Yukin herself has also called her Chener for more than 10 years, so they don't call each other that way. Relationship, but others must not be able to call it that anymore. At this time, Chu Qingli came to Lu Chen reluctantly, saluted and said, "The daughter of the people pays homage to the prince." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Qingli, we are all a family, so there is no need to be so polite." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Qingli felt a little funny in her heart, who was in the same family as this lecherous man. At this time, Chu Yukin continued, "Chener, I want Qingli to be the deputy commander of the internal guard in the palace. What do you think? After all, the palace is Lu Chen's palace, and a position like commander definitely requires Lu Chen's nod." After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen said without hesitation, "Okay, no problem. It just so happens that I plan to let Xiaobai be my personal bodyguard. Qingli will take Xiaobai's position from now on." Originally, Lu Chen planned to let Bai Qingqing be the deputy commander of the inner guard, but since Chu Qingli was coming in, let her be the deputy commander. Anyway, in Lu Chen's opinion, the more women in his inner court, the better, especially women with a score of 90. At this time, Chu Yukin looked at Lu Chen, then glanced at Chu Qingli with the corner of her eyes, and finally asked with concern, "Chener, I heard that you led Beijun soldiers to fight against the 300,000 barbarian army. After a whole night, are you injured? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lu Chen sighed and said, "Oh, Aunt Chu, it's okay if you don't ask. But when you ask, my danshan starts to hurt again. I don't know if it's because I have consumed too much energy, which has caused me to feel that the internal energy in my body is not functioning smoothly these days, and I can't lift my breath, and I also have difficulty breathing." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukin's face instantly showed a worried look, and then she asked, "Don't you know how to use that kind of conditioning? Xiaobai's strength should be better than mine, didn't you go find it? Can she help you adjust?" The kind of exercise Chu Yukin was talking about was naturally the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu, but because her sister Chu Qingli was here, she didn't dare to say it directly. After all, that kind of exercise was a dual cultivation type. It was revealed that he had close contact with Lu Chen. Lu Chen said at this time, "Aunt Chu, have you forgotten that Xiaobai is an emotionless person? To operate that skill, you need someone who has the same mind as me. Otherwise, no matter how strong she is, it will be useless." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukin thought about it. Lu Chen had indeed told her from the beginning that only when a woman who was thinking about him came into contact with him could the skills he practiced be effective. Although Bai Qingqing is Lu Chen's woman, she has no feelings. Therefore, no matter how close Bai Qingqing and Lu Chen are, it is useless. Even if they are already sleeping together, they still cannot make the special technique practiced by Lu Chen work. Thinking of this, Chu Yukin couldn't help but blush on her face. So, only she can take care of Chener's body, and other women can't? When she thought of this, Chu Yukin felt a strange feeling in her heart, which seemed to be satisfaction and shame, with mixed feelings. Hearing the conversation between Lu Chen and Chu Yukin, Chu Qingli frowned slightly and looked at the two with suspicion. She always felt that there was an affair between Chu Yukin and Lu Chen. Which exercises require mind-to-mind connection to practice? And 2 more people are needed? Upon hearing this, I knew it was not a serious exercise. At this time, Chu Yukin also noticed her sister's suspicious gaze. She coughed and quickly said to Lu Chen, "Chener, I'll take King Gli back to the room arranged for her in the palace first. If anything happens, we'll stay there. Talk to you later." Lu Chen said, "Yeah, okay." Chu Yukin then said to Chu Qingli, "King Gli, come with me, and I will arrange a place for you." Chu Qingli didn't think any more, and then followed Chu Yukin into the palace. Anyway, she had already arrived at the palace. From now on, her sister's every move would be under her surveillance. If her sister had any special relationship with King Bei, she would sooner or later you will find out. After everyone entered the palace, Lu Chen also turned around and entered the palace. After returning to the palace, Mu Zixuan immediately handed the child to the wet nurse and went to take a bath. The women in the palace seemed to be in tune with each other. The first thing they did when they came back was to take a bath. When Lu Chen came to Mu Zixuan's room, Mu Zixuan was taking care of her hair. After seeing Lu Chen come in, Mu Zixuan immediately stood up and was about to salute, but was pulled by Lu Chen before she could stand still. Into his arms. Mu Zixuan's delicate body was pressed tightly against Lu Chen's broad chest, and a man's smell instantly passed through Mu Zixuan's nasal cavity and entered her brain, which immediately made her heart become confused and her delicate body trembled slightly. Mu Zixuan blushed and said, "Your Majesty, I haven't finished my hair yet." Lu Chen smiled slightly, gently caressed Mu Zixuan's jade back, then hugged her body and walked towards the bed, saying as he walked, "It's okay, it will get messy later anyway." Lu Chen had long planned to practice Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang Kong with his wives and concubines. Several of his wives and concubines were ordinary people, and the lifespan of ordinary people was only about 100 years. Lu Chen didn't want to see the day when they died of old age. As his realm became higher and higher, his wives, concubines, and children would probably die before him in the future, so Lu Chen planned to let his wives and concubines start from now on. Practice. The Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Sutra can help people who have not practiced martial arts to have internal strength and continuously improve their strength. After Mu Zixuan and the others have a certain amount of internal strength, he will find some suitable exercises for them to practice. As for how many years they can live, it can only depend on God's will. Anyway, Lu Chen will try his best to let them live a few more years. After Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan came to the bed, Lu Chen first did business with Mu Zixuan, and then used the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu after they were almost done. Although Mu Zixuan was an ordinary person, when internal power appeared in her body, she also realized that it was Lu Chen who was transforming her body, and then she cooperated with Lu Chen even more. The host cultivates a relationship with Mu Zixuan once, and the experience value of Qi refining technique will be increased by 20, the experience value of rejuvenation hand will be increased by 20, and the experience value of Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu will be increased by 30. At the same time, the inner courtyard of the palace. After Chu Yukin arranged a place for Chu Qingli, she took Chu Qingli to patrol the inner courtyard. Since Chu Qingli would be the guard commander of the inner courtyard in the future, she needed to get familiar with the areas in the inner courtyard of the palace. When Chu Yukin brought Chu Qingli to Mu Zixuan's courtyard, Chu Yukin said to Chu Qingli, "Qingli, there are 3 rooms in this courtyard, and the one in the middle belongs to the princess. Usually Chener sleep in that room too. The room next door." Before Chu Yukin finished speaking, she vaguely heard some strange noises coming from the room. As a person who often stayed in the palace, Chu Yukin certainly knew what the noise was about. At this time, a touch of flying clouds appeared on Chu Yukin's face. Chu Qingli naturally heard that voice. She is a killer, and often does some killing jobs for the Chu family, especially men. She kills the most. Although she is still a young girl, because she often encounters the target she wants to kill doing such things, she also understands that. What's going on with the sound? Chu Qingli snorted coldly and said, "He is indeed a lecher." The princess had just returned to Yanqing after a long journey, but the lustful man violently raped her. It seems that the rumors outside are not wrong at all. The only thing that is wrong is that although King Bei is a lustful person, he still has some strength and is not completely incompetent. If he was incompetent, Yanqing would not be able to defend Yanqing, and he would not be able to have 50,000 heavy cavalry in his hands. But even if Lu Chen has strength, it can't change the fact that he is a lustful person. Chu Qingli is a little worried that if Chu Yukin continues to stay in the palace, one day Chu Yukin will also be caught by King Bei go to bed. As Chu Yukin's sister, she would never allow this to happen. She must find a way to save her sister from the fire and water. Chu Yukin said awkwardly at this time, "Let's go somewhere else." Mu Zixuan's voice became louder and louder. It was not good to stay here and listen to the wall. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yukin took Chu Qingli to another place. I don't know how long it took. Mu Zixuan stood up and helped Lu Chen get dressed. Mu Zixuan had no intention of keeping Lu Chen with her all day. After all, Lu Chen had several other women. And if he really left Lu Chen alone for a day, his body wouldn't be able to bear it. Mu Zixuan said at this time, "Your Majesty, I just felt a warm current passing through my body. Is this because Your Majesty is instilling inner strength into me?" After Mu Zixuan became a general, even if she didn't practice martial arts, she still had some understanding of internal strength. Lu Chen said, "Well, I have practiced a special technique that allows me to practice with you when we are doing something." At this point, Lu Chen turned to look at Mu Zixuan, then stroked her beautiful cheek and said, "My dear concubine, you, and Xiao Xiao are all ordinary people. If the 3 of you don't practice martial arts, you will only have 100 years at most. I don't want to see you go ahead of me." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan's heart trembled. She had never thought about this problem before. Now think about it, the lifespan of ordinary people is only 100 years at most, but the lifespan of great masters and warriors in the heaven and human realm is at least hundreds of years. In other words, while Lu Chen was still young and strong, the 3 of them were already grey-haired. When she thought that Lu Chen might no longer be interested in them when they got older, Mu Zixuan felt extremely anxious. She used to be immersed in Lu Chen's gentleness, thinking that she married a good prince, and thought that she could continue like this forever. Now think about it, although Lu Chen is so kind to her now, maybe one day when she gets old, Lu Chen will dislike them. Even if Lu Chen doesn't dislike them, they have grey hair and see that Lu Chen is young and strong. They can no longer serve Lu Chen, and they will have all kinds of thoughts in their hearts. After Mu Zixuan came to her senses, she said, "Your Majesty, I understand what you mean. I will start practicing martial arts tomorrow." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed out loud, then he touched Mu Zixuan's hair and said, "My woman doesn't need to practice martial arts deliberately. I will teach you immortal skills when the time comes. You just need to practice immortality with me." Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Your Majesty, immortal magic cannot be passed on to others. If the immortals know that you passed on the immortal magic to us, it is very likely that your immortality will be broken. In the eyes of the world, things like immortality are very sacred. Just giving the immortals things to others without the immortals' nod is blaspheming the immortal and will be punished by the immortal. Mu Zixuan is very worried that Lu Chen will also punished by immortals. Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, my dear, the fairy fate I have obtained is different from the ordinary fairy fate. Even if I pass on the fairy magic to you, the fairy will not say anything about me. Instead, he will be grateful to me for helping him pass on the fairy magic." Handed down. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Zixuan felt relieved. "I understand, I will definitely work hard to learn the immortal skills taught by the prince in the future." Having said this, Mu Zixuan tied up Lu Chen's belt. After putting on the clothes, Mu Zixuan continued, "Your Majesty, go to Xiao Xiao and the others. They should still be waiting for you in the room." Lu Chen smiled slightly, then hugged Mu Zixuan and kissed her, and then said, "I'll be with you again in the evening." Mu Zixuan blushed and whispered yes softly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen turned around and left Mu Zixuan's room. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao was in Zhou Yuyu's room. Zhou Yuyu was sitting in front of the bronze mirror. Zhou Xiaoxiao was behind her holding her hair in a bun. Zhou Yuyu asked at this time, "Sister, do you think the prince will come to our place during the day?" Zhou Xiaoxiao said, "It should be possible." Zhou Yuyu said, "He should go to accompany Sister Mu." Zhou Xiaoxiao was combing Zhou Yuyu's hair and said, "Yuyu, you don't know how powerful the prince is. How could Sister Mu let the prince stay at her place all the time?" Hearing what Zhou Xiaoxiao said, Zhou Yuyu's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She thought of the days when Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were pregnant. During that time, the prince came to dote on her every day, and she felt that her body was no longer hers. While the two sisters were talking, the door opened. Seeing Lu Chen come in, the two sisters quickly stood up and said, "I have met the prince." Lu Chen asked with a smile on his face, "Madams, why did I hear someone talking about me just now? Are you talking bad about me behind my back?" Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly said, "Your Majesty, I don't dare." Lu Chen closed the room, then walked up to Zhou Xiaoxiao and said, "What are you afraid of? You have said bad things about me behind my back not once or twice. It seems that I must be punished." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the two sisters' faces turned red instantly. Lu Chen was not trying to accuse them, he just wanted to find an excuse to punish them. Zhou Xiaoxiao then said, "I am willing to accept the punishment of the prince, as long as the prince is willing to forgive me." Lu Chen's eyes fell on the petite and cute Zhou Yuyu. Zhou Yuyu blushed and said, "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't talk about the prince behind his back. I am willing to accept the punishment from the prince." Lu Chen then hugged the two women into his arms, "Then my punishment will begin." The two women stopped talking and accepted Lu Chen's punishment. Recommend a fan fiction from a friend. Doluo, tell Bibi Dong's fortune at the beginning and awaken the strange fire. Recommended words. Doluo's ending was too tragic, and Bibi Dong's death was hard to come by. Ling Wuji accidentally came to Doluo world and awakened the deduction system. I started telling Bibi Dong's fortune, but I didn't expect that she would invite me to the boudoir late at night. Chapter 127 Chu Qinggli's Confusion. After Chu Yukan took Chu Qingli to patrol the inner courtyard, they came to the north courtyard. As she walked, she said, "Qingli, Chen'er is the prince after all. You better not keep a straight face when you see him in the future." Chu Yukan was still a little worried that Chu Qingli's excessive hostility towards Lu Chen would cause greater conflicts between Chu Qingli and Lu Chen. One is her sister, and the other is her Chen'er. Chu Yukan doesn't want them to have conflicts. Chu Qingli said expressionlessly, "Sister, I am a killer. I have always been like this. You know it." Hearing Chu Qingli's answer, Chu Yukin sighed and said, King Gli, now that you have left the Chu family, your identity has also changed. You must adapt to your new identity as soon as possible. From now on, you will no longer be a killer. You can't still think of yourself as a killer. If you keep a straight face and look like you are rejecting others, will that man marry you? How will you get married in the future? Chu King Gli said calmly, I have no plans to get married, having a sister is enough. This. Chu Yukin didn't know how to persuade Chu King Gli. Chu King Gli had been weak since she was a child. Once she decided something, she would hardly change it. It was hard to persuade her. The two entered the north courtyard while chatting. At this time, Chu Yukin said to Chu King Gli, this is the north courtyard, Zhou. Good brother. Ah, husband, please spare my life. Before Chu Yukin finished speaking, she heard a voice coming from the room. Chu Yukin was about to speak but stopped. Chu King Gli suddenly showed a look of disgust. This is the inner court. Who in the inner court would do that kind of thing? There is no need to think too much. This guy was at Musician's place before, but now he's here again. Do you really think about women all day long? What kind of animal is this? Chu Yukin coughed and said, King Gli, let's go look elsewhere first. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yukin turned around and left the north courtyard. After leaving the north courtyard, Chu King Gli asked, Sister, the king of the north should be a warrior, right? The first time Chu King Gli saw Lu Chen, she felt the warrior aura in Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen gave people a different feeling from ordinary warriors, Chu King Gli was a killer and she could see all kinds of warriors past, so it is easy to judge whether a person is a warrior. Chu Yukin said, well, Chener is indeed a warrior. Chu King Gli continued, shouldn't all warriors abstain from womanizing? How can he still practice martial arts if he has so many women in his mansion? For ordinary warriors, female lust will consume too much of their energy. As long as they are not those evil heretics, most warriors will have some control and will not often be involved in female lust. In this world, some women would rather their husbands be low-level warriors than high-level warriors, just for this reason. The higher the level of a warrior, the more ruthless he is in abstaining from sex. There are many warriors who have not touched women for a year, let alone 10 years. To marry such a warrior is to remain a widow. Chu King Gli could feel the strong flow of skill in Lu Chen. Lu Chen's strength was at least above the 8th level, and he could be considered a high-level warrior. For a high-quality warrior like him, there are so many women in the mansion, and he seems to be not restrained at all. This makes Chu King Gli confused. How can he be so lewd and still able to be 16 years old? Becoming a warrior above the 8th level at the age of 7? Hearing Chu King Gli's question, Chu Yukin blushed and replied, the martial arts practiced by Chener are quite special, so there is no need to abstain from womanizing. Chu Yukin's face felt a little hot when she thought that Lu Chen's cultivation of immortal skills not only did not require abstinence from women, but might actually increase his power greatly because of women. Of course, she definitely couldn't tell Chu King Gli about this, lest Chu King Gli think that Lu Chen was practicing some evil martial arts. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Chu King Gli looked suspicious. What kind of martial arts does not require abstinence from women? Real or fake? Why hasn't she heard of such martial arts? Could it be to collect yin and replenish yang? Chu King Gli didn't ask any more questions. She planned to observe the situation in the palace for a while, especially the situation of Lu Chen's women. If it was an evil technique like harvesting yang and replenishing yang, she could tell the clues from Lu Chen's woman at a glance. Because picking yin to replenish yang is very harmful to a woman's body, not to mention that Lu Chen's wives and concubines are ordinary people. Ordinary people can't help but pick yin to replenish yang, and their bodies will collapse soon. As long as Musician and the others are supplemented, she will be able to see the clues tomorrow. Chu Qingli thought in her heart that once she was sure that King Bei knew the art of collecting tonic, she must take her sister away quickly. She did not want her sister to be picked by Bei Wang. The host cultivates a relationship with Zhou Xiaoxiao once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique will be increased by 20, the experience value of the rejuvenation hand will be increased by 20, and the experience value of the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu will be increased by 30. The host cultivates a relationship with Zhou Yuya once, and the experience value of qi refining technique is increased by 20, the experience value of rejuvenation hand is increased by 20, the experience value of dragon and phoenix yin and yang kong is increased by 30, and the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kong breakthrough to the second level. Lu Chen hugged Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao, looked up at the system interface in front of him, and thought to himself, it seems that if he wants to get more experience points, he still needs to find that fox. After all, De Zhou and Xiao Zhou were ordinary people. Considering that they were ordinary people, Lu Chen did not dare to be too aggressive. But that Hu Miiza was different. She was a warrior who was about to become a half-step master. Lu Chen could do whatever he wanted. Lu Chen swiped the system interface and glanced at Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang Kong. After the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang skills broke through to the second level, he was able to instill more internal power into his wives and concubines, so that their realms could improve faster, and it could also speed up his cultivation speed. Combining the qi refining technique with the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu should add more experience points. Thinking of this, Lu Chen decided to give it a try. After glancing at Big Zhou and Xiao Zhou, Lu Chen saw that they were very tired, and Lu Chen did not intend to continue tormenting them. Then he slowly stood up and prepared to find a certain vixen. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to get up, the two sisters quickly helped Lu Chen get dressed. At the same time, a yard full of plum blossoms. The courtyard is very quiet, and there are no maids in the courtyard. In the room, a figure slowly entered the tub with jade feet. After soaking in the tub for a while, that graceful figure came out of the tub, then twisted her hips and returned to her beauty couch. The beauty couldn't help sighing as she admired her slender legs, and said to herself, the young prince probably won't come today. Lu Chen had 3 wives and concubines, and they were all married by matchmakers. Wang Qingkai thought that she was just a slave girl, and the princess had just returned to the palace. Lu Chen naturally wanted to accompany the princess. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded at the door, who said, I won't come today. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen pushed the door open and entered. When he saw Wang Qingkai lying on the beauty's couch with her gauze half stretched, Lu Chen laughed and said, as my slave girl, you actually call me the young prince. Qingkai, you are a bit brave. Seeing Lu Chen's arrival, Wang Qingkai not only did not stand up, but instead covered her mouth with her slender fingers and said with a smile, don't you know whether the prince is the young prince or not? Lu Chen immediately closed the door, then walked directly in front of this foxy girl, then directly hugged her soft waist and turned over. Young prince, right? I think you have been away from me for too long and you need to be taught a lesson. It's time to clean it up and let you know what the slave girl should say and what shouldn't be said. Wang Qingkai turned his head at this time, with a look on his face, and was about to continue provoking, but was immediately blocked. Chu Qingli followed Chu Yukin around the entire inner courtyard and planned to return to the room that Chu Yukin had arranged for herself. At this time, she passed by a courtyard full of plum blossoms. Seeing how special the scenery was, Chu Qingli subconsciously stopped and paused for a moment. However, at this moment, she heard some faint sounds. Because she didn't enter the yard this time, she didn't hear clearly what the sound was. Out of curiosity, Chu Qingli then walked into the courtyard and listened carefully. Good brother! I made a mistake. You are not the young prince, you are the great prince. The slave family is going to die. Chu Qingli's face suddenly darkened. She thought it was some kind of noise just now, but it was some beast doing bad things again. This guy really doesn't do anything serious all day long and just stays in a woman's arms all day long, right? Chu Qingli glanced at the room where the sound came from with disgust, then turned and left. Not long after Chu Qingli left, she met Mu Zixuan coming out of the yard. Chu Qingli immediately said, "I have met the princess." Mu Zixuan smiled slightly, and then asked, "Qingli, has Aunt Chu arranged a place for you?" Chu Qingli said, "Thank you for your concern, princess, we have already made arrangements." Chu Qingli then said, "Princess, my subordinates will go on patrol first." "Okay." Then Chu Qingli bypassed Mu Zixuan and continued walking towards her room. Chu Qingli was thinking as she walked, why Mu Zixuan not only didn't look like she had been nourished at all, but seemed to become more beautiful, her skin seemed to be shining and became more delicate, as if it's like becoming younger. Is this her imagination? It stands to reason that the person who has been harvested should have dark eyes and look particularly haggard. They will definitely not look like Mu Zixuan. Is it possible that King Bei didn't use any nourishing techniques? Without the art of replenishing, a warrior like Bei Wang who lies in the arms of women all day long would probably be emptied out by women in a few days, right? Not to mention practicing martial arts. It's strange, how did he do it? Chapter 128 Breaking Through the Grandmaster Realm, Bei Wang's Ambition. In the small courtyard full of plum blossoms, the sound gradually stopped. In the room, a graceful figure was lying on the couch, her delicate body twitching slightly. Lu Chen looked at the system prompts in front of him, felt the power emerging from his body, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Sure enough, if you want to improve your strength, you have to find this charming person who likes to challenge you. The host cultivates a relationship with Wang Qingkai once, and the Qi refining technique experience value is increased by 100, the rejuvenation hand experience value is added by 100, the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu experience value is added by 100, and an emotional critical hit is obtained. All the kung fu skills experience value is added by an additional 200. Congratulations to the host. The Qi Ju breaks through to the 3rd level, and the realm is elevated to the ultimate master level. There is a difference between a grandmaster and a grandmaster. The ultimate realm of Grandmaster is the existence second only to the Great Master. Lu Chen's current skill is almost infinitely close to that of a Great Master. At this time, Lu Chen felt that he had endless strength, and his sensory abilities seemed to have become much stronger, the most obvious ones being vision and hearing. He glanced towards the window and actually saw things outside the yard through the crack in the window, and he could also hear the maids and servants outside discussing what to eat for dinner. Not only was his perception improved, Lu Chen also felt some gas being released from his skin. Lu Chen looked down at the palm of his hand, and the vague gas in his palm began to gather. Lu Chen couldn't help but think, is this what the masters call solid gang qi? Then Lu Chen tried to mobilize the spiritual energy all over his body and let them form a protective aura around his body. Immediately afterwards, white smoke began to emit from Lu Chen's body, and countless white smoke gathered together to form a thin barrier around Lu Chen's body. Wang Qingkai, who was still lying on the beauty's bed and was still dazed, suddenly woke up when he saw this scene. Although she was not a grandmaster yet, she could tell at a glance that what Lu Chen was releasing was the protective aura of a grandmaster, and the protective aura on Lu Chen seemed to be different from that of ordinary grandmasters. At this time, Lu Chen's aura was more impressive than that of ordinary masters, and Wang Qingkai's brain was stunned. The young prince is actually a master. A grandmaster who is 16 or 17 years old. Although she had known for a long time that Lu Chen was very strong, she did not know what level Lu Chen was in. She had speculated that Lu Chen might be a grandmaster in the past, but it had not been verified. Now seeing the protective aura released from Lu Chen's body, it has basically been confirmed that Lu Chen is the grandmaster, and his strength is probably close to that of the grandmaster. This Is it possible that the rumors about the maids and servants in the palace are true? Is the young prince really a disciple of the Xian family? Have a fairy fate? Just when Wang Qingkai was lost in thought, Lu Chen withdrew the protective aura from his body. He took a deep breath, then turned to look at Wang Qingkai, who was staring at him on the couch. At this time, Lu Chen was still shirtless. Lu Chen smiled and said, "The vixen has recovered." Wang Qingkai came back to his senses and said with resentment on his face, "No wonder the prince is so fierce. It turns out that the prince is a master. If I had known, the slave family would have surrendered earlier." Lu Chen laughed and said, "If you dare to provoke me, even if I am not a master, I will let you know the consequences of provoking me." Wang Qingkai said at this time, "Your Majesty, didn't you say that you would arrange things for the slave family after they return to Yanqing? The slave family wants to know what the prince has arranged for the slave family." Lu Chen put his big hand on Wang Qingkai's butt and patted it, asking, "What kind of job do you want to do?" Wang Qingkai said with a cry, "The new family used to be just a killer. He could only kill people and not do anything else." Lu Chen said, "Well, I plan to set up an intelligence agency called Tingyu Tower, and you will be the owner of Tingyu Tower." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai asked doubtfully, "Intelligence agency? Your Majesty, don't you already have an intelligence agency called Jin Yiwei?" Although Wang Qingkai didn't know Jin Yiwei very well, she often went in and out of the palace, so she had long known that the palace had a very powerful intelligence agency. This intelligence agency can even know the movements of the barbarians in advance, which shows how powerful their capabilities are. Since there is already such a powerful intelligence agency, why should another intelligence agency be added? Wang Qingkai does not understand. Lu Chen said, "I do already have an intelligence agency, but this intelligence agency needs to be regularized in the future. People will soon know that I have Jin Yiwei in my hands, and I also need a private intelligence agency. As time goes by, Jin Yiwei will definitely be exposed to the world. Maybe people don't know where Jin Yiwei's spies are, but they must know about Jin Yiwei's organization." Of course, Lu Chen created another intelligence agency not just because the Jin Yiwei agency would be exposed to the world, but he also had deeper considerations. Lu Chen continued, "Ting Yulu will do business in various countries as a merchant from now on, and then collect intelligence." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai seemed to understand what Lu Chen meant, and then Wang Qingkai said, "Okay, then I will be the first owner of Tingyu Tower." At this time, Lu Chen turned his head and glanced at Wang Qingkai's graceful figure, and then said with a smile, "Master Wang, I have prepared such a big gift for you, do you need to thank me?" Wang Qingkai looked at her with affection and said quietly, "Your Majesty, didn't I thank you just now?" Lu Chen leaned down, looked at her condescendingly, and said with a smile, "This is not enough. Lu Chen is now at the ultimate master level. Because he has just broken through, the energy in his body has nowhere to release. He now needs to release his excess skills." Seeing the naked look in Lu Chen's eyes, Wang Qingkai quickly raised her slender hand and pressed it against Lu Chen's broad chest, with a slightly panicked look on her face, "Your Majesty, the slave family has reached its limit. You can go find your wives and concubines." Wang Qingkai was afraid of Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen seemed to know a very special treatment method that could instantly repair some of her minor injuries, she didn't want to experience too much of the feeling that her body didn't belong to her. She was afraid that later she would only have certain things in her mind and become a slave girl who only knew how to pursue happiness. Lu Chen ignored Wang Qingkai's words. Lu Chen took away Wang Qingkai's jade hand, then put her jade hand on top of her head, leaned down and said in her ear, "I am very vindictive. You scolded me earlier. I am the young prince, and the punishment just now is definitely not enough. As my slave girl, I must let you know that your master cannot be humiliated." Wang Qingkai blushed with embarrassment, looked into Lu Chen's eyes, and was about to say something, "Your Majesty, slave family, At night, Lu Chen returned to Mu Zixuan's room and slept with Mu Zixuan all night. Lu Chen spent the entire day today accompanying his wife and concubines. Early the next morning, Lu Chen got up early in the morning. As soon as he got dressed under Mu Zixuan's service, the maid came to him. "Your Majesty, someone is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately said, "Ask him to wait for me in the study." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the maid withdrew. After the maid left, Mu Zixuan said gently, "Your Majesty, I have already prepared breakfast and will bring it in immediately. How about you have breakfast first and then go over?" Lu Chen raised his hand, gently touched Mu Zixuan's cheek, then hugged her and kissed her. A blush suddenly appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. She didn't understand why Lu Chen always liked to kiss her without doing that kind of thing. In Mu Zixuan's view, men and women only kiss when they are engaged in marital affairs, but Lu Chen is different. Lu Chen seems to think this is a common thing. However, Mu Zixuan didn't feel anything bad about this, because this was Lu Chen's way of expressing his love. Lu Chen kissed her to prove that he liked her. "My dear concubine, I won't have breakfast. I'm going to see if Jin Yiwei has anything important to do with me first." Wang Qingkai said, "I understand, I will ask my servant to deliver breakfast to the prince's study later." Lu Chen said, "Yeah, okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen let go of Mu Zixuan, turned around and left the room. As soon as Lu Chen entered the study in the outer courtyard, he found that not only Qin Yushan, but also Mu Chongtian was also in the study. After seeing Lu Chen come in, the two of them immediately saluted and said, "See you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Well, what's the matter?" Qin Yushan replied, "Your Majesty, the barbarian general Xiao Pengtian has woken up." Hearing this, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Xiao Pengtian is still very useful to Lu Chen, so Lu Chen has no intention of killing him. At this time, Mu Chongtian said, "My lord, as far as I know, this Xiao Pengtian has a very high status in the royal court of the Heavenly Wolf King tribe. His strength and status are second only to the Heavenly Wolf King. If those barbarian captives know he is still alive and may cause trouble, so I think it would be better to kill him directly. There is nothing wrong with Mu Changtian's idea. Xiao Pengtian is the number one general under Xiao Hongbo. Although Xiao Hongbo and Xiao Pengtian have always had conflicts, on the surface they are relatively harmonious. Xiao Pengtian is relatively prestigious among the barbarian soldiers. If Xiao Pengtian escapes and returns to the barbarian royal court, he will probably be the next serious king. And this will make the barbarian captives have other ideas. If the barbarian captives unite, I am afraid that many barbarian captives will riot and flee Beijun. The best way is to kill Xiao Pengtian directly, so that the serious king tribe completely loses its backbone and can no longer be united." Lu Chen did not immediately listen to Mu Changtian's opinion. He looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Does Commander Qin think it is better to kill him, or does he think it is better to keep him?" Qin Yushan replied, "My lord, as far as I know, the person with the highest status in the barbarian royal court is not the serious king or Xiao Pengtian, but the serious king's princess. If we can't catch the serious king's princess, even if we kill Xiao Pengtian, the serious king tribe will still be able to recover quickly. My subordinates and General Mu have different ideas. Instead, I believe that keeping Xiao Pengtian can further divide the serious king tribe. It is best if we recognize Xiao Pengtian as the next serious king." After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. There is nothing wrong with what the two said, they are just thinking about the problem from different perspectives. If Xiao Pengtian is retained and regarded as the serious king, the barbarians from the serious king's tribe will definitely not admit it. Moreover, they will think that Xiao Pengtian is a traitor and has betrayed the serious king tribe. This will cause differences between the barbarians who support Xiao Pengtian and the barbarians who support the princess in the serious king tribe. It is indeed possible to further divide the Sirius King tribe. But whether or not the Sirius King tribe is divided is actually not important to Lu Chen. He wants more than just the Sirius King tribe. At this time, Lu Chen's eyes fell on the map in the study room. Then he said, "General Mu, do you know that among the gifts given to me by the imperial court is the border expansion order?" Hearing this, Mu Chongtian was stunned for a moment. Of course, he was not stunned because Lu Chen didn't call him father-in-law. This was a business matter, so Lu Chen had no problem calling him General Mu. The reason why Mu Chongtian was stunned was because of the border expansion order. Although the imperial court had sent people to deliver the imperial edict to Beijing, Mu Chongtian didn't know what the imperial court had given Lu Chen as a reward. The reason why Lu Chen knew about it in advance was because of Jin Yiwei's carrier pigeon. Lu Chen only needed a few days to know what was going on in the capital, so he knew very well that among the things the capital rewarded him was a border expansion order. After Mu Chongtian came back to his senses, he seemed to understand what Lu Chen wanted to do. He immediately asked, "My lord, are you planning to move the entire Northland to Beijing?" Although Mu Chongtian was surprised that the imperial court actually awarded the border expansion order to Lu Chen as a reward, what surprised Mu Chongtian even more was Lu Chen's intention. "I don't know how big the entire Northland is." If Lu Chen wanted to control the entire Northland, he didn't know how many soldiers would be needed to defend the entire Northland. Lu Chen smiled faintly, then came to the desk and spread out the map drawn by Jin Yiwei on the desk. Lu Chen looked at the map and continued, "The Northland is larger than the entire Daxia, and Beijing cannot accommodate the entire Northland. What I want to do is to divide the Northland into my fiefdom, and then set up additional counties." Hearing this, Mu Chongtian and Qin Yushan were stunned again. The Northland has always been the territory of the nomads. If you want to occupy the entire Northland, you need to drive the nomads out completely or defeat them all. But the Northland is too big. Let's not talk about whether we can find their location. Even if we find their location, others can still escape. How can we defend ourselves? Is it possible to build the Great Wall in the north? It is impossible to imagine how long it will take to build the Great Wall on such a large piece of land in the north. The manpower and material resources are absolutely unimaginable. Even if the Northern King has 100,000 barbarian slave soldiers, it will be difficult to build a wall that surrounds the entire north in their lifetime. Great Wall. Chapter 129 Princess, the Sky is Falling. After a while, Mu Chongtian and Qin Yushan in the study came to their senses. Both of them were shocked by Lu Chen's ambition. However, Qin Yushan soon calmed down. After all, in his eyes, Lu Chen was the son of destiny and would one day unify the entire continent. But Mu Chongtian was different. Although he had thought that Lu Chen's ambition was to unify the world he thought did not include the north. Even the barbarians don't know how big the Northland is, and Lu Chen actually wants to add the Northland to his fiefdom. If Lu Chen really did this, the land area owned by Lu Chen would be larger than all the land in Daxia combined except Beijing. If a vassal king owns more land than an emperor, can he still be a vassal king? Of course, this is not the key. The key is whether you can actually own the Northland. If you just draw a circle on the map and say that the north belongs to the Northern King, that will definitely not work. The barbarians won't recognize your map. Mu Chongtian asked tentatively at this time, "My lord, if you plan to designate the Northland as your fiefdom, how will you prevent barbarian invasion? Do you plan to build the Great Wall in the north?" Lu Chen asked back, "Barbarians? What barbarians?" Hearing Lu Chen's rhetorical question, Mu Chongtian suddenly felt like he couldn't turn around. There are several barbarian tribes in the north, and it's not like the Northern King doesn't know about it, and the Heavenly Wolf King's royal court is also in the north. The Northern King actually asked him what kind of barbarian tribe they are? Lu Chen continued at this time, "Wherever there are barbarians, they are all my king's subjects. This. Lu Chen glanced at the map of the Northland and continued, no matter how gorgeous and strong the Great Wall is, it cannot withstand the enemies within. The Great Wall that I want to build is not the external Great Wall, but the Great Wall in my heart. It is the Great Wall that is built in the heart of the enemy. One day, I will make the enemy retreat unconsciously when they think that the king's fiefdom is ahead. Dare not take a step. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Chongtian and Qin Yushan were startled. Lu Chen has a strong desire for the land in the north. Not to mention that the north can be used as a livestock farm to raise horses, cattle, and sheep for them in Beijun. Such a large piece of land in the north must have rich resources. Such as coal, oil, various mineral deposits. These things may not be used or discovered now, but the bigger the place, the more things he will likely have, and he will need these resources sooner or later. The key is that there are only barbarians in the Northland today, and the barbarians are not the masters of the Northland yet. The Northland can be said to be a terra incognita. Even the Great Xia Dynasty did not classify the Northland as their territory. Lu Chen thought that the system had reminded him that as the number of children he gave birth to increased, the rewards he would receive would become richer and richer in the future. Although there are many resources that cannot be explored and mined now, as the system provides him with more and more rewards, one day he will be able to find a way to mine those resources. Anyway, in one sentence, the larger the territory, the more resources there may be. Let's occupy the land first. As for how to deal with the barbarians in the north, Lu Chen's idea was very simple. Population is also a resource. After a while, Mu Chongtian came back to his senses from what Lu Chen just said. He immediately clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty has great ambitions. I am willing to be the sword in your hands. Wherever the sword points, the soldiers are directed. I am willing to build a great wall for your Majesty that the enemy can never climb." Lu Chen coughed and then said, "I have felt General Mu's loyalty. Let's get down to business." Lu Chen immediately said to Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, you lead the Jinyi guards to continue collecting information about the Heavenly Wolf King's court, and you must always keep track of their movements." Qin Yushan said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Having said this, Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "Let's go see Xiao Pengtian first. It just so happens that I have something to say to him." Upon hearing this, Mu Chongtian and Qin Yushan immediately led Lu Chen the way, and soon the three of them arrived at the prison where prisoners were held in Yanchenj. At this time, Xiao Pengtian was sitting on the ground with disheveled hair and a listless look. His power had been sealed by Jin Yiwei's medicine, and now he was just like an ordinary person. The prison room where Xiao Pengtian was located was relatively clean, with a bed and quilt, and it was not at all as dirty as other cells. After hearing the door opening, Xiao Pengtian noticed that someone was coming, so he raised his head and glanced at the people outside the cell. Seeing that the person coming was a young man wearing a brocade robe and a python dragon robe, and his belt was made of white jade, Xiao Pengtian instantly guessed the identity of this person. Xiao Pengtian smiled bitterly and said, "They say that King Bei is a yellow-mouthed brat, lustful and incompetent, and a person who is afraid of death." Unexpectedly, in the end, it was this yellow-mouthed brat who led tens of thousands of soldiers from Bei County to destroy our serious king. An army of 300,000 troops. Lu Chen said, "In front of me, you said that I am a child with a yellow mouth. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Xiao Pengtian said nonchalantly, "What's the difference between me now and me dead?" Xiao Pengtian thought that his skills had been abolished. He was now a useless person, and the 300,000 troops of the Serious King's tribe had been destroyed by the Northern King. He now had no face to return to the Serious King's tribe. Xiao Pengtian continued to ask, "I wonder if King Bei specially came to see me in such a dirty place because he wants to ask something from my mouth." Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, "I may know more about your Serious King tribe than you do. What do you think I need to find out from you?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, a figure of a person instantly appeared in Xiao Pengtian's mind. At first he didn't take it seriously, thinking that Wu Yuan was just hiding money secretly, but now he basically understands what's going on. The erroneous information they collected about the North King basically came from Wu Yuan's caravan, which led them to seriously misjudge Beijun. If they knew that there were about 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun, they would never dare to come to Yanqing so directly. Even without that mysterious explosive weapon, these 50,000 heavy cavalry would be enough to go head-to-head with their 300,000 strong army. Head-to-head. In this case, even if they capture Beijun, their serious king tribe will suffer heavy losses. Although they want the land in Beijun, they will never make such a big sacrifice for a piece of land. Xiao Pengtian laughed and said, "Did King Bei come here specifically to see my miserable condition to feel happy?" Lu Chen said, "I don't have such a hobby. I am here to make a deal with you." Xiao Pengtian frowned. "Deal? What deal?" Lu Chen asked directly, "Do you want to be the serious king?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Xiao Pengtian seemed to understand something, and then he sneered and said, "The king of the north thinks that I will betray the serious king tribe in order to survive? Ridiculous! As a warrior of the barbarian tribe, he can only die standing. I won't give birth on my knees." Lu Chen was not surprised at all by Xiao Pengtian's answer. He said calmly, "It is indeed easier to die, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the 100,000 barbarian captives if you die? What to do with the wives and children of the king's tribe? If the serious king tribe doesn't have these 100,000 barbarian men, I'm afraid there will only be some old, weak, sick, and disabled people left. 10 years from now, it's hard to say whether the serious king tribe will still exist." Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian's mind trembled. At this moment, familiar figures suddenly appeared in his mind. If he and the 100,000 barbarian captives were all dead, there would really be no men left in the serious king tribe. Although they have assembled an army of 300,000 barbarians, which looks like a lot, in fact, except for the few soldiers of King Baixian, their tribe of the Wolf King has summoned almost all the barbarian men who can fight. An army of 300,000 people was assembled. Their trip south this time can be said to be a gamble. In the eyes of the people of the serious king's tribe, if they capture Beijun, according to the princess's idea, their tribe will no longer have to live for water and grass in the future, and they will be unable to eat. With enough food, we no longer have to worry about going hungry or freezing. So almost everyone is particularly positive about going south. I originally thought that with the aristocratic families of Daxia and the 8th prince restraining the imperial court, it would be easy for them to take over Beijun, but I didn't expect that the result would be like this. And without men, the serious king tribe would probably have an even more difficult time this winter. The Northland is huge, and there is more than just one serious king tribe in the Northland. Without men, other tribes would surely loot the serious king tribe in winter. Especially the tribe of King Baixian. The king of North Xian did not follow them south because he was old. He is still alive now. The king of Baixian has always coveted Xiao Wenyao's beauty. If he knew that the 300,000 strong army of the Heavenly Wolf King was gone, he would probably take the soldiers of the Baixian tribe directly to the Heavenly Wolf King's court. By then, let alone Xiao Wenyao, I am afraid that even the princess will be captured by the king of Baixian. If the serious king tribe doesn't even have a princess, then the Wolf King tribe will really be finished that day. When he thought of this, the expression on Xiao Pengtian's face kept changing. Lu Chen could see that Xiao Pengtian was tangled and struggling in his heart. After a while, Xiao Pengtian asked, "If I agree to cooperate with you, will you let go of those 100,000 barbarian soldiers?" Lu Chen immediately said, "This is impossible." Xiao Pengtian sneered and said, "Then why is King Bei telling me this? Are you trying to make fun of me?" Lu Chen continued, "I really have no intention of releasing those 100,000 captives, but I can move the entire serious king tribe to Beijun, and if any of the 100,000 captives perform well, the king can allow them to be reunited with their families. Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian was startled. What is the biggest purpose of the Sirius King tribe's attack on Beijun this time? Isn't it just to occupy this land in North County? In order to move to North County and settle down. If what Bei Wang said is true, if he really thinks so, then Xiao Pengtian will not feel anything wrong even if he cooperates with Bei Wang and becomes a traitor to the Sirius King tribe. It was better than them starving to death on the grasslands and freezing to death, or being plundered by the king of North Xian. Xiao Pengtian asked, how can I judge that you are not trying to attract the Heavenly Wolf King tribe to Beijun, and then kill them all in one fell swoop? What you Daxia people seem to like to do most is to eradicate the weeds. Lu Chen also guessed that Xiao Pengtian would have such worries, so he said directly, even if you don't agree to cooperate with us, I can easily find the location of the Heavenly Wolf King's court. General Xiao should have heard about Wu Yuan, right? Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian's face darkened and he said coldly, he is indeed yours. If I had known, I should have chopped him with an axe. Lu Chen said, General Xiao, don't you think it's meaningless to say this? Xiao Pengtian fell into silence and did not continue to speak. Seeing that he had finished talking, Lu Chen turned around and said, General Xiao, you can think about it carefully. I still have plenty of time. When you think about it clearly, I will let someone tell me. In addition, no matter how much I think, I would like to remind General Xiao that winter is coming soon and your tribe's time is running out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen turned around and left the cell. At the same time, in the north, the court of the Sirius King. The beautiful woman Yellow Nanyan was half lying on the couch, looking very lazy. She sighed slightly and said, sure enough, even if there is a couch in the tent, it will not be as comfortable as the beds of Daxia people. Sigh, I don't know if the king has conquered Beijun. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao opened the tent door and came in and said, Princess, do you have any news about my father and the others? Xiao Wenyao was already planning how to escape to Daxia. As soon as Beijun was defeated, she would immediately go to Daxia and never return to Beland again. She was ready to endure hardships. Even if she endured hardships in Daxia, she was not willing to marry the bad old man of Bizian King who never took a shower in his life. Yellow Nanyan replied, there is no news yet, but it should be soon. Yellow Nanyan thought of their deal with the 8th prince. In order to prevent the aristocratic families in Daxia from rebelling, Emperor Xia would not send too many soldiers northward. In this way, the 300,000 troops led by the Sirius King could easily capture the entire North County. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the tent. Princess, something serious has happened. After the words fell, Wu Yuan with disheveled hair entered the tent, knelt on the ground, cried and said loudly, Princess, the sky has fallen. Seeing Wu Yuan's appearance, Yellow Nanyan suddenly had a bad feeling. She frowned slightly and asked quickly, Wu Yuan, what happened? Wu Yuan burst into tears and reported in a tearful tone, our caravan originally planned to go to Yancheng to receive the king's loot, but we heard that the 300,000 troops led by the king had been defeated by the king of the north. The king died in the battle at the gate of Yancheng. 10,000 soldiers have been killed, and 100,000 soldiers have been captured by King Bei. After hearing Wu Yuan's report, Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were greatly shocked. Their faces suddenly turned pale, without a trace of blood. Yellow Nanyan fell down on the couch, her jade hands trembling uncontrollably, and murmured to herself, how is it possible? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 130 Yellow Nanyan's Plan. After hearing the news about Wu Yuan, Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao didn't come back to their senses for a long time. At this time, when Xiao Wenyao thought that her uncle might have died in the battle, her body suddenly became weak and she sat down on the ground. She had no feelings for her father, and her father also treated her as a tool and gave her to King Bizian, so she wouldn't be too sad even if her father died. But she treats her uncle differently. Her uncle has always treated her well, and before setting off this time, he said that he would send her to Daxia once Beijun was conquered. It's a pity that everything is in vain now. Yurunan muttered in his mouth, how could we be defeated? There should not be many defenders in Beijun. Even if they cannot be defeated, it is impossible for the king and others to escape. After talking to himself to this point, Yellow Nanyang suddenly raised his head and stared directly at Wu Yuan. Are you sure the news you heard is true? Wu Yuan continued to cry and said, Princess, I not only heard about it, I also discovered that the soldiers of Daxia dug many large pits to bury corpses, and when I entered the city, I also discovered a large number of barbarians. The soldiers were tied up and sent to an unknown location. Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Yellow Nanyang suddenly felt that his mind went blank. If what Wu Yuan said is true, it will definitely be a huge disaster for the Sirius King tribe. Most of the men who could fight in the Sirius King's tribe went south this time. The loss of so many men from the Sirius King's tribe was definitely a devastating blow to the entire tribe. The Sirius King tribe suddenly lost so many men, and the food problem was solved a lot. But without men this winter, other tribes on the grassland will definitely take advantage of them. Especially the tribe of King Bizian. There was no harmony among the barbarians, and wars often broke out. If the barbarians were harmonious, they would not be divided into several large tribes, and each tribe would even have its own royal court. Although the North Xian King also lent tens of thousands of soldiers to the Sirius King tribe at the beginning, it seemed that the relationship between the two tribes was very good, but in fact it was because the Sirius King tribe promised to give them a lot of benefits. Then tens of thousands of soldiers were sent as a token. Now that the Sirius King is gone, and the entire tribe has lost so many men, the Bizian King will not be polite to them. The Bizian King will probably directly lead his tribe to rob the Sirius King's tribe of food or women. If King Bizian robs the Heavenly Wolf King tribe of all their food, the elderly and children of the Heavenly Wolf King tribe will starve to death this winter. Maybe the Sirius King tribe will no longer exist by the beginning of next spring. Yellow Nanyang was even more anxious at this time because once the North Xian King led his troops to rob the Tianlang King's tribe, he would probably capture her as well, and then make her the North Xian King's woman. Yellow Nanyang naturally knew what kind of person King Bizian was. She did not want to go to the royal court of King Bizian. Thinking of this, Yellow Nanyang quickly came to his senses. Now they must save themselves. No matter what the conditions are, they must redeem the 100,000 barbarian soldiers in Beijun. There may be soldiers from the North Xian King tribe among those soldiers, but after all, there are 100,000 prisoners. Even if the soldiers from the North Xian King tribe are still alive, there are still tens of thousands of soldiers from the Sirius King tribe. Moreover, Yellow Nanyang also planned to redeem only the soldiers of their Tianlang King tribe. Yellow Nanyang came back to his senses and immediately said, convene a meeting of the tribal elders immediately. Wu Yuan, please go down first. I will call you if anything happens. Wu Yuan wiped his tears with his sleeve and said, yes, princess. Yellow Nanyang glanced at Xiao Wenyao, who was sitting on the ground with lifeless eyes. She sighed and said, Yao, you should go out first. Xiao Wenyao did not speak. She stood up slowly and left Yellow Nanyang's tent. At this time, Xiao Wenyao was neither crying nor fussing. There was no expression on her face or any light in her eyes. She was now like a walking zombie. The news Wu Yuan brought back was such a shock to her that she has now forgotten her sadness. Soon, the elders of the Sirius King tribe appeared in Yellow Nanyang's big tent. At this time, the elders didn't know what happened. They just saw Wu Yuan leaving the princess's tent, and saw the princess calling them to discuss matters. They thought that the Sirius King had conquered the entire North County. After the elders entered the princess's tent, they sat on the ground. At this time, an elder asked, Princess, I don't know what you want to see us for. Could it be that the king has conquered Beijun? Yellow Nanyan's face turned a little pale. She sighed, and then said, you must be mentally prepared for what I am going to say next. Seeing that Yellow Nanyan did not answer the question, but said such a sentence, all the elders were stunned, and they suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. At this time, another elder asked, Princess, what happened? Just tell me. Yellow Nanyan then said, the king was defeated, and 200,000 soldiers were killed, and 100,000 soldiers were captured by Beijun. The king also died at the gate of Yancheng. As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue. All the elders in the tent were stunned and their minds went blank, just like Yellow Nanyan had the same reaction when he heard the news for the first time. They were unable and did not dare to believe what Yellow Nanyan said. That's an army of 300,000 people. And there are still 300,000 cavalry. The most important thing is that they have several grand masters this time, and there are countless 9th grade warriors, and Beijun only has 30,000 soldiers. How could they lose? Even if they couldn't capture Yancheng, their king would not die in battle at the gate of Yancheng. The barbarians' 300,000 cavalry were so fast. If they wanted to escape, they could easily escape back to the royal court. But now the princess told them that not only did 200,000 barbarian soldiers die, but the remaining 100,000 barbarian soldiers were all captured by the Daxia people. How can this be? Yellow Nanyan saw that they didn't believe it, and knew that they couldn't believe it, but this news was brought back by Wu Yuan, and they would soon be able to verify the news. In fact, since the serious king did not send anyone to send news for so long, Yellow Nanyan felt vaguely uneasy in her heart, but she did not expect from the beginning that the serious king's army would end up like this. Of the 300,000 barbarian soldiers, no one left Beijun. What does this mean? It means that Beijun is definitely prepared. The 300,000 troops led by the serious king are most likely surrounded. This makes it impossible for them to escape. Otherwise, the 100,000 barbarian soldiers would not be able to surrender. Become a prisoner of the Daxia people. Yellow Nanyan couldn't figure out what went wrong. At this time, 2 older elders threw their heads up and fainted after hearing the news about Yellow Nanyan. The other elders came to their senses at this time, and they quickly came to the 2 elders. High Priest, second elder, you must hold on. High Priest, are you okay? Second elder, wake up. Seeing the chaos inside the tent, Yellow Nanyan did not stop them. After an unknown amount of time, the high priest and the second elder woke up, and the 2 elders gradually began to accept the cruel news. They know very well that now is not the time to be sad, nor is it the time to hold anyone accountable. Now the Heavenly Wolf King tribe suddenly lost hundreds of thousands of men. In addition, many tribes know where the Heavenly Wolf King's court is. Once those tribes know that the Heavenly Wolf King has been killed, and there are still several men missing. With 100,000 soldiers, the other side will definitely send people to rob them. Especially the King of Bizian in the north. So the most important thing now is to move out immediately. We can no longer stay here. However, it takes a lot of time to move the royal court. In addition, there are no strong men in their tribe now, so it will take even more time. They are worried that the news will leak out at this time and attract the tribes on the grassland in advance. At this time, the high priest, supported by the elders, looked at Yellow Nanyan and asked, Princess, has the news of the king's defeat been confirmed? Yellow Nanyan said, not yet. This is the news Wu Yuan brought back from Beijun, but I will arrange for someone to confirm it later. For now, let's just treat this news as true. The high priest thought for a moment and then asked, Princess, what should we do next? The elders did not blame Yellow Nanyan for this defeat. After all, these were 300,000 cavalry. With so many cavalry defeated by Daxia, it could not be a woman's problem. It stands to reason that even if they fell into the Xia dynasty's conspiracy at the beginning and they went south with an army of 300,000 people, it was unlikely that their entire army would be annihilated. There must be other factors involved. Those who can become the elders of the serious king tribe are relatively flexible in mind, and they also know very well that now is not the time to hold people accountable. Yellow Nyan pondered for a moment and said, "This matter must not be known to ordinary people in the tribe. After the meeting is over, you go out and tell the people of the tribe that the king has captured Beijun and ask them to pack up their things immediately. We are going to heading to North County." After hearing Yellow Nyan's words, the elders instantly understood the reason why Yellow Nyan did this. If the people of the tribe were told about the defeat now, it would definitely cause panic. Panic is one thing, mainly the risk of leakage. If other tribes on the grassland knew about their defeat, they would definitely seize this opportunity to attack them. On the one hand, they told the people that the king had captured Beijun, and on the other hand, they asked the people to prepare to move to Beijun. Even if some tribes found out that they were moving the royal court, they would probably be confused by their people and think that they had really captured Beijun. This is to move the royal court to Beijun. But in fact, they just changed places. Yellow Nyan continued, "In addition, I will send Wu Yuan to Beijun to negotiate with the king of Bei to see if we can exchange our soldiers with cattle and sheep. A tribe cannot live without strong men." After hearing what Yellow Nyan said, the elders fell into silence, and now they could only do this. At the same time, outside the tent, Xiao Wenyao sat on a grass slope and looked quietly in the direction of Beijun. At this time, Wu Yuan came to her and then said, "Princess, I have something that I don't know whether I should tell you. I found out that General Xiao is not dead yet and is still imprisoned in Yanchinj prison." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's eyes suddenly became a little brighter. She immediately turned to look at Wu Yuan, then grabbed his collar and asked, "Wu Yuan, is everything you said true? My uncle is not dead? He is really not dead? Right." Seeing how excited Xiao Wenyao was, Wu Yuan sobbed and said, "Well, I heard that General Xiao is imprisoned and tortured every day. It's all Xiao Xiao's fault. If Xiao Xiao could have collected more information about Beijun, General Xiao might not be where he is today. Damn you little one." After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao immediately let go of Wu Yuan's collar, and then murmured, "Great, uncle is not dead." Speaking of this, Xiao Wenyao suddenly thought of something, and then continued to ask, "Wu Yuan, do you know what King Bei likes? I want to replace my uncle." It was actually very common for the barbarians to exchange prisoners with Xia. Since Xia was founded, there have been countless wars with the barbarians in the north. Every time a war ends, Xia and the barbarians will exchange prisoners. If one side has no prisoners, they will exchange resources. For example, cattle and sheep, and then grain, salt and iron. If the barbarians wanted to exchange for their people, they would use horses, cattle and sheep, while if the Xia court wanted to exchange for their soldiers, they would use salt and iron. Of course, even if Xia replaces their soldiers, those soldiers will not be reused from now on. However, in order to prevent the common people from being disappointed, the Xia court will usually spend some resources to replace their soldiers. It was precisely because prisoners were often exchanged that Yellow Nyan immediately thought of exchanging cattle and sheep for prisoners after learning that the serious king was defeated. Xiao Wenyao also thought of using things to exchange for his uncle. After hearing Xiao Wenyao's question, Wu Yuan sighed, and then said, "Alas, Your Highness, as far as I know, King Bei only seems to like one thing, and that is female sex. Besides, King Bei likes all beautiful women. In our tribe, only the princess and you are the type that King Bei likes." Xiao Wenyao's brain froze, and she froze on the spot. After a long while, Xiao Wenyao asked unwillingly, "Can't I exchange my uncle back with cattle and sheep?" Wu Yuan said, "If we are just ordinary soldiers, the northern king may allow us to exchange cattle and sheep, but General Xiao is a master-level strongman. If we let him back, he will probably be the next serious king. Daxia, they won't let him back so easily unless they can come up with something that makes them tempted. After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao fell into silence. At this moment, a barbarian soldier came to Wu Yuan and said, "Wu Yuan, the princess asked you to come over. She has a task for you." Wu Yuan then said to Xiao Wenyao, "Your Highness, I will go to the princess first. Don't think nonsense. You must not use yourself to exchange General Xiao's thoughts. The king of Bei is a lecher. If you go to Beijun, I don't know what kind of torture I will suffer." Chapter 131. Let's meet and negotiate in person. After hearing what Wu Yuan said before leaving, Xiao Wenyao was startled. Why didn't she think of this just now? If King Bei likes beautiful women, and she is the type that King Bei likes, wouldn't it be okay to trade her for her uncle to come back? But Xiao Wenyao thought of what Wu Yuan reminded her again. King Bei is a lustful person, and he is also a barbarian woman. If she really goes to Bei Wang's mansion, I'm afraid she can only become Bei Wang's slave girl. Who knows how she will be tortured by Bei Wang? She only knew that her father often carried the princess on his back and quietly brought the women captured by Daxia to a certain tent, and then tortured them in various ways. The women who were often tortured were worse than dead, making various screams. His own father often tortured the women of Daxia, so how could the northern king treat himself, the daughter of the serious king, kindly? When she thought of this, Xiao Wenyao's delicate body could not help but tremble. But when I think about how kind my uncle has been to me since childhood, if I don't find a way to rescue him, he will probably die in Beijun's prison. She only has this one family member left now, and she doesn't want to lose even this last family member. And even if she doesn't go to Beijun, King Baixian will probably come and take her away. Originally, her father had given her to the king of Baixian. Now that her father was defeated, the king of Baixian would definitely come to their court and take her away. After knowing this, Xiao Wenyao would rather be tortured by the northern king than the northern king. After all, the king of Bei is a Daxia native. He has not yet had the habit of cannibalism, and he can also take a bath. Even if he is tortured, it will be better than the uncivilized tribe of King Baixian. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao secretly made a decision in her heart. At the same time, Wu Yuan came to Yelunanyan's tent. After Wu Yuan came in, he was about to say something when Yelunanyan said, "Wu Yuan, I have a very important task for you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. If you can complete this task, I will give it to you. 100,000 taels of silver." Hearing this, Wu Yuan immediately knelt down and said, "It is the responsibility of the young to do things for the princess. How dare you ask for the princess's money?" Yelunanyan said, "As long as you complete this matter, you will be kind to the entire serious king tribe from now on. You deserve 100,000 taels of silver." Wu Yuan immediately said, "Princess, please tell me, no matter what kind of thing, I will work hard to accomplish it, and I will dedicate myself to the princess until my death." Yelunanyan said, "I need you to go to the northern king's mansion and negotiate with the northern king. Our serious king tribe plans to exchange horses, cattle, and sheep for the soldiers of our serious king tribe." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Princess, I'm afraid it will be difficult for a small person to play a decisive role in this matter." Yelunanyan asked, "Why is this? Are you worried that the king of the north will find out that you are working for the barbarians and arrest you and kill you? If this is the case, you don't have to worry at all. We will never reveal a word about your affairs to the northern king. Just say that your caravan accidentally traded cattle and sheep with the serious king tribe, so that the northern king will not. It's hard for you. There are many caravans in Beijun who have done some kind of transactions with the barbarians, such as fur trading, cattle and sheep trading. If they were killed just because they had transactions with barbarians, then the caravans would probably not come to Beijun in the future, and Beijun would be even poorer by then. Beijun was already very poor. When caravans came to Beijun, they mainly passed through Beijun and traded with the barbarians in the north. Yellow Nanyang believed that even if King Bei didn't understand business, there would always be someone under King Bei who understood this truth, and they would most likely not embarrass Wu Yuan, a businessman. Wu Yuan said, "That's not what I mean. What I mean is that if King Bei is really willing to negotiate with the serious King tribe, he will probably only negotiate with you personally. Xiao is just a businessman, and at most he can only play a role. The function of carrying words." Hearing what Wu Yuan said, Yellow Nanyang instantly understood what Wu Yuan meant. Nowadays, there are not many men in the serious King's tribe. King Bei has a high probability of guessing what the situation of the serious King's tribe is. At this time, they proposed to exchange prisoners, so they definitely need to negotiate terms. If he did not come forward, the Northern King would probably think that the serious King tribe was not sincere. Moreover, there are many prisoners this time, and it cannot be decided in 1 or 2 discussions. The King of the North may even open his mouth. Let Wu Yuan, a businessman, negotiate, and he may not be able to negotiate conditions acceptable to the Heavenly Wolf King tribe. Thinking of this, Yellow Nanyang frowned slightly. Did he really want to see the Northern King in person? After pondering for a long time, Yellow Nanyang finally decided to stand up and negotiate with the Northern King on behalf of the serious King tribe. Then Yellow Nanyang said, "Let's do this. You first tell King Bei that we want to negotiate and see if he has any conditions. If he is willing to let our soldiers leave, you can ask us to meet and negotiate in person." Wu Yuan said, "Yes, Princess. I will go to Beijun now and convey the princess's wishes to King Bei." Having said this, Wu Yuan was ready to get up and leave the tent. At this time, Yellow Nanyang suddenly thought of something, and then continued, "Wait a minute, you go to Beijun this time and find out if any of our barbarian generals are alive." Wu Yuan immediately said, "Back to the princess, I know that General Xiao is still alive and imprisoned in Yanqing prison. It seems that the Northern King has no intention of offering prisoners to the Daxia court." Hearing Wu Yuan's answer, Yellow Nanyang was a little excited, and she immediately asked, "Are you sure General Xiao is still alive?" Wu Yuan replied, "I've only heard about it, so I'm not sure. And it seems that someone knows this news. I bought the information from a soldier in Beijun." According to the Beijun soldier, after the war, the Beijun soldiers sent a barbarian general to the prison in Yanqing and locked him up, and the king of Beijun also asked the doctor to treat him. According to the soldier's description, the young man judged that soldier the general mentioned should be General Xiao. Yellow Nanyang took a deep breath. Now there is no master-level expert in the Wolf King tribe today. If Xiao Pengtian is still alive, they will exchange Xiao Pengtian back no matter what the price. If the serious King tribe does not have strong men to take charge in the future, it will be difficult to survive in the grasslands of the north. After Yellow Nanyang calmed down, he continued, "After you go to Beijun this time, you must ask for more information about General Xiao. Once you are sure that General Xiao is still alive, you will immediately have someone deliver a message to us." Wu Yuan said, "Yes, Princess." Yellow Nanyang immediately said, "Okay, take the time to prepare and go to Beijun immediately." Wu Yuan saluted and said, "I'll take my leave, little one." Immediately afterwards, Wu Yuan turned around and left the tent. Looking at Wu Yuan's leaving figure, Yellow Nanyang sighed deeply. The royal court of the serious King's tribe moved many times, and she also moved with the royal court of the serious King many times. Finally, they chose this place near the river. I thought that when they moved to the royal court again, they would go directly to Beijun, and they would no longer have to live such a life of chasing water and grass from now on. Unexpectedly, they were about to embark on a wandering life again. Thinking of this, Yellow Nanyang thought of the life that his mother and he had described when they were young. "You don't have to worry about starving or freezing, or about wolves and wild beasts. At night, every house is brightly lit, and the streets and alleys are full of snacks. You can eat wherever you go. When you get home at night, your servants have already prepared bath water. You can take a bath, and after taking a bath, the bed you sleep on will be warm and fragrant. When you wake up the next day, it will be another beautiful day without having to worry about survival. Maybe she will never be able to live such a life again. As a former Daxia native, her mother was brought to the barbarian tribes and was never able to live such a life until her death. How could she possibly live such a beautiful life? Yellow Nyan tried to calm down and stopped thinking. The most important thing now was to redeem the young men from the barbarian tribe and Xiao Pengtian. Let's save the Serious King tribe first. Without the Serious King tribe, her fate would be even more tragic. She never wanted to live the miserable life she had when she was a child. A few days later. North Palace. Lu Chen was looking through the information handed over by Jin Yiwei in the study, when there was a knock on the door. Lu Chen said calmly, "Come in." Then the door was pushed open and Qin Yushan entered the study. "See you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen looked at the information in his hand and said and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Yushan put the information in his hand on Lu Chen's desk. "Your Majesty, Wu Yuan is back, and he brought back the news that Princess Tianlang wants to negotiate with you personally. They plan to use horses or cattle and sheep to redeem the barbarians. Prisoners and Xiao Pengtian." After hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then put down the information in his hand, picked up the information Qin Yushan placed on the desk and glanced at it. Lu Chen guessed from the beginning that the Serious King's tribe would relent, but he did not expect that the Serious King's princess planned to negotiate with him personally. After all, negotiation is a very dangerous thing. It is very likely that once they meet, the person they come to participate in the negotiation will never come back. The Serious King and princess were braver than he imagined. She is indeed a woman who can control the power in the Serious King tribe. Lu Chen originally thought of letting Xiao Pengtian become the Serious King and then divide the Serious King tribe, but now it seems that he may no longer be able to use it. Lu Chen learned from the intelligence that the royal court of the Serious King had begun to move. This was obviously to guard against the North Xian King and other barbarian tribes. It seems that their failure this time has made them feel a huge crisis, and there is no need to use Xiao Pengtian to stimulate them. If Xiao Pengtian can't go back, he will be the next Serious King in the eyes of those in the Serious King's tribe. Now there is no master-level expert in the entire Serious King tribe. Even if they don't want to, they can only recognize Xiao Pengtian as the new Serious King. Therefore, for them, admitting that Xiao Pengtian is the Serious King will not actually lead to differentiation. Instead, they will find ways to redeem Xiao Pengtian. At this time, Lu Chen put the information on the desk and got up from his seat. "Let's go see Xiao Pengtian." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen left the study and went to the prison where Xiao Pengtian was imprisoned. In this negotiation with the Serious King and Princess, Lu Chen planned to take Xiao Pengtian with him and directly bring the entire Serious King tribe to Beijun. Now it depends on what Xiao Pengtian thinks. If Xiao Pengtian agrees, they will have more barbarian soldiers in North County from now on. When they fight on the grassland, it will be easier to find other barbarian tribes. Not long after, Lu Chen appeared in front of Xiao Pengtian. At this time, Xiao Pengtian's mental state was obviously much better than before. Although his hair was messy, he looked much cleaner. The jailer in the prison gave him the best treatment in the prison, which was a treatment that the barbarian prisoners outside could not enjoy. Seeing Lu Chen coming, Xiao Pengtian just raised his head and glanced at Lu Chen, without getting up from the bed. Then he lowered his head again. He just lay on his side on the bed, closing his eyes slightly, as if he was sleeping. "Same." Lu Chen asked calmly, "General Xiao, how are you thinking about it?" Xiao Pengtian did not answer directly, but said, "I can't guarantee that what you said is true, and I can't guarantee that you can keep your promise. If someone else in Daxia had proposed that condition, he might have actually believed it, but it was the king of the north who proposed that he be the serious king. A northern king who pretended to be incompetent deceived their barbarians and wiped out their 300,000 barbarian army in one fell swoop. How could he dare to trust a northern king who had such deep intentions? Although King Bei is only 16 or 17 years old this year, Xiao Pengtian does not dare to treat him as a child now. If he continues to think that King Bei is just a little kid like before, their tribe, the serious king, may still suffer a devastating disaster. It sounded like King Bei had rejected his proposal, but Lu Chen could see the wavering in Xiao Pengtian's heart through Xiao Pengtian's loyalty. Name, Xiao Pengtian. Identity, General of the tribe of the barbarian serious king, prisoner of Beijun. Strength, Grand Master Realm, sealed state. Loyalty, 60. Xiao Pengtian's loyalty has reached the point where it can be used, and he must have wanted to agree to the proposal. After all, a stable life is what their serious king tribe has always wanted. If it weren't for a stable life and not to suffer from hunger and cold like before, they would not have led an army of 300,000 to attack Beijun this time. This was their purpose in itself. If Lu Chen really agreed to let all the serious king's tribe move to Beijun to settle down, and also teach them farming, he would definitely agree. But the key is that he doesn't trust King Bei. Bei Wang is too scheming, and Xiao Pengtian, who has already suffered a loss, will naturally be very careful. At this moment, Lu Chen said, I am here today. In addition to asking you how your thoughts are going, I also have some news to tell you. Xiao Pengtian asked doubtfully, what news? Your princess has planned to meet and negotiate with me. She wants to redeem your barbarian soldiers and you with horses, cattle, and sheep. General Xiao, do you think this king will agree? Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian was stunned. But he quickly calmed down, because he had already guessed that the princess would do this, and now they had no choice but to negotiate. If it were other people in Daxia, the possibility of their peace talks was very high. Maybe they could use some horses, cattle, and sheep in exchange for some barbarian soldiers. But they are facing the king of the north. Xiao Pengtian could see that there was huge ambition in this young man's eyes, and he might not agree with it. No. It should be said that it is impossible for him to agree. If the northern king agrees to the peace talks, he will not let Xiao Pengtian be the next serious king. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian did not speak, Lu Chen continued, I will take General Xiao with me to this negotiation. I believe that General Xiao will make a choice immediately after the negotiation is over. Xiao Pengtian frowned. Take him there? What is this going to do? Is it possible to use him as a bargaining chip to threaten the serious king tribe? Xiao Pengtian was about to say something when Lu Chen turned around and left. Lu Chen came to the prison mainly to tell Xiao Pengtian the news in person, and he didn't intend to talk too much with Xiao Pengtian. The annexation of the serious king tribe was a foregone conclusion. The serious king tribe had no choice in the end. Unless they defected to other barbarian tribes, Xiao Pengtian would not agree to their conditions when the negotiations were over. Chapter 132 of the 100,000 Captives of the Barbarians, I have none. Chapter 132 I don't intend to release any of the 100,000 captives of the barbarians. After Lu Chen left the prison, Xiao Pengtian sighed deeply. Now they had no choice at all. If you want to survive and keep the entire serious king tribe, you may have to be loyal to the northern king. But they were killed by soldiers led by King Bei, who killed 200,000 of their own kind. If they are asked to be loyal to the northern king now, how many people in the tribe are willing? If the northern king really intends to move the serious king tribe to Beijun, and it is not a conspiracy, then the northern king will most likely dismantle the entire serious king tribe, making it impossible for the serious king tribe to gather together. In this case, is the serious king tribe still the serious king tribe? When the people of their tribe were scattered throughout the North County, their tribe was also gone. When the time comes, his title as the serious king will only be a title. Not only will he have no land, he will not even have any subordinates. Xiao Pengtian thought for a long time in prison, but in the end he still couldn't make up his mind. He planned to wait until the princess negotiated with King Bei before making a decision. A month goes by in a blink of an eye. With Wu Yuan running back and forth, Lu Chen and Lu Nanyan finally decided on the location and time of the negotiation. Soon Lu Chen led his people northward to the Northland grassland. Lu Chen was not a fool, and naturally he would not go deep into the grassland. The location of their negotiation was next to a tributary of the Wanning River. According to regulations, each side is only allowed to bring 500 people. Lu Chen also brought only 500 black cavalry to the north. Of course, Mu Chongtian, Qin Yushan, and Wen Renli also followed. The same goes for Lu Nanyan. Although there are not many men left in their tribe, in order to prevent the northern king from seeing that their situation is very bad, they tried every means to gather 500 strong men. They all looked very strong, but there is not a single strong person in the master realm among them. When Lu Chen was about to reach the designated place, he found that a cavalry team was already waiting on the river beach, and tables and blanket seats had been set up on the river beach. As Lu Chen and the others gradually approached the negotiation location, two beautiful scenery appeared in Lu Chen's sight. A plump, mature woman wearing a fur cloak, various accessories, and a bun caught Lu Chen's attention. The woman is dignified and elegant. She doesn't look like a barbarian woman at all, but more like a Daxia person. At this time, Lu Chen used the system to identify this woman's information. Name, Lu Nanyan. Identity, former princess of the Heavenly Wolf King, 32 years old, a 9th grade warrior. Her mother was a young lady from a certain family in the Great Xia Dynasty. She was snatched away by barbarians when she was young. She gave birth to Lu Nanyan in the barbarian tribe. Lu Nanyan was raised by her mother since she was a child. Because of her influence, she yearned for Daxia. Because she was already old when she married the Heavenly Wolf King, she served him all year round until the death of the Heavenly Wolf King. She is still in perfect condition, and she has a lot of influence in the Heavenly Wolf King's tribe. With great power, when she took care of the former Sirius King, she led the Sirius King tribe to further grow and became extremely powerful. Rating, 96. Favorability, 45. After reading the information about Lu Nanyan, Lu Chen was not too surprised. The information was similar to the information about Lu Nanyan collected by Jin Yiwei. Then Lu Chen's eyes fell on the slightly childish woman wearing fur clothes next to Lu Nanyan. Name, Xiao Wenyao. Identity, daughter of the Sirius King, barbarian princess, 7th grade warrior, uncle Xiao Pengtian, 18 years old this year. She does not want to marry the North Xian King. She has wanted to escape to Daxia many times. Xiao Pengtian originally planned to wait for this after taking Beijun for the first time. He secretly sent Xiao Wenyao to live in Daxia. After learning that the barbarian army failed, Xiao Wenyao planned to exchange herself for Xiao Pengtian. Rating, 94. Favorability, 50, 51, 55, continuing to rise. Lu Chen looked a little surprised when he saw Xiao Wenyao's information. As the daughter of the Sirius King, she killed her father. Not only did she have no resentment towards him, she actually had a favorable impression of him of over 50, and it was still rising. Interesting. At the same time, Xiao Wenyao and Lu Nanyan were both looking at Lu Chen coming from a distance. Lu Nanyan has long known that Lu Chen is only a young man of 16 or 17 years old, but the information she has received before is all negative news about Lu Chen. For example, Lu Chen is greedy for pleasure and has raised many beauties in the palace. In pursuit of pleasure, one's body has long been hollowed out by beauty. But now it seems that the information she got is all false. The young man who came on horseback was wearing a blue-black python dragon robe. He looked graceful and handsome, and his body also looked strong and powerful. It doesn't look like he's been drained by wine and sex at all. Obviously, they were deceived. No, it should be said that everyone was deceived by King Bei. Lu Nanyang instantly had a new judgment about Lu Chen. He was a very ambitious man. Lu Nanyang couldn't help but feel a little worried. Today's negotiation might not go well. Moreover, Lu Nanyang also noticed the black cavalry behind Lu Chen. Although there were only 500 people, those black cavalry exuded a strong evil spirit. They were an elite heavy cavalry. Obviously, if the North King could defeat the 300,000 barbarian army, these heavy cavalry must be involved. Although the North King only brought these 500 people, Lu Nanyang knew that there must be more than these 500 heavy cavalry in Beijing. These 500 heavy cavalry were obviously here to show their force. At this time, Xiao Wenyao on the side was staring straight at Lu Chen. She was very nervous at first. After all, when she thought that after going to the Buwang mansion, she would probably become the slave girl of the Buwang. She would be raped by the Buwang every day. Torture. But when she saw Lu Chen, she was instantly attracted by Lu Chen's appearance. Compared to the rough and tumble barbarians, Xiao Wenyao originally liked the people of Daxia. What's more, she had long heard that the king of Bei was handsome and handsome. Under Wu Yuan's brainwashing, Xiao Wenyao had developed feelings for Lu Chen a long time ago. Idea. In the past, she had thought that after her father conquered Beijing, she would go to her father and ask him to reward her as a slave. Of course, her idea has completely come to naught. Not only is it impossible for Bei Wang to become her slave, but she may become Bei King's little slave girl. But if she can become the North King's woman, the mere revenge of killing her father seems to be nothing. Just when Xiao Wenyao was staring at Lu Chen in trance, suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind Bei Wang. The tall figure was also riding a horse, but his hair was unkempt and he looked very tired. Seeing that Lu Chen actually came with Xiao Pengtian, everyone in the barbarian clan couldn't stand. The high priest said excitedly, "It's Xiao, General Xiao." Xiao Wenyao woke up from her infatuation instantly. Seeing that Xiao Pengzhen was still alive, Xiao Wenyao was extremely excited. She was about to run forward. "Ah, uncle!" Lu Nanyang grabbed Xiao Wenyao's hand and did not let her pass. Buwang brought Xiao Pengtian here, obviously to increase the bargaining chips. It was not convenient for them to contact him at this time, and everything must be done according to the process. Not long after, Lu Chen arrived at the river beach. He got off the horse directly, then looked at the beautiful woman Lu Nanyang, and said with a smile, "They say that Princess Tianlang is so beautiful that as long as a man sees it, he will not be able to take his eyes away. I didn't believe it at first. When I saw it today, it really lived up to its reputation." Hearing this, Lu Nanyang was not angry. She smiled and said, "Thank you, King Bei, for the compliment. King Bei, please take a seat." Lu Chen didn't hesitate and came directly to the table and sat down. He didn't have the habit of sitting on his knees, and sitting cross-legged like this made Lu Chen a little uncomfortable. Lu Chen planned to finish the conversation quickly and go back early. Lu Nanyang said at this time, "King Bei, I don't know the conditions we proposed at the beginning, what do you think?" Lu Chen said with a smile, 100,000 horses, 100,000 sheep, and 20,000 cattle. If it is normal times, the barbarians' 100,000 soldiers will definitely be enough. But... Hearing the word "but," Lu Nanyang frowned slightly, and then the negotiation officially began. Lu Chen looked at Lu Nanyang's beautiful eyes and said, "But if I send all these 100,000 barbarian soldiers back, wouldn't that be causing trouble for yourself? If you feel that you can't stay in the grassland any longer, one day what should I do if I lead a large army to attack Beijing again?" Lu Nanyang had obviously guessed what Lu Chen would say. Lu Nanyang immediately said, "We can sign a covenant. Within 100 years, the Sirius King tribe will never go south again." Lu Chen said, "A covenant is a good thing, but how do I remember that the Sirius King tribe has signed a covenant with Daxia more than once? For you barbarians, things like covenants seem to be able to be torn up at any time. Even if you abide by the contract, how can you guarantee that your successor or the next Sirius King will abide by the contract?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Nanyang's face looked a little ugly. What Lu Chen said was true. The Heavenly Wolf King tribe had indeed signed several covenants with Daxia, but every time the Heavenly Wolf King tribe took the initiative to tear up the covenant. Moreover, King Bei mentioned a very crucial point, that is, the next person who takes control of the Sirius King tribe may not necessarily abide by the covenant. As a result, it may be very difficult to get the Northern King to sign a covenant. Lu Nanyang said at this time, "I don't know what kind of conditions King Bei wants, so you can just tell me. But I still want to remind King Bei that even without these 100,000 barbarian soldiers, our tribe of the Sirius King can still stand on the grassland. If we don't sign an alliance, some soldiers can't help but go south to plunder. This has nothing to do with our royal court." Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "Princess Yelu, if you really think that these 100,000 barbarian soldiers are dispensable, you will not come to negotiate with me. I believe Princess Yelu knows very well what the current situation of your Sirius King tribe is. If there are no men, it's hard to say whether the Sirius King's tribe will still exist when this winter is over. After all, there is still a Byzantine king in the north. The Sirius King tribe lost more than 200,000 men at once. If the king of Northern Xian knew about this, he would definitely not let go of the fat man of the Sirius King tribe and wipe out the Sirius King tribe. By then, the entire Northern Xian, the king of Byzantine, is the only one in the world, so they have no reason not to do this." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Nanyang's jade hands couldn't help but tremble. She had expected Lu Chen's words, but she never thought of how to refute them. "The only thing you can do is pretend to be strong." Lu Nanyang said, "Don't you think that the Northern King is a little too naive? It has been 100 years since the Sirius King's tribe moved to the north, and they have bred an unknown number of people. They only lost more than 200,000 people. Could it be that the Northern King's tribe has moved to the north for hundreds of years? Does the king think that the Heavenly Wolf King's tribe is no longer good?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Princess Yelu, let me make it clear. You no longer need to pretend that your Sirius King tribe is very powerful. I have been paying attention to you from the first day you arrived in Beijing. Following your every move, the approximate population of your Sirius King tribe, the approximate number of horses, cattle, and sheep, as well as your collusion with the merchants of Daxia, and what kind of transactions you have with the aristocratic family of Daxia and the 8th prince, this king is here. It's crystal clear." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Nanyang and the elders of the barbarian clan suddenly changed their expressions. Only the top brass of the barbarian tribe knew about their deal with the Great Xia family and the 8th prince, but the Northern King revealed it directly, which showed that the Northern King already knew everything about the Sirius King's tribe. Of course, they were not sure if these were barbarian soldiers or if Xiao Pengtian betrayed them. They now know one thing very clearly, that is, their negotiations this time are very passive, with almost no possibility of bargaining. After a long while, Lu Nanyang snorted and said, "So, from the day Buwang came to Beijing, he has been thinking about how to eliminate the Sirius King's tribe." Lu Chen said, "Destroy? No, 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 I have no such plan." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Nanyang was immediately confused. If it wasn't to destroy the tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King, then what was it for? Lu Chen continued, "There are many barbarians in the north, not only the Sirius King tribe, but there are more barbarians in the west. Even if one tribe is eliminated, other barbarians will still move to the north." Lu Nanyang said, since the Northern King is not trying to destroy our tribe, I don't know what kind of conditions the Northern King has, so I can put it forward directly. Lu Chen felt his legs were a little sore, so he stood up directly, then looked at Wanning River and said, "Let me tell you straight. I have no intention of releasing any of the 100,000 captives of the barbarians." Hearing this, Yellow Nanyang and the barbarian elders were stunned. Yellow Nanyang's face turned pale. This was the worst outcome she had expected. After all, these were 100,000 barbarian prisoners, and this was the best opportunity to eliminate the tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King. As a man with such a deep scheming mind, King Bei, how could I let this opportunity go? Yellow Nanyang said at this time, since the King of the North has no intention of releasing anyone, why did he still agree to the negotiation? Is it possible that the King of the North intends to use this opportunity to get rid of us all? Considering this possibility, Yellow Nanyang and the others mobilized the barbarian cavalry from the beginning to support them from a distance. It was impossible for both parties to bring only such a few people to such negotiations. After Yellow Nanyang finished speaking, the atmosphere on the scene became tense for a moment. The barbarian soldiers had already tightened their swords in their hands, and the black cavalry were ready to charge at any time. Chapter 133 You must stay with me as a hostage. Lu Chen seemed not to feel the tense atmosphere at the scene. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the Wanning River in the distance. Princess Yelu, I have a question for you. Why did you attack Beijun in the first place? Hearing Lu Chen suddenly ask this question, Yellow Nanyang was even more confused. It's already this time, why are you asking such a question? She really couldn't understand the thoughts of the little man in front of her who was more than 10 years younger than her. However, Yellow Nanyang finally replied, Northern County is mountainous, which can withstand the north wind, and has many rivers. It is a treasure land, and you Daxia regard the northern land as chaff. If this is the case, then why don't we take it? Lu Chen said calmly, your answer is flawed. You make it sound like you came to attack Beijun for the sake of Beijun's land. This. Hearing Lu Chen's words, some barbarian elders thought in confusion, weren't they attacking Beijun just for the sake of Beijun's land? Why did the purpose of their attack on Beijun change when it came to King Bei's mouth? Yellow Nanyang asked at this time, oh? Then why does King Bei think we attacked Beijun? Lu Chen continued, you came to attack Beijun for a better living environment and a better life like Daxia. This. Yellow Nanyang did not refute, because what Lu Chen said was right. In the past, the main purpose of the barbarians' raids south was to steal food and women, but this time it was different. This time they wanted to build a country and have the same good life as Daxia. Lu Chen said at this time, I can give you a chance to change your living environment. Hearing Lu Chen's sudden words, Yellow Nanyang suddenly felt that he couldn't keep up with this little man's thoughts. Yellow Nanyang then asked, will King Bei be so kind? Lu Chen continued, I heard that under the leadership of Princess Yelu, the Tianlang King tribe has been learning from Daxia. Many people have the same living habits as Daxia, and even the vast majority of the people have learned Daxia. The language of Xia. This king is kind and believes that you are qualified to become the subjects of Daxia, so I allow your tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King to move to Beijun and settle down. As soon as these words came out, it was like a bombshell. The barbarians behind Yellow Nanyang lost their composure immediately after hearing this, and started talking about it. The King of the North allows us to move into Beijun? How is this possible? It's fake. It must be fake. He must be trying to catch us all. How could King Bei be so kind? That's right, we just fought a battle with Bei County, so many people died, he can't be so kind. Unlike the barbarians behind him who were talking a lot, Yellow Nanyang fell into deep thought. After a long time, Yellow Nanyang asked, you Daxia people often say that pie will not fall in the sky. Since the Northern King allows the Heavenly Wolf King, if the tribe moves into Beijun, what are the conditions? Putting aside whether the northern king has any conspiracy, Yellow Nyan plans to listen to the northern king's conditions first. If the northern king has already thought of the conditions, then they can also judge whether the northern king has any conspiracy from the northern king's conditions. After hearing Yellow Nyan's question, Lu Chen turned to look at Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao, and then said, "Indeed, there are no good things that fall into the sky. This king allows the serious king tribe to move into Beijun. There are indeed several conditions. The first condition is you and the serious king's daughter." Hearing this, Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao were stunned at the same time. The two women's delicate bodies trembled slightly, and they stared into Lu Chen's eyes in disbelief. After Yellow Nyan came to his senses, he asked with a smile, "Is the king of the north joking?" Lu Chen said, "Princess Yellow should know very well what kind of person I am. I like beauty. This is a well-known thing. It just so happens that Princess Yellow and the little princess next to you are both the type that I like. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you are the princess of the serious king. You have great power in the serious king tribe and are the most important person in the serious king tribe. Therefore, you must stay as a hostage by my side." As soon as Lu Chen said this, the elders behind Yellow Nyan quit. "Princess, you must never agree." "Yes, Princess, if you are no longer in the tribe, our tribe will really be finished." "Princess, don't be fooled by King Bei, he must have bad intentions." The importance of Yellow Nyan is obvious. The Tianlang King tribe can't achieve today's prosperity without Yellow Nyan. Of course, the collapse of the barbarian army of 300,000 in Beijun has a lot to do with Yellow Nyan. However, the people of the Tianlang King tribe have no intention of holding Yellow Nyan responsible. On the contrary, Yellow Nyan is more important at this time. She is the core of power and the hope of the entire tribe. If Yellow Nyan leaves the Heavenly Wolf King tribe, once the people of their tribe know the news of the defeat of the barbarian army, the hearts of the entire tribe will be dispersed, and the Heavenly Wolf King tribe will not be able to hold on for long. Yellow Nyan didn't listen to the words of the elders behind her. She was thinking about the authenticity of Lu Chen's words. After a while, Yellow Nyan asked, "I wonder what the other conditions of King Bei are besides the first one." Lu Chen said, "Since I allow you to move into Beijun, from now on, the people of the serious king's tribe will be my subjects, and they must obey my orders, actively integrate into Beijun, and abide by Beijun's laws and regulations." Hearing this, Yellow Nyan thought for a moment. If the Tianlang King tribe really moved to Beijun, then it would be certain to obey the orders of the North King, but Yellow Nyan didn't think it was that simple. After all, the serious king tribe is a barbarian tribe. How could the northern king trust them to move into Beijun? There must be other conditions. Just when Yellow Nyan wanted to ask if there was a third condition, Lu Chen said, "By the way, once the Heavenly Wolf King tribe moves into Beijun, they must settle separately. From now on, there will be no Heavenly Wolf King tribe." Hearing this, before Yellow Nyan said anything, the barbarian high priest behind Yellow Nyan immediately said, "Impossible. There is absolutely no way we can agree to such conditions." In order to move into Beijun, and they were not sure whether this was the North King's conspiracy, they had to disband the entire tribe. How could they accept this? They will never accept such conditions. Yellow Nyan's face also darkened. As expected, as she thought, the Northern King wanted to dismantle the entire Heavenly Wolf King tribe and make the Heavenly Wolf King tribe completely history. At this time, Yellow Nyan asked coldly, "If we don't agree to King Bei's conditions, what will King Bei do?" Lu Chen said calmly, "If Princess Yellow does not agree, then I will have no choice but to imitate your barbarians and kidnap you back to the palace and force you to become my woman." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nyan said coldly, "Does the king of the north think that I am just a weak woman?" As he spoke, Yellow Nyan exuded the aura of a warrior. Over the years, she has collected a lot of Daxia's martial arts through various methods, and she has been practicing martial arts secretly. Even few people in the Tianlang King tribe know that she knows martial arts. She rarely uses martial arts, but it does not mean that she is a weak woman. Yellow Nyan thought to himself that he was a 9th grade warrior, and although King Bei was very scheming, he only had about 5th grade strength at most. If there was a real conflict later, with the distance between them, it would not be difficult for her to directly capture King Bei. At this time, the soldiers behind Lu Chen stopped pretending and immediately released their warrior aura, while Mu Chongtian and the others directly displayed their body-protecting aura. Of course Lu Chen knew why Yellow Nyan still had such confidence to talk to him. She was a hidden 9th level warrior and she definitely thought that he was no match for her. In order to make Yellow Nyan completely despair, Lu Chen also directly released his body-protecting energy. When Mu Chongtian and others and Lu Chen released their body-protecting energy, the barbarian soldiers immediately started to commotion. Even Yellow Nyan showed an expression of disbelief. Four masters. King Bei is actually a Grand Master too. How can this be? Isn't King Bei only 16 or 17 years old this year? The moment they saw Lu Chen releasing his body-protecting energy, all the barbarian elders withered. Even Bei Wang, a boy of only 16 or 17 years old, was a master. No wonder their 300,000 strong army fell in Beijun. At this time, Xiao Pengtian was stunned on the spot. He now understood why Lu Chen told him in prison a month ago that he would make a choice after this negotiation was over. A Grand Master who is 16 or 17 years old, he doesn't have to think about anything anymore, right? This is an existence that is bound to become a great master, and may even break through to the realm of gods and humans in the future. The rule on the grassland is to bow to the strong. Whoever is stronger is the boss. There is no shame in surrendering to a strong man who may become a celestial being in the future. Feeling the power of the warrior in Lu Chen, Yellow Nyan's delicate body trembled slightly. She had no choice. Either become this little man's woman, or there is only death. At this time, a barbarian soldier suddenly ran up to Yellow Nyan from behind. He said something in Yellow Nyan's ear with a panicked expression, and Yellow Nyan's face became paler. Yellow Nyan couldn't help but look up at the little man in front of her, with complicated expressions between her brows. Lu Chen had already guessed what the barbarian soldier said to Yellow Nyan, so he took the initiative and said, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that I had someone tell the news of the defeat of the Sirius King half a month ago. After gathering all the tribes on the grassland, I believe that the King of North Xian is now leading his soldiers to search for the royal court of your heavenly Wolf King all over the world." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the faces of the barbarian elders changed drastically. Once the King of Baixian knew the news of their defeat, he would definitely look for them everywhere and then plunder their tribe. Lu Chen continued, "You have only two choices now, either accept my king's conditions, move all your people to Beijun, and your princess will marry me and become my wife. Either you go back and fight to the death with King Baixian. In addition, the King of Baixian may not know the location of your royal court, but I know it. I believe that this news must be of great value to the King of Baixian." At this time, the elders of the barbarian tribe wanted to scold Lu Chen for being despicable and shameless, but now they were just the meat on the chopping board and had to bow their heads. "The king has enough time to wait for you to discuss slowly, but before sunset, I hope you can give a specific answer." Having said this, Lu Chen turned and walked towards the black cavalry, but he did not turn around and leave. At this time, the black cavalrymen took out a table and immediately placed all the food they had prepared on the table. They also took out a jug of wine and poured Lu Chen a glass of wine. Lu Chen sat at the table and tasted the wine in the glass. At the same time, Yellow Nyan and several elders of the barbarian clan did not speak for a long time, and they were still silent. Now they seemed to have reached a dead end. "No, it should be said that from the moment they decided to attack Bei County, they were on the road to death. They chose an enemy they should least have chosen. There is no doubt that King Bei is the nemesis of their Sirius King tribe. They have never encountered anyone like King Bei in the past. The end of the Sirius King tribe has come. After a long silence, Yellow Nyan finally said, "Let's not talk about whether we can leave here today in front of the four masters. Even if we go back, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the butcher knife of the North Xian King." The high priest said, "Princess, do we really have only one option to disband the tribe?" Yellow Nyan said, "If the king of the north really wants to take over our Heavenly Wolf King tribe, moving to Beijun is not a bad thing for us, but it is impossible for him to let us continue to retain the entire tribe. This is a huge problem for Beijun. He will not allow such a threat to exist." Hearing Yellow Nyan's words, the high priest of the Sirius King tribe closed his eyes and looked extremely tired. He then said, "Princess, just do what you say." At this moment, Lu Chen said to Xiao Pengtian behind him, "General Xiao, you can go over and reunite with your tribe." Xiao Pengtian was slightly startled when he heard Lu Chen's words. He asked in disbelief, "You dare to let me go? Aren't you afraid that I will run away later?" Lu Chen took a sip of wine and then said, "If you think you can run away, you can try it." Xiao Pengtian glanced at Wen Renli, who was not far away. It was Wen Renli who came over with a hammer and knocked him unconscious. Now he was still frightened by Wen Renli's big hammer. He sighed deeply, and then walked towards Yellow Nyan and the others. Seeing Xiao Pengtian walking over from Lu Chen, Xiao Wenyao was extremely excited. She rushed over in front of Xiao Pengtian, took Xiao Pengtian's hand, and said with sobs, "Uncle. Too much okay. You're not dead." Xiao Pengtian touched Xiao Wenyao's head and said, "Yayao, stop crying. Uncle is fine. Let's go there first." Xiao Wenyao said and then the two of them came to Yellow Nyan. When Xiao Pengtian saw Yellow Nyan, he still saluted and said, "See you, princess." Seeing Xiao Pengtian being let go by Lu Chen, Yellow Nyan sighed and asked, "General Xiao, what is your choice?" Chapter 134. From now on, there will be no more Sirius King tribe. Xiao Pengtian is currently the only Grand Master in the Sirius King tribe. Although his realm may have fallen, there is still hope to return to the Master realm in the future. Xiao Hongbo is dead, and Xiao Pengtian is the only candidate who can become the next Sirius King. Now that the Sirius King tribe has reached a desperate situation, Yellow Nyan wants to know what Xiao Pengtian's plan is. After hearing Yellow Nyan's question, Xiao Pengtian was silent for a moment. After a while, Xiao Pengtian did not answer Yellow Nyan's question, but asked, "Princess, if we return to the grassland, will the Bixian King tribe let us go?" Yellow Nyan replied, "No." Xiao Pengtian continued, "When the time comes, both you and Yayao, the princess, will be captured by King Bixian to be his slave girl. Will the princess be willing to be the woman of King Bixian, or the slave girl of King Bixian?" Yellow Nyan did not answer this question. If she had to choose between the two, Yellow Nyan would definitely choose the little man not far away. She would never choose the bad old man of Bixian King. However, Yellow Nyan also knew very well in her heart that she was the princess of the Tianlang King tribe and still had power in her hands. Once she went to the Northern Prince's mansion and became the Northern King's woman, all the power in her hands would be lost. She is just an ordinary member of the Northern Queen's harem. And she is already in her 30s this year. Compared with the women of Buwang, she is older and ages faster. Maybe King Bei would still be covetous of her beauty at first, but maybe in a few years, when she gets old and loses her beauty, King Bei will no longer be interested in her at all, and she can only stay in King Bei's harem. I'm lonely inside. But it's useless to think about it now, she has no choice now. Moreover, the life in Daxia was what she had been longing for since she was a child. If she missed this opportunity, she would probably go back to her previous wandering life. She had had enough of living in pursuit of water and grass. Seeing that Yellow Nanyang did not answer his question, Xiao Pengtian said, King Bei is only 17 years old at most this year. He is already a master. I believe he is likely to become a strong man in the heaven and human realm in the future. We the tribe has admired the strong since its birth, and since he is the strong one and defeated us, we have no reason not to submit to him. The serious king tribe is what it is today. It was formed through continuous wars and annexation of small tribes. Now that we have been defeated, the ending will be the same as those small tribes that were defeated by us. I don't think this is difficult to accept. Matter. After hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, the elders of the barbarian clan fell into deep thought. Indeed, the serious king tribe is what it is today, relying on war to continuously annex the surrounding small tribes, and then develop. Now among the elders, there are also some people from other small tribes, such as the second elders, who were absorbed into the tribe after the serious king tribe annexed a certain small tribe. If Beijun is regarded as a larger barbarian tribe, then moving into Beijun does not seem to be an unacceptable thing. At this moment, the elders of the barbarians no longer have much resistance to moving to Baizian. After all, they have no choice. If they return to the grassland and are discovered by the king of Baizian, they will only be annexed. Moreover, under the leadership of Yellow Nanyang over the years, the people of the Tianlang King tribe have always been yearning for the way of life in Daxia. Now that there is such a good opportunity in front of them, it seems that there is no need to say more about how they choose. At this time, the high priest opened his eyes and said, "Vote, those who agree to move to North County raise their hands." After hearing this, the high priest was the first to raise his hand. The high priest of the barbarian tribe plays an important role in the barbarian tribe. Even he agreed, and it was impossible for others to disagree. Immediately afterwards, the second elder also raised his hand. Soon, all the elders raised their hands to vote to move to Beijun. The moment the high priest raised his hand, it basically meant that they agreed to move to North County. The barbarian high priest is the most conservative person in the entire tribe. Even he agreed, and it is impossible for others to disagree. However, Yellow Nanyang did not raise his hand at this time. Seeing that Yellow Nanyang did not raise his hand, Xiao Pengtian asked, "Princess, what are you?" Yellow Nanyang said, "I am not qualified to vote to decide the future of the serious king tribe. But since you all agree, then General Xiao should go over and tell King Bei the news." Xiao Pengtian then said, "I understand." Then Xiao Pengtian turned around and walked towards Lu Chen and the others. Seeing Xiao Pengtian back, Lu Chen said with a smile, "It seems that you have made a decision, but I don't know whether you will choose survival or destruction." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Xiao Pengtian knelt down half kneeling, saluted and said loudly, "General Xiao Pengtian pays homage to the prince. From now on, the general is willing to be the prince's sword and fight for the prince to cut through thorns." Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Pengtian's loyalty. It had reached 75, which was not low. It seems that the serious king tribe has chosen to move to Beijun. Then Lu Chen stood up and said, "General Xiao, please get up quickly." Xiao Pengtian said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After the words fell, Xiao Pengtian got up from the ground. At this time, Lu Chen walked directly towards Yellow Nanyang and the others. Soon Lu Chen came to the place where they had just negotiated again. He sat on the fur blanket again, then looked at Yellow Nanyang and said, "It seems that you have agreed to my king's conditions." Yellow Nanyang said, "Yes, but we still have a condition." Lu Chen said, "Oh, what are the conditions?" Yellow Nanyang did not say directly, but asked, "Does the prince really not intend to release the 100,000 soldiers? If we join Beijun, the 100,000 soldiers will no longer be prisoners, but the prince's people." Hearing this, Lu Chen instantly understood what Yellow Nanyang meant, and then said, I can let them go, but not now. The king needs them to do hard labor in Bay County for 10 years. If they perform well, I can release them early. During this period, I will allow my family to visit them. If they perform well, I can temporarily release them to reunite with their families. Hearing this, Yellow Nyan sighed inwardly. This was probably the biggest concession the king of the north had ever made. Apart from this concession, they probably would not be able to obtain any more favorable conditions from the king of the north. Yellow Nyan continued to ask, after the Heavenly Wolf King's tribe moves into Beijun, what will the North King plan to do? Lu Chen replied, you will naturally know when you arrive in Beijun. Yellow Nyan asked, isn't King Bei afraid that our people will conflict with the people of Beijun? The war has just ended, and many people in Beijun must have died because of this war, right? The people of Beijun hate us for more than a day or two. It can be eliminated. Lu Chen didn't talk too much about this topic. He just said lightly, Beijun is very big and there are very few people. Compared with other counties in Daxia, Beijun is typically vast and sparsely populated. Even if all the barbarians from the north are moved into Beijun, Beijun can still accommodate them. The key is that Lu Chen will soon incorporate the Northland into his fiefdom. By then, his fiefdom will continue to expand northward, and there will be more land by then. The small population of the barbarians is nothing at all. As for the hatred of the people, it will definitely not be eliminated in a short time. It will take a long time to get rid of it. Lu Chen then said, if you have any questions, you can ask them. I can answer them for you personally today. After Yellow Nyan thought for a moment, he said, when we get to Beijun, I want to see our soldiers. Lu Chen didn't even think about it and said immediately, okay. Originally, Lu Chen planned to take Yellow Nyan to meet the barbarian captives. This was mainly to stabilize the barbarians and prevent the captives from having unnecessary thoughts. Since Yellow Nyan offered to visit them, Lu Chen had no reason to disagree. Yellow Nyan then took a deep breath and said, thank you, King Bei, for your support. We have no problem. Lu Chen said, well, since you have no problem, Princess Yellow and Princess Xiao should immediately follow me back to Beijun. Hearing this, the faces of the barbarian elders showed expressions of great pain and struggle. After the princess left, the Serious King tribe moved into Beijun, which meant that there would be no Serious King tribe in the future. Although their lives may be better than before, their feelings for the Serious King tribe cannot be let go for a while. Lu Chen stood up at this time and walked towards the black cavalry. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Yellow Nyan's emotions were extremely complicated. I didn't expect that at such an old age, I could be considered the elder of Bei Wang, and that I would eventually become Bei Wang's woman. Yellow Nyan turned to look at Xiao Wenyao, who was in random thoughts the whole time. Yao, let's go. Xiao Wenyao asked blankly, Princess, do we really want to go to the North Palace? Yellow Nyan asked back, Bei King or Baizian King, which one would you choose? Xiao Wenyao did not answer, but said with a lonely look, I understand. Xiao Wenyao then walked towards where the black cavalry was. After Lu Chen returned to the black cavalry, he said to Xiao Pengtian, General Xiao, I will leave it to you to take charge of the Tianlang King's tribe moving into Beijun. Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian was stunned. He just chose to be loyal to King Bei, but he didn't expect that King Bei would leave this matter to him. Isn't King Bei afraid that he has other thoughts? Lu Chen didn't care what Xiao Pengtian thought. He said directly to Qin Yushan, Commander Qin, didn't you say you have some pill to restore your power? Give one to General Xiao. Qin Yushan did not hesitate and took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve, handed it to Xiao Pengtian and said, this is the Great Return Pill. One pill can help you restore your skills. It will not take more than half a month at most for you to be able to regain your strength. Return to the master state. Seeing the small porcelain bottle in Qin Yushan's hand, Xiao Pengtian was extremely excited. He had always thought that he had become a useless person and it would be very difficult to restore his skills in the future. He did not expect that King Bei had such a panacea. Xiao Pengtian took the small porcelain vase from Qin Yushan's hand, and immediately said to Lu Chen, "The prince trusts his subordinates so much, and they will definitely not disappoint the prince's expectations." Having said this, Xiao Pengtian opened the bottle and swallowed the pill inside. He didn't consider the possibility that it was poison at all. Even if it was poison, he could only accept it. Anyway, he was already a cripple and it would be difficult to regain his power. After Xiao Pengtian took the Great Return pill, he instantly felt that the power in his body had returned, and the protective aura still appeared on his body. Although he didn't know what kind of elixir Dewan Dan was, Xiao Pengtian knew that this elixir must be very precious, and Lu Chen gave him such a precious elixir to take, which meant that Lu Chen valued him very much. For a time, Xiao Pengtian's loyalty rose slowly, reaching 89 in an instant, almost approaching 90. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian had recovered his skills, Lu Chen continued, "General Xiao, you should follow the elders of your tribe back to the Heavenly Wolf King tribe today." Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian was stunned again. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Pengtian immediately asked, "Isn't the prince afraid that his subordinates will run away like this? Now that he has recovered 90% of his strength, if he is allowed to return to the Heavenly Wolf King tribe, some people will probably run away and never come back to Beijing again." Xiao Pengtian didn't know why Lu Chen was so confident in himself. Lu Chen said with a smile, "As I said before, if you think you can escape, you can give it a try." Having said this, Lu Chen came to his horse and jumped on it. At this time, Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao also came to the Black Cavalry. Wen Renli brought 2 horses at this time, and then said to Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, "2 ladies, please." Hearing Wen Renli call her madam, Xiao Wenyao's face instantly blushed, and she took a peek at Lu Chen who was riding a horse. Xiao Wenyao didn't think that Lu Chen wanted to marry her, nor did she think that she wanted to marry Lu Chen. In Xiao Wenyao's view, she is just Lu Chen's slave. Xiao Wenyao grew up on the grassland, so her knowledge is limited. This has always been the case on the grasslands. The loser is the slave, so there can be no human rights. Yellow Nanyan didn't think too much. She turned over and sat on the horse. After Yellow Nanyan got on the horse, Xiao Wenyao came to her senses and quickly got on the horse. A slave is a slave, it's better than marrying the bad old man of Bizian King who wants to eat people without taking a shower. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao accepted her fate as she should, and had implanted in her mind the identity of being the little slave girl of the Northern King. From now on, King Bei is her Xiao Wenyao's master. At this time, Xiao Pengtian glanced at Xiao Wenyao, and then said, "Yayao, uncle is going back to the tribe first, and will come to see you after a while." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao and Yellow Nanyan were both stunned. They didn't know before that Lu Chen planned to release Xiao Pengtian back to the Heavenly Wolf King's tribe. After coming back to his senses, Yellow Nanyan stared at Lu Chen's back with her beautiful eyes, trying to see through this little man. Chapter 135, Very ambitious, but I don't know if I have anything to do with it. Chapter 135, Very ambitious, but I don't know if I have the strength to match it. Xiao Pengtian is the general of the Sirius King tribe, and he is also a candidate for the Sirius King. Lu Chen dared to let him go back to the Heavenly Wolf King tribe at this time, which was something Yellow Nanyan would never have imagined. King Bei's spirit really didn't look like that of a 16 or 17-year-old child. For a moment, Yellow Nanyan couldn't help but follow Lu Chen's back, unable to move away. To be honest, Yellow Nanyan didn't have much confidence in Xiao Pengtian. Now that the Heavenly Wolf King had died in battle, and he, who was the core of the power of the Heavenly Wolf King's tribe, had also been taken away by the Northern King. Once Xiao Pengtian returns to the Sirius King tribe, he will be the next center of power. It is entirely possible that he could lead the Heavenly Wolf King's tribe to leave the north, or choose to join the North Xian King's tribe and refuse to move into Beijun. Not everyone dares to let Xiao Pengtian return to the Heavenly Wolf King tribe at this time. Yellow Nanyang saw absolute confidence in Lu Chen. This little man is the most confident and courageous man she has ever seen. Xiao Wenyao came back to her senses at this time, and she asked cautiously, "Uncle, is King Bei going to let you go back?" Xiao Pengtian nodded and said, "The King of the North has entrusted me with the matter of moving the tribe into Beijun." Yellow Nanyang withdrew her eyes from Lu Chen. She looked at Xiao Pengtian and said, "General Xiao, it seems that the King of the North values you very much." Hearing Yellow Nanyang's words, Xiao Pengtian felt mixed emotions. He smiled bitterly and said, "This can be considered an honor for me." Having said this, Xiao Pengtian looked at Xiao Wenyao and reminded, "Yao Yao, Bawang Mansion is not a royal court. After going to Bawang Mansion, you can no longer act as willfully as before." Xiao Pengtian knew that Xiao Wenyao had a hobby of torturing slaves casually. If it were in the royal court, no one would say anything about it. But the North Palace is different. The people in the North Palace are all Daxia people. Even the maids and servants are Daxia people. Xiao Wenyao is just a hostage of the barbarians. If she continues to bully the servants as casually as before, she will probably get angry. Northern King. Xiao Wenyao said, "Uncle, don't worry, I know what to do." Xiao Wenyao has already defined herself as the slave of King Bei. She has had so many slaves before, so she naturally knows what slaves should do. After reminding Xiao Wenyao, Xiao Pengtian looked at Yellow Nanyang again and said, "Princess, take care." After finishing his words, Xiao Pengtian turned around and walked towards where the barbarian elders and others were. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian was back and seemed to have regained his strength, the elders of the barbarian tribe were very excited for a while, and they couldn't help but have a trace of inappropriate thoughts in their hearts. However, Xiao Pengtian's words at this time instantly made the barbarian tribe the elders were heartbroken. "Elders, I have pledged my allegiance to the King of the North, and I will be solely responsible for the move to the North County." The high priest sighed and turned around and said, "Let's go back and prepare." He didn't want to say anything more. The serious king's tribe had already reached a dead end. Even if Xiao Pengtian came back, it would not help. Now I am afraid that the king of North Xian has led an army to search for them everywhere in the north. Although Xiao Pengtian is back, there is no way for the people in their tribe to confront the king of North Xian head-on. Going south was their only way to avoid King Baixian. Or they directly join the North Xianwang tribe. However, most people from the Tianlang King tribe will probably not join the North Xian King tribe. Under Yellow Nanyang's leadership over the years, the lifestyle and living habits of the Tianlang King tribe have become closer to those of Daxia, while the Baixian King tribe is still one of those tribes that is not fully civilized. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people prefer life on the grassland. After hearing the words of the high priest, everyone stopped talking. On the way back to the tribe, no one spoke. On the grassland where the north wind blew, apart from the sound of the wind, almost only the sound of horse hooves could be heard. At the same time, Lu Chen also took Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao on their way home. Along the way, Lu Chen had his thoughts on Yellow Nanyang many times and wanted to kill Yellow Nanyang directly at the place where they rested. A mature and beautiful woman like Yellow Nanyang was really very lethal to men. Lu Chen found that even though he had reached the master level, he could not control himself in front of Yellow Nanyang. Yellow Nanyang was able to maintain his perfect body in the barbarian tribe for decades, which made Lu Chen have to admire Yellow Nanyang very much. If Yellow Nanyang didn't have any means or strength, he wouldn't have been able to maintain his perfect body for so many years in a barbarian tribe. Fortunately, Lu Chen has always been accompanied by a personal bodyguard, Bai Qingqing. When Lu Chen couldn't control himself, he would go to Bai Qingqing to chat and cultivate their relationship. Although Lu Nanyang now belongs to Lu Chen and Lu Chen can completely possess her, they are still on their way back after all. Lu Chen wants to wait until they return to Yancheng and ask his servants to take care of Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao. Shortly after, Lu Chen and his group finally arrived in Yancheng. Seeing that Lu Chen had brought back the Heavenly Wolf King's princess and the Heavenly Wolf King's daughter, the people of Yancheng were all excited. In the eyes of the common people, the Northern King not only conquered the tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King, but also conquered the Heavenly Wolf King's women. Although this idea is a bit unorthodox, for simple people, this is indeed a very satisfying thing. In the past, the barbarians went south to snatch their Daxia women, but now their prince finally got angry and snatched back the Sirius King's women and daughters. The common people felt very comfortable when they thought that King Bei tortured the women and daughters of King Tianlang every night. Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao were riding horses and felt a little overwhelmed when they looked at the cheering people on both sides of Yancheng. The people of Yancheng cheered because King Bei brought these two women back, which made them feel humiliated. Fortunately, they arrived at Buwang Mansion not long after. When Lu Chen returned to the North Palace on horseback, Mu Zixuan was already waiting at the gate of the palace with Dezhou and Xiaozhou. Jin Yiwei had already told Mu Zixuan that Lu Chen had brought two women back, so Mu Zixuan also arranged the rooms for Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao in advance, and also prepared some maids and servants for them. People. After Lu Chen got off the horse, Mu Zixuan immediately came over and said, "Your Majesty, you are back." Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "I have not been in the palace for the past half-month, so you have worked hard to take care of the affairs of the palace alone." Mu Zixuan said, "It's all what I should do, it's not hard." At this time, Mu Zixuan turned to look at Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao. Mu Zixuan smiled and asked, "Your Majesty, are these the two women you asked the Jin Yiwei to send a message to tell me about?" Lu Chen turned to look at Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao, and then introduced to Mu Zixuan, "This is the princess of the Sirius King, and this is the daughter of the Sirius King." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately came to Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao. Lu Nanyang immediately said, "I have met the princess." When a princess meets a princess, she does not need to salute like this, but Lu Nanyang knows that her status is no different from that of a prisoner. If she wants to live a good life in Buwang Mansion in the future, she must have a good relationship with Buwang's princess. Seeing Lu Nanyang salute to Mu Zixuan, Xiao Wenyao, who was belatedly aware of the situation, also quickly followed suit and said, "I have met the princess." Mu Zixuan smiled slightly, then held Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao's hands and said, "You two are welcome, we are a family from now on." At this time, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something, and then said, "By the way, I still don't know your names and your ages." Now that Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao have entered the North Palace, they will abandon their original identities from now on, and it is impossible to call them princess or princess. Lu Nanyang immediately said, "Back to the princess, my name is Lu Nanyang, I am 32 years old this year." Xiao Wenyao also said quickly, "My name is Xiao Wenyao, I am 18 years old this year." Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "You are 32 years old, much older than me. From now on, I will call you Sister Nanyang." Lu Nanyang said quickly, "Princess, this is inappropriate. I am just the prince's hostage. How can I afford you to call me sister?" Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. There aren't that many rules in Buwang Mansion." Compared with the etiquette of Daxia, the Buwang Mansion obviously did not pay so much attention to it. Princess Mu Zixuan followed Lu Chen and called Chu Yukan Aunt Chu, and calling Lu Nanyang sister was nothing. The most important thing is that Lu Nanyang is the princess of the Sirius King. Although Lu Nanyang has now left the Sirius King tribe, her identity has a very important political role for Lu Chen. At this time, Mu Zixuan continued, "By the way, I have asked people to prepare your room. Come with me." This Seeing how enthusiastic the Princess Musician was, both Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao felt a little confused. The two of them were just prisoners. I didn't expect that the Princess of the North King would be so polite to them. However, Yellow Nyan is older and has more experience, and she also knows that this is Musician's method to win people's hearts, but she can't figure out the use of Musician to win over herself, the serious king's concubine. At this time, Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao turned to look at Lu Chen at the same time. They were Lu Chen's women now, so they naturally wanted to see Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen said to Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao with a smile on his face, "You two, just go in with my beloved concubine." Seeing that Lu Chen had said so, Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the two followed Musician into the palace. Lu Chen patted Bai Qingqing's butt and motioned for her to follow him in. Bai Qingqing's face suddenly flashed with a flash of mist, but she didn't say anything and followed in immediately. Yellow Nyan is a 9th level warrior, and Xiao Wenyao is also a 7th level warrior. Before they were completely defeated, Lu Chen was still a little worried that the two of them would be harmful to the people in the palace, so he still had to be careful. Lu Chen didn't want his harem to be in a mess. After Musician entered the palace with Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao, Lu Chen also went straight to the study. At the same time, the gate of Yanchenge. An old man with grey hair, wearing coarse clothes, stopped in front of the notice board at the city gate. He quietly listened to the comments of passers-by. "Your Majesty really made us angry. In the past, it was the barbarians who snatched our women, but today it is finally our turn to snatch their women. The Serious King's princess is really beautiful, your lord is blessed. The Serious King's daughter is not bad either. Not only is she beautiful, she has a good figure, but her legs are also very strong. You guys, all you think about is women. Don't you know that the King of the North plans to move the Serious King's tribe to the North County? If you ask me, we should kill all those uncivilized barbarians. The King of the North actually moved them to Beijun." "Kill? You know nothing. Haven't you heard that King Bei is planning to build roads and cities? If you kill all those barbarians, will you work as a coolie? Hey, the Serious King's tribe has surrendered to the Northern King. If they move to Beijun, they will move to Beijun. I heard that the Northern King not only plans to move the Serious King's tribe into the North County, he also plans to designate the entire Northland as his fiefdom. Soon all the barbarians in the Northland will become the prince's subjects. Who dares to? If you don't surrender, the prince will send troops to attack anyone. King Bei is still brave. If it were before, we wouldn't have dared to think that the barbarians would be where they are today." Listening to the common people talking, the white-haired old man said to himself, "I have great ambitions, but I don't know if I have the strength to match them." Chapter 136 Imperial Master, why are you here in Beijun? Situ Ce arrived in Beijun half a month ago, but he did not go directly to Buwang Mansion to find Lu Chen. He stayed in Yanchenge for half a month, looked around and asked what the people of Beijun thought of Lu Chen. Just as he thought, the reputation of King Bei has been completely reversed, and now the people of Beijun are very supportive of King Bei. This was what Situ Ce expected, and he didn't feel too surprised. During this time, Situ Ce heard an interesting statement from the people of Beijun. Many people in Beijun said that King Bei was the son of destiny and a person blessed by gods. After some investigation, coupled with the intelligence collected by the Shadow Guard, Situ Ce quickly understood why the common people believed that King Bei was the son of destiny. It is said that on the day when the barbarians attacked Beijun, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky, smashing the barbarian army into pieces. Although the common people did not go to the battlefield, they also heard a lot about what happened on the battlefield. Situ Ce naturally did not think that the rumors heard by the common people were true, but since the common people were spreading the rumors, it meant that something related to the thunder did indeed appear that day. At this time, Situ-Ce turned away from the notice board at the city gate and went directly to the camp where the Imperial Army was stationed. The Imperial Army was about to return to the capital soon. Situ-Ce planned to find Lin Xiaoming to find out what they saw after coming to Beijing before Lin Xiaoming led the Imperial Army back to the capital. At this time, Lin Xiaoming was in the camp preparing the memorial about Beijing that he needed to submit after returning to Beijing. At this time, a soldier entered the camp and reported, "General, there is a white-haired old man outside the military camp looking for you with a jade pendant, saying that he is what's important." If it were an ordinary old man, the soldiers would basically ignore him and probably drive him away directly. However, as soon as the other party came up, he took out the jade pendant given by the emperor. The soldier didn't know whether it was true or false, so he had to show the jade pendant to Lin Xiaoming. After the soldier finished speaking, he put the jade pendant in his hand on the desk. Lin Xiaoming was originally a little curious about who would come to him with a jade pendant, but when he saw the jade pendant, he froze on the spot. Most people are not qualified to see the imperial preceptor, and few people have seen the imperial preceptor. Even some of the ministers in the court have never met Situ-Ce. But Lin Xiaoming was different. Lin Xiaoming was the son of the left prime minister. He had met the national master Situ-Ce several times. And he also happened to know the jade pendant on Situ-Ce's waist. When he saw this jade pendant, Lin Xiaoming knew that Situ-Ce was looking for him. However, he was very surprised. That was the imperial preceptor. The imperial preceptor was the pillar of Daxia and usually would not leave the capital. Why did he come to Beijing in person? After coming back to his senses, Lin Xiaoming immediately said, "Please invite that old man in quickly." Lin Xiaoming did not reveal Situ-Ce's identity to the soldiers. Since Situ-Ce came to Beijing, he must have a very important mission, and Lin Xiaoming did not intend to reveal Situ-Ce's identity. When the soldier saw Lin Xiaoming's face changed drastically after seeing the jade pendant, he knew that the old man's identity was definitely not simple, so he immediately said, "Please invite the old man in now." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier turned and left the camp. Not long after, Situ-Ce appeared in Lin Xiaoming's camp. Lin Xiaoming immediately said to the soldiers, "Exit first, and keep the soldiers outside 20 steps away from the camp." "Yes, General." After the soldiers left the camp, Lin Xiaoming immediately saluted and said, "I've seen the imperial master." After the salute, Lin Xiaoming walked forward with the jade pendant, handed it to Situ-Ce with both hands, and then asked, "National Master, why are you here in Beijing?" Situ-Ce stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I came to Beijing. Naturally, I have important matters. There is no need to ask more questions about General Linear." Hearing Situ-Ce's words, Lin Xiaoming reacted instantly. The imperial advisor was coming to Beijing, and most likely it was for the King of the North. It was most likely that Emperor Xia had given the imperial advisor some mission. This was indeed not something that a general could inquire about. Lin Xiaoming then changed the subject and asked, "I overstepped my bounds. I wonder why you came to me." Situ-Ce said, "I want to know what you saw after you arrived in Beijing." Hearing this question, Lin Xiaoming's mind instantly flashed to the bloody scene outside Yancheng. Lin Xiaoming led the imperial army to stay in Beijing for more than 2 months. He never dared to let the soldiers investigate because he was afraid of touching the scene. Encountered the Northern King's reverse scale. Lin Xiaoming was not a fool. He could tell at a glance that those huge pits and the miserable state of the barbarian corpses must have been caused by some weapon. But this is obviously not something he can get involved in. They are still in Beijing and are still under the surveillance of Buwang. If they have any small tricks and are discovered by Buwang, it is hard to say whether he will be able to return to the capital by then. So Lin Xiaoming ordered the soldiers in the military camp not to discuss the scene they saw when they came to Beijing. Lin Xiaoming's face was a little pale at this time, and then he replied seriously, "When we arrived at Yancheng that day, we saw that there were big pits everywhere outside Yancheng, and the ground was full of barbarian limbs and broken arms. The pit is at least 6 or 7 steps wide. After hearing this, Situ Ce continued to ask, according to General Lin's judgment, what caused those big pits? Lin Xiaoming replied, I can't imagine what could cause such a big hole, but it should be caused by a special weapon. Judging from the distribution of the barbarian corpses at that time, although Beijun's 50,000 heavy cavalry played a great role, without that mysterious weapon, they could defeat the 300,000 barbarian army. It would be difficult to defeat the barbarians just relying on the 50,000 heavy cavalry. An army of 300,000 people. Lin Xiaoming was a general and someone who had been on the battlefield. He just took a look at the distribution of the barbarian corpses on the battlefield, and basically restored in his mind what happened when the barbarian army attacked Beijun. The only thing he couldn't determine was what the mysterious weapon was, which was what worried him all the time. At this time, Lin Xiaoming suddenly thought of something, so he continued to add, by the way, during this period I heard that the day the barbarians attacked Yancheng, the people in Yancheng heard the rumbling thunder, and it was continuous thunder sound, so I guess those big pits have a lot to do with the sounds heard by the people in Yancheng. After hearing Lin Xiaoming's words, Situ Ce thought for a moment. To create a large pit 6 or 7 paces wide, even a Grand Master cannot do it. At the very least, he, the Great Master, must personally take action to have such destructive power. Thinking of this, Situ Ce asked, is it possible that a Great Master appeared in Beijun that day, and that the Great Master caused those holes? Lin Xiaoming said, I thought so at first, but I took a closer look at the big pits and found that they did not look like they were caused by the Grand Master. The width of those big pits were very even, and most importantly, there were a lot of them. There are such large pits scattered all over from Yancheng to Wanning River Valley. If you take action, I believe you can create such a big pit, but if you want to create hundreds of such big pits, I'm afraid. Lin Xiaoming did not continue. He only knew that Situ Ce was the Grand Master, but he did not know his specific strength. Situ Ce rarely acted in front of people and was always very mysterious. But Lin Xiaoming still didn't think that Situ Ce could create hundreds of big pits like the one in the Wanning River Valley with manpower. Situ Ce said at this time, the skill in my body is indeed not enough to create so many big pits. If these big pits were not created by manpower, then it would be a bit troublesome. If Beijun really has a terrifying weapon with destructive power comparable to that of the Grand Master, and if this matter is spread, I am afraid it won't be long before several major dynasties will let's join forces to deal with Daxia. Nowadays, the Grand Master is the official pillar of every dynasty. No matter how war breaks out in various countries, they will never send anyone stronger than the Grand Master to participate in the war. But once a weapon with lethality comparable to that of the Grand Master appears, the Grand Master's status will be completely pulled down, and the balance between the major dynasties will also be broken. After other dynasties know this, they will definitely unite to deal with the country that possesses this mysterious weapon. This is inevitable. After hearing Situ Ce's words, Lin Xiaoming's face instantly became more serious, and he naturally understood the reason behind it. Then Lin Xiaoming asked, I have been worrying about how to report the battle in Yancheng to the court, and I asked the national teacher to teach me. Having said this, Lin Xiaoming bowed to Situ Ce and saluted. Although the imperial army led by Lin Xiaoming did not catch up with the battle between Beijun and the barbarians, they came to Beijun after all. Lin Xiaoming, as the general who led the imperial army to the north this time, would definitely need to report to the imperial court what he saw and heard in Beijun, which made Lin Xiaoming very embarrassed. The heavy cavalry was okay, and the court should have known that King Bei had heavy cavalry for a long time, but the mysterious weapon in King Bei's hand made Lin Xiaoming really not sure whether to report it or not. The destructive power is comparable to that of a weapon wielded by a Grand Master. If everyone in the imperial court knew about it, not only would the entire imperial court be in uproar, but all the major dynasties would immediately fall into turmoil. Although Lin Xiaoming was only a military general, as the son of the left prime minister, he still had some political acumen, and he also knew that this matter was not trivial. Okay, now, the national preceptor is here. The national preceptor should know how to report, right? Situ-Ce thought for a moment, and then said to Lin Xiaoming, General Lin, don't mention those big holes in the memorial. Just write that there is a suspicion that a great master is involved in Beijun. As for those big holes, I will tell His Majesty personally after I return to the capital. Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and then he bowed again and said, Thank you, Imperial Master. Situ-Ce nodded slightly and continued to ask, I wonder if General Lin found any other abnormalities during his time in Beijun. Lin Xiaoming replied, Not for the time being. I have never dared to let the soldiers pay too much attention to what happened in Beijun, for fear that it would arouse the dissatisfaction of the North King. Situ-Ce said, Well, General Lin's approach is right. Indeed, the Imperial Army cannot make too many small moves at this time. Having said this, Situ-Ce immediately turned around and said, Okay, General Lin, that's it for today. I'm going to the North Prince's mansion next. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming was startled. The Imperial Master was indeed going to King Bei. National Master, walk slowly. Situ-Ce quickly left the military camp where the Imperial Army was stationed and went directly to the North Prince's mansion. At the same time, North Palace. After Lu Chen returned to the North Prince's mansion, he was not in a hurry to find his own woman and fall in love. He sat on the stone bench in the pavilion in the outer courtyard and carefully looked at the latest map of the Northland drawn by Jin Yiwei. Since he wants to incorporate the entire Northland into his own fiefdom and make the Northland completely his own territory, he must understand how big the Northland is and the topography of the Northland. At this moment, a little maid with a red face entered the outer courtyard and said, Your Majesty, a white-haired old man came to the door of the palace. He said he wanted to see you. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. The white-haired old man? Is he the only one? Under normal circumstances, Prince Lu Chen is not something anyone can meet just because they want to. Lu Chen couldn't just accept Lu Chen in person whenever some people came to the gate of the palace and clamored to see him. Then he didn't have to do anything all day long, just receive the people. After defeating the barbarian army of 300,000 people, there are always some people who come to the door with gifts and want to see him. Of course, most of these people are from the major forces in Daxia. For example, those aristocratic families, or the special envoys of certain feudal kings. However, Lu Chen basically didn't pay much attention to them. He could accept the gifts, but he didn't need to meet them, and he didn't have much time to watch them flatter him in person. When he heard that someone was looking for him, Lu Chen's first thought was that someone from a certain force was sending someone to flatter him, but then his focus was on the words white-haired old man. If it was someone sent by some forces to give him gifts or flatter him, he probably wouldn't send an old man here. The little maid said at this time, Yes, he is the only one. Lu Chen continued to ask, He doesn't have any tokens in his hand. If an ordinary person comes to the palace without a token, or without explaining his or her identity and purpose of coming, the servants in the palace will not tell Lu Chen that someone is visiting, but will directly drive him away. The little maid replied, No. At this point, the little maid suddenly reacted and immediately added, Your Majesty, it was Commander Bai who asked this slave to report to you. The new maid was not well trained, so she realized that ordinary people were not qualified to meet the prince, so she quickly said that Bai Qingqing asked her to come in to report. Bai Qingqing's position has not been removed. Now she is still the guard commander, but she is not usually in charge of the inner courtyard. Hearing the little maid say that Bai Qingqing asked her to come in to report, Lu Chen instantly realized that the person who came was definitely not an ordinary person, otherwise Bai Qingqing would not have let the maid come to report him. Lu Chen glanced at the little maid in front of him, and then said, Bring him to see me. The little maid immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. Then the little maid quickly turned around and walked out of the yard. Looking at the back of the little maid, Lu Chen felt a little emotional. When he was in the capital, he only had a few maids in his mansion. Now he has no idea how many maids and servants there are in his mansion. As a person's status increases, everything becomes easier to obtain. The little maid not far away looked like a newcomer, and she was not a child from an ordinary family. Recently, many families have sent maids to the northern palace, trying to get them to sleep with them. But how can his bed be so easy to get into? It seems that he has to have a good talk with his beloved concubine and not accept any maids from now on. Regardless of whether those little maids had a score of 90 or not, he was not interested at all in terms of their youthful appearance. He still preferred mature beauties like Chu Yukan and Yelun and Yan. Chapter 137 What a Big Pie! After Lu Chen waited in the pavilion for a while, a white-haired old man wearing coarse clothes followed the little maid into the yard. Seeing the white-haired old man in front of him, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. This old man looked like an ordinary citizen, not someone with any special status. However, Lu Chen was not a fool. Since Bai Qingqing specifically asked the maid to report the person he wanted to see, it proved that this old man was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Lu Chen then used the system to identify it. Name: Situ Ce. Identity: the imperial advisor of the Great Xia Dynasty, one of the pillars of the Great Xia Dynasty. This time I went to Beijing, on the one hand, to test the North King, and on the other hand, to send a message for the Xia Emperor. Strength: Grand Master. Loyalty: 50. Lu Chen frowned when he saw the introduction of the system. National division? As one of the pillars of the country, the imperial preceptor didn't want to stay in the capital, so he went to Bei County to wander around. At this time, Situ Ce said to Lu Chen, "Common people see the prince is 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "Master, why do you come to Beijing to pretend to be an ordinary citizen? You don't think that the king can't recognize you, do you?" Seeing that Lu Chen actually recognized him at a glance, Situ Ce was slightly surprised. Except for the eldest prince, the princes of Emperor Xia have never seen him. It stands to reason that King Bei does not know that he is the national master. Situ Ce smiled and then asked, "How did the prince recognize me?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Although you hide your aura, you can still be neither humble nor arrogant in front of this king, a grand master, and can make me feel threatened. I am afraid that you are the only one in the entire Great Xia who is the grand master." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Situ Ce was stunned again. Grand Master? King Bei is actually a Grand Master. How can this be? He remembered that when King Bei left the capital, he had no inner strength and was just an ordinary person. Practicing martial arts is different from playing with power. A person who plays with power can still hide what he is thinking, but practicing martial arts is different. Whether you have internal strength in your body and whether you have practiced martial arts can easily be seen by others. Especially in front of people with a higher level than themselves, it is difficult for warriors with a lower level to hide their own strength. Just when Situ Ce was wondering if he heard wrongly, he felt the warrior aura on Lu Chen's body. The warrior aura on Lu Chen's body is very weak. An ordinary person, or a being in the same realm as Lu Chen, would not be able to sense Lu Chen's realm. But Situ Ce is different. Situ Ce is a great master. Even if Lu Chen hides his aura, hides his strength, and tries to cover up the internal power in his body, he will still be noticed by Situ Ce. This is why Lu Chen took the initiative to reveal that he was a Grand Master as soon as he came up. There was nothing to hide in front of Situ Ce, the Grand Master, and he had no way to hide his strength in front of the Grand Master for the time being. Situ Ce quickly came to his senses. He praised and said, as expected of the Northern King who was able to defeat the barbarian army of 300,000 people. He has already broken through to the Grand Master realm at the age of 17. It seems that Daxia will have a great master in the near future. A strong man from the heavenly realm is here to take control. An hour ago, Synopsis was still at the city gate doubting whether the Northern King's own strength could support the Northern King's ambitions. Of course, the strength he was thinking of referred to the military strength of the entire North County, and also included the Northern King's own strength. Now that he knew that the Northern King had reached the master level, Synopsis instantly understood that the Northern King had the confidence to designate the entire Northern Territory as his personal fiefdom. A 17-year-old Grand Master is rare in the world, or has never happened before. At least there is no warrior who became a Grand Master before the age of 20. Becoming a Grand Master at the age of 17 means that King Bei has an extremely terrifying talent in martial arts. According to the speed of his improvement, he may become a Grand Master before the age of 25. He has great potential to become a heavenly being in the future. A strong person. This was even more terrifying than Emperor Xia's martial arts talent. Synopsis had always thought that Emperor Xia was the most talented warrior he had ever seen, but he did not expect that Emperor Xia's son was even more talented than Emperor Xia. You must know that when he was in the capital, no one knew that King Bei knew martial arts. If Bei Wang did not practice martial arts when he was in the capital, but only started to contact martial arts when he arrived in Beijing, then Bei Wang can be said to be the most talented martial artist in the entire martial arts world for thousands of years. The word genius can no longer be used to describe him. This is a monster. After hearing Synopsis's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, I don't think that the Imperial Master went all the way to Beijing just to praise me. If there is something wrong with the Imperial Master, you'd better tell me directly. After hearing this, Synopsis immediately said, before getting down to business, I would like to ask the prince a question. How does the prince view the world today? Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen instantly realized that Synopsis was testing himself. Synopsis is the national teacher and the pillar of Daxia. Even the Emperor of Xia respects him very much. He is indeed qualified to test any prince in the school. Lu Chen then asked, does the world mentioned by the Imperial Master refer to Daxia, or does it refer to the world that includes other dynasties? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Synopsis's brain froze. Obviously, what he wanted to ask was just Daxia. Synopsis had no idea that anyone would step out of his preset scope. The world people often mentioned refers to Daxia, and does not refer to other dynasties or countries. After a while, Synopsis continued to ask, does the prince think that all the dynasties and countries in the world combined make up the world? Hearing Synopsis's question, Lu Chen was a little confused. Why do people in Daxia think that the world only refers to Daxia? Ordinary people may think so, but Synopsis is the national advisor of Daxia after all, and they obviously know that there are many dynasties and countries outside Daxia. Lu Chen then said, this question from the National Preceptor Council makes it difficult for me to understand. Aren't other dynasties in the same world and under the same sky as Daxia? Naturally, the world should include all dynasties and countries. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Synopsis smiled. He suddenly saluted Lu Chen and said, I have learned a lesson. This. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Is this a lesson? He just explained what he thought about the world. Synopsis continued, the prince's level of thinking has surpassed me by a lot. The world in the eyes of King Bei is not Daxia, but the whole world. King Bei's ambition is far greater than he imagined. Emperor Xia back then didn't have such ambitions. Lu Chen felt that Synopsis's words were a bit inexplicable. He couldn't help but think that maybe it was because Synopsis was old, so what he said seemed a bit incomprehensible. At this time, Synopsis continued to ask, I would like to ask the prince one more question. Since the prince has such knowledge and martial arts talent, why did he not choose to participate in the fight for the heir when he was in the capital? With the prince's knowledge and martial arts talent, I want to. It's not too difficult to get the crown prince position. With Lu Chen's talent in martial arts, his knowledge, and the Chu family behind him, it was indeed easy to get the position of prince. There was no need to go to a bitter and cold place like Beijun to develop. Hearing Situ Ce's words, Lu Chen smiled and asked, Master Guo thinks it is easier for a painter to paint a painting on a piece of white paper to achieve the effect he wants, or to make modifications on someone else's painting. Is it easier to achieve the results you want? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Situ Ce instantly understood what he meant, and then Situ Ce said, I see. No wonder you agreed without hesitation when His Majesty asked you, Prince, to come to Beijun. Today, Daxia is controlled by major aristocratic families. Any reforms and orders from Emperor Xia will be hindered by the aristocratic families. But Beijun is different. Beijun is too poor. There are no big aristocratic families. At most, there are only some small families. North County is open to traffic. King Bei can do whatever he wants in Beijun. This is like painting on a white paper, painting however he wants. Lu Chen said, what you said is not accurate enough. Whether or not I come to Beijun is not decided by me, but by your majesty. Situ Ce said, what the prince said is true. Lu Chen continued, okay, let's end the chat here. The imperial counselor came to see me. I guess it is His Majesty's intention. The imperial counselor should tell me directly what orders His Majesty has given me. Situ Ce said, Your Majesty asked me to tell the prince that he intends to make him the crown prince. The prince should encourage him and not to live up to Your Majesty's expectations. Hearing Situ Ce's words, Lu Chen laughed. It was such a big piece of cake that he might not be able to eat it. Although he thought so in his heart, Lu Chen did not say it in front of Situ Ce, but said, Thank you, Imperial Master, for coming to Beijun to convey my father's words. Please go back and tell my father that I will work harder. Will definitely not live up to his expectations. Situ Ce said with a smile, Okay, I will tell Your Majesty on behalf of the prince. But before I leave Beijun, I want to say something from my heart to the prince. Lu Chen said, National Master, please speak. Situ Ce said, it is indeed not easy to achieve the effect you want when painting on other people's paintings, but if someone is willing to help the prince change a larger white paper, I hope the prince will have enough patience to wait. The pen can more easily outline the world in your mind on that piece of white paper. Hearing Situ Ce's subtle reminder, Lu Chen glanced at Situ Ce's loyalty and found that his loyalty had actually reached 85. A bit outrageous. After just a few words, a great master's loyalty to him actually increased so much. Lu Chen then said, Thank you, Imperial Master, for reminding me. I will definitely keep it in mind. Originally, Situ Ce wanted to find out something about those big pits, but Situ Ce finally gave up. After listening to Lu Chen's answer, it no longer mattered what caused those big holes. Chapter 138 Changes in Major Dynasties. When Situ Ce came to the palace, he said a few words to Lu Chen, and then left directly without staying too much in the North Palace. Lu Chen had some doubts that Situ Ce's visit to Beijun was not just to bring him a message. He had seen Situ Ce's information before and it said that Situ Ce's purpose of this trip was to test him. How could you find out his true identity by just asking a few questions? Situ Ce might have been in Beijun a long time ago, but he didn't know it, so he immediately called Bai Qingqing to the courtyard. Bai Qingqing is the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards. After she returns to Yanqing, she will definitely receive information from other Shadow Guards. If she asks her, she will probably know how long it has been since Situ Ce came to Beijun. After a while, Bai Qingqing came to the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Bai Qingqing saluted and said, I have seen the prince. Lu Chen directly grabbed Bai Qingqing's jade hand. He helped her up and said, Xiao Bai, Do you know how long it has been since the imperial master has been in Beijun? Bai Qingqing replied expressionlessly, about half a month. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought that, as he thought, Situ Ce had come to Beijun a long time ago. But this can't be blamed on Situ Ce, after all, he has been running to the northern grasslands to negotiate with the Sirius King tribe for more than half a month. Lu Chen continued to ask at this time, when he comes to Yancheng, he should also bring you a new task. Having said this, Lu Chen put his arms around Bai Qingqing's waist, stood behind her, and moved his claws around Bai Qingqing's body. Being hugged by Lu Chen like this, Bai Qingqing's body couldn't help but tremble, and a red cloud appeared on her cold face. The imperial master asked the slave to investigate the evidence that the 8th prince and the aristocratic family colluded with the barbarians, and then send the collected evidence back to the capital. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. It was exactly what he thought. After the threat from the barbarians in the north was over, his father was ready to take action against the aristocratic family. Once the evidence of collusion between those aristocratic families and the barbarians is obtained, it is very likely that his father will use this as an excuse to directly clean up the aristocratic family's influence in the court. Situ Ce also hinted to himself just now. Situ Ce's intention is very obvious, that is, he hopes that he will not rebel when Emperor Xia cleans up the family. In the future, that position will most likely belong to him, so Situ Ce reminds himself that cleaning up the family will also be good for him. In fact, Situ Ce didn't need to remind him of this matter at all, and Lu Chen had no intention of rebelling while Emperor Xia was dealing with the family. Times make heroes. Although there are undercurrents surging in Daxia, it has not yet completely become chaotic. If he rebels at this time, he will be seeking death. And Lu Chen is not a fool. Lu Chen hopes that Emperor Xia will clean up the aristocratic family quickly. If the aristocratic family does not clean up, when he takes control of the entire Great Xia one day, it will definitely be a mess again. In fact, every dynasty will give birth to some powerful families, but many aristocratic families in Daxia are not ordinary families. These families control the court and a large amount of resources in Daxia. It can even be said that they control the lifeblood of Daxia. This kind of aristocratic family is no longer comparable to those newly born big families. The families that Emperor Xia wants to eliminate are those that control the court and have nothing to do with some of the emerging big families. On the contrary, Emperor Xia will not only not suppress those emerging big families, but will also support them and let them flourish. The court became a force against the old family. After Lu Chen pondered for a moment, he decided not to think about the capital for the time being and to build up Beijun first. Now that there are 100,000 barbarian captives and the method of making cement, the construction of the straight road in Beijun can begin. At this moment, a maid came to the courtyard and said, "Your Majesty, the two ladies have finished washing." Hearing this, Lu Chen came to his senses. The two ladies pointed out by the maid were naturally Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao, who had just entered the North Prince's mansion. Lu Chen then let go of Bai Qingqing, and then patted her butt again. "Xiao Bai, go and do your business." Bai Qingqing suddenly felt ashamed. She couldn't understand why Lu Chen always liked to touch her buttocks. "Yes, Your Majesty." After Bai Qingqing finished speaking, she left quickly. At this time, Lu Chen said to the maid who reported, "Which courtyard are the two ladies in? Take me there." The maid immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty, please come with your servant." Immediately afterwards, the maid took Lu Chen to the courtyard of Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao. Both of their rooms were in a courtyard. The courtyard was not big, with just 2 rooms. Next door was the courtyard where Wang Qingkai lived. At this time, Wang Qingkai was sitting on the courtyard wall, looking unscrupulously at the 2 barbarian beauties brought back by Lu Chen. At this time, a man's figure appeared in the courtyard of Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao, and they quickly stood up from the stone bench in the pavilion. "I've met the prince." Seeing the latest outfits of Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao, Lu Chen was slightly in a trance. They are now all dressed in Daxia clothes, and have been carefully dressed up by the maids. They are already very different from before. Lu Nanyang wears a long gauze dress embellished with lotus flowers and a belt tied around her waist, which perfectly reflects her plump figure. Under the gauze, it is close to the skin, looming because the gauze is tightly attached to the body. The round buttocks are also more obvious, and the whole beautiful woman is full of charm, graceful and luxurious. Lu Chen took another look at Xiao Wenyao. Xiao Wenyao was wearing a white dress underneath and dark green clothes outside. Her black and shiny hair was draped around her waist, with a hairpin on her head. She looked just like Xia. The Perda lady is no different. Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao stood together, just like a mother and her daughter. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, "I didn't expect you two to become even more beautiful after dressing up. It seems that I am very beautiful." Hearing this, both Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao blushed. This was the first time that they dressed up exactly like Xia, and they did not expect that they would become even more beautiful after putting on Xia's clothes. When they were looking at the bronze mirror just now, they were also stunned by their own beauty for the first time. In the past, they would put fur coats on their bodies, covering themselves tightly, and occasionally wearing fur hats on their heads, which could not show off their figure and beauty at all. At this time, Wang Qingkai, who was sitting on the wall of the courtyard nearby, said with a smile, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for gaining 2 more beauties." Hearing this, Lu Chen turned to look at Wang Qingkai sitting on the wall of the courtyard, and then said, "Master Wang is not busy taking care of the affairs of Tingyu Tower. Why come here to watch the excitement?" Wang Qingkai looked like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. "The prince is so cruel, and I am so scared. Didn't the slave family hear that the prince has taken in 2 female slaves, so he wanted to come and see what the sisters in the slave family look like." Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao were a little surprised when they heard the conversation between Wang Qingkai and Lu Chen. This woman in red sitting uninhibitedly on the courtyard wall is actually the slave girl of the northern king? Are all the female slaves in Buwang Mansion so brave? How dare they talk to their master, Buwang, like this? Xiao Wenyao thought of the slaves she had in the royal court before. If any slave dared to talk to her like this, other slaves would beat the slave who talked to her like this half to death without waiting for her to take action. At this time, Wang Qingkai glanced at Lu Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao, and continued with a smile, "It seems that the prince has always remembered what the slave family said about the beauty of the barbarian royal court. When Lu Chen first came to Beijing, Lu Chen once asked if there were any beautiful women in Beijing. At that time, Wang Qingkai told Lu Chen that there were beautiful women in the barbarian royal court. At that time, Wang Qingkai was the owner of Beihua Tower and the Saint of Yunyu Pavilion. A large amount of information passed through her hands every day, so she had some understanding of the situation in the barbarian royal court and knew that the princess of the serious king was particularly beautiful. When they met today, Wang Qingkai was also surprised by Lu Nanyang's appearance. She felt that she could not compare with Lu Nanyang at all. She did not have the charm of a mature woman in Lu Nanyang, and she knew very well that Lu Chen liked beautiful women like Lu Nanyang and Chu Yukan. Every time Chu Yukan was mentioned in front of Lu Chen became as fierce as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. Wang Qingkai jumped down from the courtyard wall at this time, and her light body slowly landed on the ground. She then came to Lu Chen and said in his ear, "My lord, I wonder if Jin Yiwei has any news about Daiyu dynasty. Recently, Daiyu there are some changes in the dynasty." Wang Qingkai came here naturally not to chat with Lu Chen. She is now the owner of Tingyu Tower and is responsible for collecting information about major dynasties and countries for Lu Chen. How can she have time to come here to chat with Lu Chen about women? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard Wang Qingkai's words. At present, most of the Jin Yiwei are distributed in the Xia Dynasty, and there are not many people from other dynasties. He really has not heard of any changes in the Daeyu dynasty. The Daeyu dynasty is next to Beijun, in the southwest corner. Although the Daeyu dynasty is a newly established dynasty, it is relatively poor, and its strength is not very good, but it is a neighbor of Beijun, and Lu Chen is bound to control them. Of trends. Lu Chen had been dealing with matters in Beijun recently and had hardly paid attention to the Daeyu dynasty. Unexpectedly, Tingyu Tower had penetrated into the Daeyu dynasty not long after its establishment. Wang Qingkai's efficiency was quite high. Lu Chen then asked, "I haven't sent the Jinyi guards to Daeyu dynasty yet. If there is any change, just tell me directly." Wang Qingkai said, "The Daeyu dynasty has been deploying troops for half a month. Now it has stationed 200,000 troops at the junction of Daxia and Beijun." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed, and then he said, "Is it possible that the Daeyu dynasty thinks that this king wants to attack them?" Lu Chen did not think that the Daeyu dynasty was going to invade Daxia at this time. The 300,000 barbarian army was destroyed by Beijun. As a newly established dynasty, the Daeyu dynasty did not have the courage to suddenly send troops to Daxia. The Daeyu dynasty's approach was most likely to protect Beijun. Suddenly a huge monster appeared to their north, and it was impossible for them not to be worried at all. Not to mention the Daeyu dynasty stationed 200,000 troops, even the vassal kings within Daxia stationed troops in the area bordering them in Beijun. For example, King Qi, the 5,000 heavy cavalry sent by Lu Chen to pick up Mu Zixuan and others had just left Anping city more than a month ago. After King Qi got the news, he transferred all the 50,000 troops in the fief to the north overnight. The 50,000 troops did not take any action. They were just staying opposite Anping city, monitoring Beijun. Obviously, the appearance of 50,000 heavy cavalry shocked all the dynasties, especially the forces around Beijun. They were all afraid that Lu Chen would suddenly send troops to attack them, so they quickly mobilized their troops north to guard Beijun. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed disapproving, Wang Qingkai said, "Your Majesty, the slave family believes that Daeyu's move of troops to the north is not just to defend Beijun." Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. In his opinion, once Beijun's 50,000 heavy cavalry came out, no surrounding forces would dare to cause trouble for him. If the Daeyu dynasty sent troops northward not to defend Beijun, then what was their purpose? Is it possible that they really want to come and attack Beijun? Lu Chen then said, "Tell me what you think." Wang Qingkai immediately said, "As far as the new family knows, not only Daeyu is mobilizing troops, but several other major dynasties are also secretly mobilizing troops, and all of them have stationed troops near the border with Daxia. So the new family believes that the Daeyu dynasty is unlikely to mobilize troops just to guard against Beijun. It is more like the several dynasties have reached some kind of tacit agreement and are preparing to mobilize troops against Daxia." Lu Chen fell into deep thought. He had been paying attention to what was happening in Daxia. He had almost no news about the troop deployments of several major dynasties. "It's also possible that I went to the Northland in the past half-month and all the information was piled up in my study. But having said that, this just tested Ting Yulo's ability to collect intelligence." At this time, Wang Qingkai continued, "After the 50,000 heavy cavalry from Beijun came out, several major dynasties probably thought that these heavy cavalry belonged to Your Majesty. Together with the original heavy cavalry of the imperial court, Daxia now has close to 80,000 heavy cavalry. He has heavy cavalry, which may make other dynasties mistakenly believe that His Majesty has ambitions for external expansion." Lu Chen thought for a while and thought that Wang Qingkai was right. Although these 50,000 heavy cavalry were the survivors of Daeyu summoned by him through the system, others did not know these things. What other dynasties saw was that the entire Great Xia had close to 80,000 heavy cavalry. Daxia suddenly added 50,000 heavy cavalry. What is this for? It seems self-evident. Originally the major dynasties were evenly matched, but suddenly one day one of the dynasties began to vigorously expand its army, and without the other dynasties being aware of it, others would only think that you were preparing to start a war. In this way, all the major dynasties will have a tacit understanding to deal with the strongest one first. Thinking of this, Lu Chen showed a smile, and then said to Wang Qingkai, Master Wang has done a good job in intelligence work. I will continue to work hard in the future and pay more attention to the trends of the major dynasties. Wang Qingkai immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. Having said this, Wang Qingkai lightly jumped directly onto the courtyard wall. Your Majesty, if nothing happens, I will leave first. Lu Chen said, Yeah, okay. Then Wang Qingkai's figure quickly disappeared. At this time, Lu Chen came back to his senses and looked at Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao. At this time, Yellow Nanyang said in a neither humble nor condescending manner, Your Majesty, I want to see our barbarian soldiers. Is it okay? Lu Chen said, No problem, come with me. Lu Chen originally planned to take Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao to meet the barbarian soldiers, so that they could completely calm down and prevent them from having some inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 139 The Cruel Serious King and the Benevolent Northern King. Lu Chen quickly led Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao to the camp where the barbarian prisoners were held. The barbarians had 100,000 captives, and Beijun spent a lot of effort just to manage these 100,000 captives. 10,000 heavy cavalry were stationed near the camp of the barbarian prisoners. In addition to the heavy cavalry, there were also some ordinary soldiers responsible for managing the prisoners. Basically, one Beijun soldier was responsible for more than 100 barbarian prisoners, which was very stressful for the Beijun soldiers who managed the prisoners. Most of the soldiers in Beijun believed that it would be easiest to kill these barbarian prisoners. However, it was King Bei's order to keep these prisoners, so the soldiers couldn't say much. Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao had just gotten off the carriage. When the barbarian prisoners who were working saw them, they immediately exploded. King, Princess! Look, it's the princess! What's going on? Why did the princess appear in Yanchanj? Could it be that our tribe has been destroyed by King Bei, and the princess has been captured by King Bei? No. Impossible. The princess is so smart. Once she knows that we are defeated, she will definitely move the royal court immediately. How could King Bei find the specific location of our tribe so easily? That person is definitely not the princess. Seeing the barbarian prisoners, they couldn't believe that it was the barbarian princess who got off the carriage. A North County soldier who was guarding the barbarian prisoners couldn't help but sneered and said, I'm afraid you don't know, but now your princess has agreed to marry our prince. Yes. She is our prince's wife. Furthermore, your tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King will move into Beijun soon. Our prince is so kind. If it had been anyone else, he would have slaughtered all you barbarians. After hearing the words of the Beijun soldiers, the barbarian prisoners were stunned. Why did their princess choose to marry King Bei? Has their royal court really been found by King Bei? The princess is no longer in the Wolf King's tribe. Will the Wolf King's tribe still have a future? For a time, the mood of the barbarian captives became very low, and the atmosphere at the scene was extremely depressing. At this time, a guard from the palace came to the barbarian captives and said, the people from the Tianlang King tribe will stay, and the people from the Baizian King tribe will go back first. Among these 100,000 barbarian prisoners, many were soldiers from the North Xian King tribe. After hearing the words of the palace guard, many of the barbarian prisoners from the North Xian King tribe turned around and left. Soon, only Tian Tian was left on the field. Prisoners of the Wolf King tribe. At this time, Yellow Nanyang came to the soldiers with gentle steps. Seeing that not only the princess was here, but also Xiao Wenyao, the daughter of the serious king, the soldiers had to accept the reality. It seemed that the royal court of the serious king tribe had indeed been found by the northern king, otherwise their princess and concubine would not have appeared here at the same time. At this time, the barbarian prisoners and others knelt down one after another and said, "Greetings to the princess." Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that Yellow Nyan had such a high status in the hearts of the barbarian captives. It was indeed the right thing to capture her. Even if Yellow Nyan is not beautiful and does not have a score of 90, she still has strong political attributes. After catching her, she will basically control the entire Sirius King tribe. Of course, I have to say that he is very lucky. Yellow Nyan happens to be pretty and has a score of over 90. The most important thing is that Yellow Nyan is still perfect and the type he likes. Yellow Nyan looked at the kneeling barbarian captives with complicated emotions. She sighed and said, "Now that I am no longer a princess, you all should get up. I am just a prisoner like you." After hearing what Yellow Nyan said, the barbarian prisoners still did not get up. At this time, a barbarian prisoner raised his head and asked, "Princess, has the tribe of the Sirius King really been destroyed by the Northern King?" Yellow Nyan replied, "The Northern King is kind and allows the tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King to move into Beijun. Your relatives will settle in Beijun as the people of Daxia. In a sense, there will never be a Heavenly Wolf King from now on." Tribal. After hearing what Yellow Nyan said, the barbarian captives were a little unbelievable. Didn't they come to attack Beijun just for the land of Beijun? Now that the King of the North has defeated them, not only did he not destroy their royal court, but he also moved the people from their tribe to the North County? Let them become common people in Daxia. Then why did they come to attack Beijun in the first place? Not only did so many people die, but they all became prisoners and the tribe was gone. In the end, the blood of more than 200,000 people was exchanged for a meaningless war. At this time, the barbarian captives fell into silence, not knowing what to say. Yellow Nyan sighed slightly, and then continued, "The King of the North asked me to tell you that you will work in Bei County for 10 years. If any of you perform well, the King of the North will allow you to go home to visit relatives, and some of you will end your labor service early. Chance. After the labor service is over, it is up to you to decide whether you will continue to stay in Beijun and become Daxia's subjects, or whether you will choose to return to the grassland and continue your nomadic life." Hearing this, the barbarian captives all raised their heads and suddenly became more energetic. One of the barbarian soldiers asked, "Princess, is everything you said true? Can we really go back to visit our families?" Yellow Nyan said, "On the way here, I asked the King of Bei, and he said that he will give you 100 places to go home to visit relatives every month, but it will have to wait until half a year later, but the King of Bei will not restrict your relatives. Come take the initiative to visit you." Hearing this, the barbarian captives suddenly became extremely excited. They all thought that they would never be able to leave Beijun and would never see their relatives again. They did not expect that the King of North would actually let their relatives visit them. If this is the case, it may not be long before they can see their relatives. However, some barbarian captives soon realized that they could not receive such treatment without the sacrifice of their princess. At this time, a prisoner asked, "Princess, is this the condition you got from King Bei by agreeing to marry him?" Yellow Nyan was about to answer when she saw all the barbarian prisoners staring at her. She fell silent. In fact, this had nothing to do with her. She had no right to bargain in front of Lu Chen. Seeing that Yellow Nyan didn't say anything, the barbarian captives all thought it was Yellow Nyan who acquiesced. For a time, the barbarian captives were even more grateful to Yellow Nyan, and Yellow Nyan's status in the hearts of the barbarian captives once again rose to a higher level. At this time, a barbarian prisoner suddenly asked, "Princess, are you and the princess going to marry the King of the North?" Yellow Nyan replied, "Yes." The barbarian prisoner continued, "Then the princess will be King Bei's woman from now on? If I tell King Bei something about the princess mother, will it be considered a meritorious service?" Hearing what the prisoner said, Xiao Wenyao was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, "About my mother? What is it?" The prisoner said, "Back to princess, your mother was poisoned to death by the king. I and several of the king's subordinates know about this. Although the serious king is dead, Xiao Wenyao is still alive, and the woman who is about to become the northern king, if she can tell Xiao Wenyao some of the dirty things that the serious king did in the past, and make Xiao Wenyao hate the serious king, this will be to a certain extent at least it helped King Bei. After all, the North King is Xiao Wenyao's father-killing enemy. If Xiao Wenyao has no hatred for the serious king, it will not be a good thing for the North King, and Xiao Wenyao may not return to the North King's palace. But if Xiao Wenyao knew that her mother died at the hands of the serious king, then Xiao Wenyao would most likely not care about the North King's revenge for killing her father, and it would be easier for Xiao Wenyao to return to the North King's mansion. At this time, another barbarian prisoner said, "Princess, I also know about this, and I also know that the king himself was the one who poisoned your mother." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao's face suddenly turned pale. She had actually heard her uncle say this speculation a long time ago, but after all, her uncle was just a guess without evidence. She did not expect that after her father died, her father's former subordinates would stand up as witnesses. As expected, my mother was poisoned to death by my father. When she thought of this, Xiao Wenyao's body couldn't help but tremble. My father's heart is so vicious. In order to marry the princess, he even poisoned his wife who had been following him. If her mother hadn't persuaded her uncle to give in, his father might not have been able to become the king of the barbarians. As a result, the first thing his father did after becoming the serious king was to poison his mother. Originally, Xiao Wenyao was still a little bit sad about Xiao Hongbo. After all, he was his biological father and was related by blood. But after hearing what her father's former subordinates had exposed, she didn't have the last trace of affection for Xiao Hongbo in her heart. She just felt that Xiao Hongbo deserved to be killed by King Bei, who avenged her mother's murder. At the same time, Lu Chen came from a distance and saw Xiao Wenyao's tears falling to the ground. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "What's the matter, little princess? It makes you feel bad to see your tribe soldiers suffering." Xiao Wenyao didn't answer, she just kept wiping her tears. At this time, Yellow Nanyang said from the side, "Your Majesty, some of the former subordinates of the Heavenly Wolf King confessed to Yayao just now that the Heavenly Wolf King killed Yayao's mother with poison." Hearing Yellow Nanyang's words, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He had already heard about this in the intelligence collected by Wu Yuan, but he just watched it for fun. After all, he didn't have much relationship with him. Relationship? But looking at Xiao Wenyao crying so sadly, the relationship between Xiao Wenyao and her mother must be very close. So, he helped Xiao Wenyao avenge his mother's murder? Thinking of this, Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Wenyao's favorability score and found that Xiao Wenyao's favorability score for him had indeed increased a lot, almost reaching 80. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something at this time, and then said to the barbarian captives, for his own ambition, the serious king even wanted to kill his own wife. Forget about killing his own wife, he also brought you to North County to burn, kill, and loot. Committed so many crimes. Since there are former subordinates of the serious king among you, you must know more about the mistakes made by the serious king. As long as you stand up and tell all the crimes that the serious king has committed, I will give you a chance for you to go home and visit your loved ones. After the war is over, we must find a war criminal and put all the responsibilities on that person. This will help Lu Chen conquer the entire serious king tribe. At that time, the people of the serious king tribe will only think that it is their king's fault. Their king has brought their entire serious king tribe into a desperate situation for his own ambition. Compared to the serious king, the northern king was the one who was really kind to them. Not only did the northern king not kill them, but he gave them a chance to atone for their sins and moved their relatives into Beijun. As time goes by, these barbarians will only hate the serious king more and more. Lu Chen thought to himself that the serious king was dead anyway, so let him play some role in the end. Just as Lu Chen thought, as soon as he finished speaking, a barbarian prisoner stood up and said, I know that the Heavenly Wolf King has repeatedly imprisoned the plundered Daxia women in a certain camp behind the princess's back and tortured them. On the surface he says he wants to marry the princess and loves her very much, but in fact he just covets her beauty and the power in her hands. He is a scumbag. After hearing what the barbarian prisoner said, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Why did he feel like he was being connoted? Is it my own illusion? Fortunately, the barbarian prisoner was talking about the serious king, so Lu Chen didn't pay much attention. With the first one, there was the second one, and soon another barbarian soldier stood up and said, I know that in order to become the king of our tribe, Xiao Hongbo secretly killed an elder who opposed him, and took that elder's body, take out the internal organs and put them in a pot to cook and eat them. Xiao Hongbo is a devil. I know. I also know. For a time, the barbarian prisoners present stood up one after another to expose the crimes Xiao Hongbo had committed. At first, it was relatively normal, but later on, some people began to make up random things. For example, Xiao Hongbo likes to eat children, likes to play with men, and even likes to eat shit. This was what Lu Chen wanted. Anyway, the more Xiao Hongbo was spurned by his tribe, the easier it would be for these barbarian captives to surrender to Beijun. When it was almost done, Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan beside him, Commander Qin, you will have someone list the crimes of serious King Xiao Hongbo later, and then make a notice and send it to all the cities in Beijun. Qin Yushan immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. Having said this, Lu Chen looked at Yelu Nanyang and said, Princess Yelu, it should be almost done. We can go back. Yelu Nanyang glanced at the barbarian captives present, then glanced at the lost Xiao Wenyao, sighed slightly and said, Yes, Your Highness. Then they returned to the palace. After Yelu Nanyang returned to the palace, she sat on the wooden bench in her room and looked at the courtyard through the window in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, the voice of the palace maid came from outside the courtyard. See you, my lord. After hearing the maid's voice, Yelu Nanyang was slightly stunned, and then she quickly stood up. As soon as she stood up, Lu Chen opened the door and entered the room. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 140. From now on I will call you Nanyang. Lu Chen had been holding back on the way back from the north, and he had been holding back when he went to the barbarian prisoner camp just now. In the end, he couldn't hold back anymore. This is like putting a candy in front of a child and letting the child look at it but not eating it. Who can bear this? After Lu Chen returned to the palace, the first thing he did was to go straight to Yelu Nanyang's room. Yelu Nanyang was slightly stunned when she saw Lu Chen entering her room. She was about to say something when she found that Lu Chen had closed the door directly. Yelu Nanyang suddenly became nervous. This little man suddenly ran to his room and closed the door. What was he going to do? Lu Chen smiled slightly at this time and said, Princess Yelu, don't be afraid. I just want to ask you something. Hearing this, Yelu Nanyang thought in confusion, asking about something, what is it? At this time, Lu Chen came to the table in the room and sat down. Yelu Nanyang asked at this time, I wonder what the prince wants to know. Lu Chen glanced at the dignified and charming Yelu Nanyang, Princess Yelu, please sit down first. Yelu Nanyang had no choice but to sit down. Now there were only two of them in the room. Yelu Nanyang felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, and the two of them were sitting so close. However, Yelu Nanyang then thought about it. Although Lu Chen was very strong, he was just a child of 16 or 17 years old. She was more than 10 years older than him, so she had nothing to be afraid of. And judging from Lu Chen's appearance, he must have something to do with him. It was still broad daylight, and he was still a prince, so there was no way he could do that kind of thing in broad daylight. Thinking of this, Yelu Nanyang quickly calmed down. I wonder what the prince wants from me. Lu Chen asked directly, I think Princess Yellow's appearance seems to be very similar to our Daxia women. Could it be that Princess Yellow is originally from Daxia? Yellow Nanyang was stunned when she heard this question. Lu Chen's question directly reminded her of her mother. Yellow Nanyang fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. Lu Chen looked into Yellow Nanyang's eyes and asked, What's wrong? Yellow Nanyang came back to her senses and said quickly, It's okay, I lost my temper. My mother is indeed from Daxia. When the barbarians went south, they captured her and brought her to the barbarian tribe. She gave birth to me in the barbarian tribe. My mother and I have some similarities. It's not surprising that the prince thinks I look like a Daxia woman. Lu Chen said, So that's it. I didn't expect there to be such a story. I just asked how Princess Yellow is so similar to our Daxia women. Just when Lu Chen was about to continue talking, Yellow Nanyang said, Your Majesty, now that I have left the tribe of the Sirius King and am no longer the princess of the Sirius King, you don't need to call me Princess Yellow anymore, just call me by my name. We are now in Buwang Mansion, and Buwang Mansion can only have one princess. If Buwang continues to call himself princess, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Yellow Nanyang still understands this matter clearly. If she wants to survive in Buwang Mansion, she cannot offend Mu Zixuan, the real princess. If Lu Chen called herself princess, I don't know what Mu Zixuan, the real princess, would think if she heard this, and she would probably think that she was trying to compete for favor. This is not a good thing for her and Xiao Wenyao. Although Yellow Nanyang has never lived in Daxia before, she still knows Daxia very well due to the influence of her mother. Hearing Yellow Nanyang's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, Okay, I'll call you Nanyang from now on. Having said this, Lu Chen continued to ask, Nanyang, your mother must have had a hard time after giving birth to you in the barbarian tribe, right? After all, she is a woman from Daxia, and if she is caught in a barbarian tribe, life will definitely be difficult. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Yellow Nanyang seemed to be lost in memories again. After a while, Yellow Nanyang answered, Well, my mother was treated as a slave by the barbarian king, and she was asked to serve her every day. He and she were often severely beaten by the barbarian kings. Finally, when I was 10 years old, my mother could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide by jumping into the river. Speaking of this, Yellow Nanyang looked a little lonely and looked extremely sad. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen stretched out his hand, grabbed Yellow Nanyang's jade hand, and said comfortingly, People can't be resurrected after death, so please forgive me. Yellow Nanyang's mature and delicate body couldn't help but tremble when Lu Chen grabbed her hand so suddenly, but Lu Chen didn't make any further moves, and she didn't take it too seriously, thinking it was just Lu Chen's subconscious behavior. Lu Chen continued at this time, Nanyang, I am actually very similar to you. I also lost my mother when I was a few years old. Speaking of this, Lu Chen's tone seemed a little low and sad. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nanyang was stunned for a moment. She stared at Lu Chen with her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why, but for a moment, a strange feeling came into her heart. She wanted to comfort this little man and tell him not to so sad. Maybe it was because Lu Chen was more than 10 years younger than her, and she also knew very well how uncomfortable it was to live without a mother. When he thought that Lu Chen was still a prince, Yellow Nanyang knew that Lu Chen's life in the palace would probably be equally difficult after losing his mother. Yellow Nanyang then said, My lord, don't be too sad, your mother will definitely be happy for you after knowing your achievements in Beijing. Lu Chen sighed and said, It would be great if my mother really knew my current situation. Having said this, Lu Chen touched Yellow Nanyang's jade hand, and then continued, Although my life is better than yours on the grassland, and I don't have to worry about having enough food and clothing, but I have not had a mother since I was a child. However, I received cold looks from others. In the palace, even some maids and slaves dared to yell at me. My status is not as good as that of a bastard from some families. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nyan once again felt a sense of sympathy and love in her heart. Of course she felt the same as what Lu Chen said. After she lost her mother, she was bullied by the same tribe. If it weren't for the fact that she secretly practiced martial arts behind others' backs, she might have become someone else's slave girl and been tortured by the barbarians all day long. For some reason, Yellow Nyan wanted to hold this little man in his arms and comfort him. Lu Chen was able to transform from a trash known to everyone to a martial arts genius who was only 16 or 17 years old. This journey must have been very difficult and hard. Yellow Nyan looked back on his life and found that he and Lu Chen were indeed very similar. She also lost her mother very early and spent many years dormant in the barbarian tribe. Finally, she married the serious queen, gained power from the serious king, and became the master. The same is true for Lu Chen. After dormant in the capital for so many years, he came to Beijing and finally became the vassal king who shocked all parties, with his current status and power. But the biggest difference between the two of them is that he lost to Lu Chen in the end and became the prisoner of this little man. At this time, Yellow Nyan had no idea that he had actually fallen into Lu Chen's trap. At this moment, Lu Chen sighed deeply, and then said, "Nyan, can I hug you? When I see you, I think of my own past." Yellow Nyan said, "I am the prince's prisoner now, and the prince can do whatever he wants." Deep down in Yellow Nyan's heart, she also wanted to comfort the big boy in front of her. After all, he was someone who had the same problem as him. Then Lu Chen hugged Yellow Nyan into his arms without hesitation. Yellow Nyan's body was hot and soft, and it was very comfortable just to hold him. However, the two of them were sitting on the stool at this time. This hugging position was still not comfortable enough, and it was somewhat pressing on their legs. After being embraced by Lu Chen, Yellow Nyan seemed to smell the unique smell of a man. This was the first time she had smelled this kind of smell in so many years, and it was also the first time she had such close contact with a man. Even with the former serious king, she had never had such close contact with him. When she married the serious king, he was already seriously ill and was just a patient. At most, she could only visit him every day. Taking care of the serious king, he didn't stick to his body like this. And what she had smelled from men in the past was at best the smell of death and sweat. The smell on Lu Chen's body was very strange, not like perfume. When she was in the royal court, she also used the perfume produced by Buangfu. She could smell it instantly whether it was perfume or not. The smell on Lu Chen's body seemed to come from his body. For some reason, she felt a little hot and restless after smelling this smell. At this time, Lu Chen said in Yellow Nyan's ear, "Nyan, your body is so soft." Hearing this, Yellow Nyan was startled, and then she felt a burst of hot air blowing into her ears. For a moment, her ears felt hot. A blush spread from her cheeks to her white neck, making her whole person look even more charming. Lu Chen did not give Yellow Nyan dragon and phoenix tea to drink. This was entirely Yellow Nyan's own reaction. After Yellow Nyan felt something strange about him, he quickly said, "Your Majesty, it should be almost done." Lu Chen said, "Hold me for a little while longer. Your arms are so warm. It reminds me of one of my elders." Yellow Nyan was stunned again when she heard Lu Chen's words. She thought Lu Chen was talking about Chu Yu, but she didn't know that what Lu Chen was talking about was actually Chu Yukan. Yellow Nyan thought to himself that King Bei was just a boy of 16 or 17 years old, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. Thinking of this, Yellow Nyan stopped moving at all and let Lu Chen hold him. At this time, Lu Chen smelled the fragrance of Yellow Nyan and felt that he was on the verge of losing control. Although he was already a master and had the ability to control himself, Lu Chen was still very nervous when facing such a mature and elegant beautiful woman. It's hard to suppress some of your thoughts. At this time, Lu Chen said in Yellow Nanyan's ear, "Nanyan, I heard that when you married the previous Heavenly Wolf King, the Heavenly Wolf King was already ill in bed, and you and him were never married. Is that true?" After hearing this question and feeling the hot breath exhaled by Lu Chen, Yellow Nanyan felt a little panicked inside and her heart began to beat crazily. However, Yellow Nanyan still tried to keep herself calm. She replied, "Well, I am still perfect now." Lu Chen asked in a low and hoarse voice, "You haven't touched a man in decades. Are you not interested in men at all?" Yellow Nanyan replied, "Your Majesty, I have practiced martial arts, so I can control my desires. I have already lost interest in male sex." Lu Chen asked in Yellow Nanyan's ear, "Is that so? Then why do I feel that your body is getting hotter and hotter, almost setting me on fire?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nanyan was so ashamed that she didn't even know what was going on. She was obviously a 9th level warrior, and she had strong control over the vulgar desires of men and women, but she was completely unable to calm down in front of a big boy like King Bei. Yellow Nanyan quickly adjusted his internal strength and tried to calm down again. Yellow Nanyan had never drunk dragon and phoenix tea, so she could still use her internal power even in Lu Chen's arms. However, after Yellow Nanyan adjusted it for a while, she found that it was of no use at all, and she still felt extremely restless. For a moment, Yellow Nanyan felt a little weak all over her body. Her beautiful eyes opened slightly, exuding an intoxicating light. Yellow Nanyan is not a fool. How could she still not know why Lu Chen came to see her today at this time? However, Yellow Nanyan did not struggle, because she was now the prisoner of the Northern King, and she would become the Northern King's woman sooner or later. When she thought that she would become the woman of this little man who was more than 10 years younger than herself, Yellow Nanyan I felt extremely ashamed. At this time, Lu Chen felt that sitting on the stools was too hindering his performance, so he took the initiative to put his arms around Yellow Nanyan's waist and stood up directly. Lu Chen's sudden movement made Yellow Nanyan's delicate body tremble. She quickly stabilized her body and stood up. Lu Chen looked at Yellow Nanyan's eyes at this time and found that her eyes seemed to be a little blurred, which made Lu Chen extremely surprised. This was his first time coming into contact with Yellow Nanyan, and Yellow Nanyan had never drunk dragon phoenix tea. He was unexpected that Yellow Nanyan could get into the mood so quickly. Looking at Lu Chen's fiery eyes, Yellow Nanyan's face became even hotter, because the two stood up at this time, and their bodies hugged each other tightly. Yellow Nanyan had already felt Lu Chen's enthusiasm. It was already obvious what Lu Chen wanted to do. When he thought that it was still daytime and he might be discovered by people from the palace, Yellow Nanyan felt a feeling of shame and anger in his heart. At this time, Lu Chen asked softly, "Nanyan, are you willing to be my woman?" Staring at Lu Chen's eyes so directly, Yellow Nanyan suddenly felt that Lu Chen's voice had a special allure, which made her head feel dizzy. She almost couldn't stand still. After all, he is still a 9th grade warrior. Yellow Nanyan blushed with shame and said, "Your Majesty, I am your prisoner now. You can do whatever you want to me." Holding Yellow Nanyan's soft and hot body, admiring Yellow Nanyan's unparalleled appearance, coupled with her tempting white and tender skin, Lu Chen felt that he had completely lost his patience. He then leaned forward, kissed Yellow Nanyan's lips, and then walked towards the bed with his arms around her body. Chapter 141 That Man is Really Scary. After Xiao Wenyao returned to the palace from the barbarian prisoner camp, she stayed in her room, lying on the bed in despair, motionless. She now feels that her world has completely lost its color, her eyes are all black and white, and her mind is blank. She never imagined that her father would be willing to poison his wife just for his ambition. Her mother-in-law had grown up with him since childhood. Forget it if she was an ordinary woman, they grew up together and became a voluntary couple. It stands to reason that their relationship is extremely deep, and she used to think so. However, all this is just wishful thinking on her part. At this time, a faint sound reached Xiao Wenyao's ears, and the sound became louder and louder. Only then did Xiao Wenyao recover from the state of despair. Xiao Wenyao was stunned when she heard the sound coming from the window. What is this sound? Xiao Wenyao soon realized that she had heard such a sound more than once in a certain camp. Every time her father captured a Daxia girl into a certain tent, a similar sound would come from that tent. Although she was still a young girl, she still knew where the sound came from. Xiao Wenyao pricked up her ears and listened carefully. She quickly heard that the person who made the sound was Yelunanyan, and he was in the room next to her. Xiao Wenyao was stunned. If it was Yelunanyan's voice, did it mean that Lu Chen was torturing Yelunanyan in the next room? When she thought of this, Xiao Wenyao's face turned a little pale. She had not been exposed to those things and had no knowledge of those things. She only knew that women would make such sounds when they were tortured by men. After all, she had heard such a sound once or twice. This was her experience. But her experience was obviously insufficient. Xiao Wenyao thought that Yelunanyan made such a sound because of pain. In Xiao Wenyao's view, if a person is not injured or in pain, how can he scream? People can only scream pitifully if they are injured and feel pain on their body. Xiao Wenyao's delicate body could not help but tremble when she thought that she would be tortured by the northern king like Yelunanyan in the future. But at this time, Xiao Wenyao glanced at the gorgeously decorated room. After entering the Byzantine palace, she might never have to live the same life as before, and she wouldn't have to worry about being arrested by the old man from Byzantine king who didn't take a shower. Although she may be tortured by King Byzantine, it is like being a slave girl to King Byzantine in his tribe. In addition, Xiao Wenyao saw the female slave of the northern king before, that is, Wang Qingkai dared to sit on the wall of the courtyard and talk to the northern king. This proves that in the northern palace, even the female slaves have a certain degree of freedom, unlike their barbarian tribes. The slaves of the tribe have to lower their heads when they talk or walk. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao felt a little better. If she was tortured by King Bei, then she would be tortured. Women would be tortured in front of men anyway. Wasn't this the same situation when her mother was in her father's camp? At this time, Xiao Wenyao has calmly accepted her possible fate. Then she continued to lie on the bed, staring at the beams of the room in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, there was still sound coming from the next room, and it was getting more and more exciting. Xiao Wenyao suddenly became confused. Why did she always feel that the sound was not caused by pain? If she had a wound on her body, she might scream in pain, but she would never make such a melodious cry. Instead, this sound was like a sound made only when she was happy. Xiao Wenyao sat up from the bed at this time. She wanted to go to the next door to see what was going on, and how Bei Wang tortured Yelunanyan. Xiao Wenyao now has some resentment towards Yelunanyan in her heart. In her heart, if it weren't for Yelunanyan, her father might not have killed her mother in order to marry her, nor would he have come to attack Bei Jun. Hearing Yelunanyan scream, Xiao Wenyao felt a strange sense of relief in her heart. She felt that Yelunanyan deserved to be tortured by the northern king. She wanted to see how Yelunanyan was tortured by the northern king, so as to relieve the hatred in her heart. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao quietly left the room and then came outside the next room. At this time, Xiao Wenyao suddenly discovered that the window in the next room was actually wide open and not closed at all. Xiao Wenyao thought this was an opportunity, so she immediately squatted down, came to the window, and quietly looked into the room. After seeing the scene in the room, Xiao Wenyao was greatly shocked. For a moment, Xiao Wenyao felt that her mind went blank. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wenyao came back to her senses. She was afraid of being discovered, so she quickly returned to her room. Xiao Wenyao, who returned to her room, had not yet calmed down, her heart was beating wildly. So that was the way King Bei tortured Yelunanyan? Very scary. Xiao Wenyao felt her body become weak when she thought that she would face such a thing in the future. As time passes by, the sun in the sky has gradually set, and a few stars and a looming moon appear in the sky. At the same time, Chu Qingli was patrolling the inner courtyard. She was already familiar with the patrol work in the inner courtyard. Every time she finished her patrol, she would quickly find her sister's location to prevent her sister from being alone with Lu Chen. Anyway, in her opinion, King Bei must have evil intentions towards her sister. She could tell it from the look in King Bei's eyes towards her sister. Therefore, it is best for her to know where her sister is at all times, what she is doing, and whether she is alone with King Bei. After Chu Qingli passed Wang Qingkai's yard, she couldn't help but glance at the yard full of plum blossoms. Her mind instantly recalled the commotion caused by Lu Chen doing bad things in Wang Qingkai's room not long ago. Chu Qingli had a cold face and couldn't help cursing, "What a beast!" After finishing her words, Chu Qingli continued walking towards the front yard and continued patrolling. But she had just walked a few steps when she heard a woman's voice coming from the yard. Chu Qingli was startled. She had been in Buwang Mansion for such a long time, how could she not know what was going on? Chu Qingli turned her head and glanced at the yard in front of her, and muttered again, "It is indeed an animal." Chu Qingli knew that King Bei had brought back 2 barbarian beauties and locked them up in this courtyard. Her sister also reminded her to pay attention to these 2 barbarian beauties. After all, these 2 barbarian beauties were both good at martial arts. Warrior. After hearing Yellow Nanyan's melodious voice, Chu Qingli thought to herself that her sister was obviously worrying too much. With that beast Lu Chen here, let alone the 9th grade, even a grandmaster's woman would be able to come to the palace. How much energy and thought do they have to destroy his plaything? Then Chu Qingli stopped thinking about it and quickly left the courtyard to avoid hearing those dirty words. At dusk, the sun gradually sets, and some stars and the looming moon appear in the sky. The crimson sunset reflects people's skin into a bronze color. Chu Qingli once again patrolled outside the courtyard where Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were. The inner courtyard of the palace is not big, and Chu Qingli needs to patrol the same place dozens of times a day. Just as she passed by the courtyard gate, Chu Qingli heard the sound of Yellow Nanyan again. Chu Qingli was speechless. It had been a few hours, right? Why is that animal still here? Chu Qingli stopped thinking about it and stayed away from this affectionate yard again. When Chu Qingli came to the north courtyard, she met Mu Zixuan and the others. At this time, Mu Zixuan asked, "Qingli, have you seen the prince?" It was already dark now. If it were normal, Lu Chen would have had dinner with them at this time, but the sun was going to set soon. Lu Chen had not seen anyone yet, and he didn't know where he went. Chu Qingli replied, "Back to the princess, the prince is in the room of the 2 barbarian ladies. There is a high probability that he will not come over tonight." After hearing Chu Qingli's words, Mu Zixuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou instantly understood what was going on. Mu Zixuan said, "Since the prince is not coming, we won't wait any longer and let's start eating. Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao have just been brought back by Lu Chen. Lu Chen must cultivate a relationship with them. With Lu Chen's ability, he will definitely not leave tonight, so Mu Zixuan does not intend to continue. Wait for Lu Chen to come over." At the same time, Xiao Wenyao lay on the bed, covering her ears with both hands, trying to block out the sound coming from the window. She felt very frightened now. In the past, she had seen that the women from Daxia brought back by her father's torture would not come out of the tent in half an hour at most. But it had been several hours since King Bei went to Yellow Nanyan's room, and he still hadn't come out yet. Terrible! Xiao Wenyao's body trembled when she thought that she would encounter this in the future. But Xiao Wenyao felt a little strange. Why, she was obviously scared, but her heart was extremely restless, and she suddenly had the idea of wanting Bei Wang to torture her. Xiao Wenyao felt that she had been enslaved by Bei Wang before she came into contact with him. She actually thought about letting him torture her, just like he tortured Yellow Nanyan. Xiao Wenyao shook her head, trying to throw these inappropriate thoughts out of her mind. Today's night is nothing short of long. The moon in the sky became brighter and brighter, and then it was obscured by dark clouds. Time gradually passed and the moon reappeared in the sky. After the moon was repeatedly obscured by dark clouds several times, a streak of white light finally appeared on the horizon. The sun came out again, and the moon became looming again. Early morning. Xiao Wenyao was lying on the bed, with thick dark circles around her eyes, and her hair was messy, as if an animal had exploded its fur. Xiao Wenyao felt like she was about to collapse. One night. She didn't sleep all night. Although it was not continuous, there would be sounds coming in from the window from time to time. She was about to fall asleep, but she was woken up again. That person is really terrible. Xiao Wenyao closed her eyes at this time and gradually fell into a deep sleep. At this time, she only had one thought in her mind, that is, she must serve King Bei well from now on and cannot make King Bei angry, otherwise she may also be tortured by King Bei all night long. Don't let it go. At this time, the warm sunlight outside the window came over the windowsill and shone into the house, shining on the people in the room. At this time, Lu Chen lay on the big soft pillow and checked his system prompts. Congratulations to the host for getting a wife and concubine, and a reward of 100,000 caddies of sweet potatoes. The host cultivates a relationship with Yellow Nanyan once, the Qi refining technique experience value is increased by 500, the rejuvenation hand experience value is added by 500, the dragon and phoenix yin and yang technique experience value is added by 0, the host triggers an emotional critical strike, the Qi refining technique and the rejuvenation hand experience value are each increased by 1500. Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. At this moment, Lu Chen's chest was still leaning against Yellow Nanyan's jade back, and Lu Chen had no idea of getting up. No matter how crazy he and Wang Qingkai were, they had never indulged themselves like this. Yellow Nanyan is already in his 30s this year, while Lu Chen is only in his teens. When the two meet at the most ferocious age, there is no need to say what will happen. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt that Yellow Nanyan seemed to move. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, so he glanced at Yellow Nanyan's favorability score. Seeing this, Lu Chen was immediately stunned. Yellow Nanyan's favorability level for him has reached 95. You must know that Yellow Nanyan has never drank Dragon Phoenix tea. After just one night, Yellow Nanyan's favorability level for him has increased sharply to 95. But think about it, he has used the rejuvenation hand many times, and the rejuvenation hand can quickly repair a person's injuries. In other words, Yellow Nanyan didn't feel any discomfort at all. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Yellow Nanyan's favorability towards him not to increase. At this time, Yellow Nanyan had already felt that the person on her back had woken up. She said in a hoarse voice, "My lord, aren't you afraid that I will be pregnant with your child?" Lu Chen lay next to her ear and asked, "Why should I be afraid?" Yellow Nanyan said, "I am a barbarian woman. If I am pregnant with your child, I am afraid there will be many people talking about it. And if our child is born, he may also suffer all kinds of cold looks. Does the prince want to see his child looked down upon like the prince was when he was a child?" Lu Chen said calmly, "You can rest assured that except for the imperial power, I will treat my children equally. Even the child you give birth to will still have a happy childhood and will not be like when I was a child." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nanyan asked in disbelief, "Does the prince really mean what he said?" At this time, Lu Chen patted her buttocks and said, "Why do you think I brought you back? Do you really think I just treat you as a slave girl? With a body as good as yours, wouldn't it be a pity not to give me some children?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nanyang's face turned slightly hot. Now Yellow Nanyang finally understood why Lu Chen was so unscrupulous to him yesterday. This guy has not been separated from him until now and has been hugging him. Chapter 142 A Visitor from Aristocratic Family. Yesterday during the day, Yellow Nanyang was still in a sad mood, thinking that she would be the slave girl of the Northern King from now on. She felt extremely pessimistic about her future. But after what happened last night, Yellow Nanyang's inner pessimism completely dissipated. At this time, Yellow Nanyang only felt extremely ashamed. She had been practicing martial arts for decades, but she was defeated by a little man who was more than 10 years younger than her. But if the so-called female slaves are just treated like this, then it seems that becoming Lu Chen's female slave is no big deal. But having said that, Grandmaster Lu Chen is definitely not an ordinary Grandmaster. Although Yellow Nanyang was exposed to those things for the first time, she was the princess of the serious king after all, and she was already in her 30s this year, so she naturally knew everything she needed to know. Even if Lu Chen had the physique of a Grandmaster, logically speaking, he wouldn't be so vicious. At this time, Yellow Nanyang wanted to move, but he had no strength at all. His whole body was completely soft. It was really unbelievable that a 9th-level warrior could be beaten like this by a Grandmaster. It can be said that she was completely defeated. She lost the war between the Serious King's tribe and Beijun, and she lost again in the personal battle with Buwang. Not only was she defeated, but her heart was completely conquered by Lu Chen. Yellow Nanyang knew very well that she might never be able to leave the King of the North again in the future. Human desire is like rolling stones on a high mountain. Once it starts, it is difficult to stop. If she had not come into contact with Lu Chen before, she might have never been interested in men. But Lu Chen helped her open the door to a new world. It would be very difficult for her to control herself in the future, especially when she thought of King Bei. She probably couldn't help but think of what happened yesterday. Thinking of this, Yellow Nanyang sighed slightly, and then she asked, "Your Majesty, it's already dawn, why don't you get up?" Maintaining this state, Yellow Nanyang always feels strange, as if he is an animal. Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "I was busy all night yesterday and didn't get much rest. You can't just drive me away now, can you?" Yellow Nanyang stopped talking. "Forget it, this little man can do whatever he wants." After that, Lu Chen hugged Yellow Nanyang's big pillow and closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Chu Yukin patrolled the inner courtyard early in the morning and did not see Lu Chen. She came outside Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao's courtyard and looked inside. At this time, Chu Qingli also came here. Seeing that Chu Yukin kept looking inside, Chu Qingli immediately asked, "Sister, what are you looking at?" After hearing what Chu Qingli said, Chu Yukin coughed and then said, "Isn't Chen'er up yet?" Chu Yukin didn't patrol much yesterday. Chu Qingli was mainly patrolling, but Chu Yukin knew that Lu Chen came to this yard. After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Chu Qingli laughed and said, "I haven't slept all night. How can I get up so early? What do you want to see him for?" Chu Qingli passed by this yard several times last night. Every time she passed by this yard, she would always hear voices coming from inside. Anyway, Lu Chen's status as a beast in her heart was already firmly established. After hearing what Chu Qingli said, Chu Yukin said, "That's it, let him sleep a little longer." Chu Yukin had something to do with Lu Chen, but it wasn't a big deal. Lu Chen's health was the most important thing, so let him rest first. After Chu Yukin took another look at the yard in front of her, she turned around and left. Chu Qingli also quickly followed and stayed away from this sin-filled yard. It was almost noon when Lu Chen left Yellow Nanyang's room. When Lu Chen got up, Yellow Nanyang suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his body, and suddenly felt reluctant to leave. But when she thought about what happened yesterday, Yellow Nanyang's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She quickly used her internal strength to calm herself down quickly. After Lu Chen left, Music Xuan had a lot of supplements delivered to her. Yellow Nanyan sat in front of the table and looked at the table full of supplements, feeling an indescribable feeling in her heart. She had never heard of a woman needing so many supplements after doing something like that. But I have to say that the princess was really nice to her. It seemed that Prince Bei's mansion was not like a dragon's den and a tiger's den as she thought. She just didn't know if Prince Bei and Princess Bei would still be so kind to her when her beauty faded in old age. At the same time, Lu Chen was in the study, drinking the big tonic porridge cooked by Music Xuan, while looking through the information sent by Jin Yiwei yesterday. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lu Chen took a sip of porridge and then said, "The door is not closed, come in." The next moment, Chu Yukan, wearing a purple dress, opened the door and entered the study. Lu Chen raised his head and glanced at the incomparable Chu Yukan, but his heart didn't even move at all. It's not surprising. He didn't sleep all night last night, and all his energy was sucked away by Yellow Nan's cigarette. "Aunt Chu, what do you want from me?" Chu Yukan said, "Chener, the Chu family sent someone to look for me yesterday." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Since he came to Beijun, the Chu family has never sent anyone except Chu Qingli. Moreover, Chu Qingli was also a dispensable person for his safety. When he came to Beijun, if he had not had a system, he would have died on the way to Beijun. Did the Chu family send someone here at this time? What are you here for? Is it possible that the Chu family plans to continue to support him in participating in the heir apparent? Lu Chen didn't have much resentment towards his grandfather. After all, Chu Xiong had his own difficulties. Chu Xiong letting Chu Yukan stay with him all the time was a big favor to Lu Chen. What Lu Chen couldn't stand was the other members of the Chu family. He recently learned about the internal divisions of the Chu family through Jin Yiwei's intelligence. There are now two factions in the Chu family. One is the Northern King faction headed by his grandfather, and the other is the 8th Prince group. The 8th Prince's faction now has the upper hand in the entire Chu family. If he hadn't risen up and defeated the barbarians' 300,000 troops, with the 8th Prince's faction here, Chu Xiong would never have easily sent people to Beijun. Now Chu Xiong is basically in a state of being ignored in the Chu family. Whether or not he is the head of the family will not have much impact on the Chu family. Lu Chen then asked, "Why did the Chu family come to you this time?" Chu Yukan said, "This time it's not just the Chu family, but also the Wang family. They hope you can reconcile with the 8th prince." The Wang family said that both of you represent the interests of the Jiangnan family, and there is no reason to fight to the death. Moreover, if the 8th prince succeeds in seizing the rightful son in the future, it will be of greater benefit to you. The Wang family also hinted to me that the 8th prince is very likely to succeed in the future. I will allocate all the fiefdoms of King Qi to you and let you establish your own country." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh angrily. He just thought that the Chu family sent people here to continue to support the seizure of the heir, but it turned out that the people who came were the Chu family from the 8th prince's faction. Ha ha, the 8th prince sent someone to assassinate me first, and now he actually says that there is no need for us to fight to the death. What do these Wang family members have in their heads? At such a time, the Wang family still wants to help the 8th prince to win over me? Don't they know that the relationship between me and the 8th prince has reached the point of incompatibility? Lu Chen didn't believe at all that the Wang family didn't know about the 8th prince sending an assassin to assassinate him. The 8th prince had always been protected by the Wang family's Grand Master. The Wang family must know everything the 8th prince did. He has sent assassins to kill him over and over again, but now he has the audacity to come here and want to reconcile with him. It is simply a fantasy. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Chu Yukan knew that Lu Chen had no intention of reconciling with the 8th prince. It was right to think about it. Who would have a good relationship with a person who sent assassins to kill her many times and treat it like nothing? The way it happened. Chu Yukin continued, Chen'er, I'm afraid your grandfather has completely lost control of the Chu family. This time, the people sent by the Chu family not only failed to speak for you, but their position was to support the 8th prince in seizing the throne. More importantly, I want to persuade you to reconcile with the 8th prince. If your grandfather is still in control of the Chu family, it is impossible for him not to support you as the crown prince at this time. After all, Chu Xiong is Lu Chen's grandfather. Lu Chen has now achieved such great military exploits in Beijing. Now there are countless people who want Lu Chen to be the prince. At this time, Chu Xiong will definitely stand up and stand on Lu Chen's side. As a result, the people sent by the Chu family were from the 8th prince's faction. What does this mean? It means that Chu Xiong has completely lost control of the Chu family. Now the entire Chu family is probably from the 8th prince's faction. After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, even if he loses control of the Chu family, it will not have a big impact on me. Anyway, I have no intention of relying on the Chu family. But having said that, the Wang family I'm afraid they are so eager to come here to reconcile me and the 8th prince because they are worried that their dirty deeds will be exposed. The Wang family and the 8th prince had maintained close cooperation with the Sirius King tribe before the 300,000 barbarian army went south. The Sirius King led the barbarian army to go south, which was inseparable from their cooperation. The Wang family originally wanted to use this barbarian army's march south to force Emperor Xia not to take action against the noble family. Emperor Xia was not a fool. He must have known that once there was internal chaos, the barbarian army would probably go south directly, and then the whole of Great Xia would be in turmoil. So Emperor Xia had to bow his head when the time came. But what no one expected was that the North King not only defended the entire North County, but also destroyed the barbarian army of 300,000 people. Now that the external pressure in Daxia has disappeared in an instant, the knife that Emperor Xia has been sharpening for so long is probably about to fall. Once the evidence of collusion between the barbarians and the Wang family was passed to the capital, Emperor Xia would definitely be the first to attack the Wang family. The Wang family would also have to send people to the Northern King to seek peace at this time. Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised, and then he said, it seems that the Wang family didn't want me to hand over the evidence of their collusion with the barbarians to my father, so they sent someone to sue for peace, but they were too insincere. At this time, you still want to support the 8th prince in seizing the rightful son, but instead give me a cake and let me build a country in a bitter and cold place like Beijing. They think I'm a fool. Chu Yukin asked at this time, Chen'er, they are still in the restaurant opened by Suanya Palace. Do you want to see them? If not, I will let them go back. Lu Chen said, I'm gone, so as not to affect my mood. Lu Chen wished that his father would quickly take action and wipe out all the aristocratic families in Daxia, so as not to leave a mess for him in the future. As long as the family is immortal, it will be difficult to centralize imperial power, which is not a good thing for Lu Chen, who is about to implement reforms. But for now, there won't be much hindrance to Lu Chen's reforms in Beijing. Fortunately, there are no big aristocratic families in Beijing. At this time, Chu Yukin said, okay, I will let them leave Yancheng now. Having said this, Chu Yukin turned and left. Watching Chu Yukin leave Jianying, Lu Chen rubbed his temples, thinking that his father was about to go under the knife and his opportunity had come. Should he seize the time to promote changes in Beijing? After a while, Suanya restaurant, in a private room. As soon as Chu Yukin entered the private room, a man in blue clothes immediately came up to him and said, Mrs. Chu, did the prince agree to see us? Chu Yukin said calmly, you all should go back. The prince does not plan to meet the Wang family for the time being. Wang Yang was stunned when he heard this. The main purpose of their visit this time was to reconcile the North King and the 8th prince. If they couldn't even see anyone, how could they reconcile the North King and the 8th prince? This is trouble. Wang Yang immediately said, Mrs. Chu, didn't you convey our words to King Bei? Chu Yukin said calmly, let me tell you, the prince thinks that your Wang family is not sincere, so he doesn't want to see you. This. Wang Yang instantly understood what Chu Yukin meant. The condition they put forward was that the northern king would support the 8th prince in seizing the throne. When the 8th prince succeeded to the throne in the future, they would cut off a few pieces of the map to the northern king and let the northern king establish his own country. If the north king thinks that these conditions are not sincere, it only proves that the north king has great ambitions. His goal is the entire Daxia, so he does not care about the land they promised at all. In this case, there would be no room for relaxation in the relationship between the northern king and the 8th prince. The reason why the Wang family sent people to Beijing was because they believed that the 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijing definitely did not belong to the king of the north. These heavy cavalry were most likely a trump card secretly prepared by Emperor Xia, and the king of the north was just a pawn. The Wang family believed that as long as they were individuals, they would not be willing to be chess pieces, so they thought of using land as bait to win over the North King and make the North King theirs. In this way, they could not only monitor Beijing's 50,000 heavy cavalry, but also get a powerful helper in politics. But it seems that King Bei doesn't realize his status as a chess piece. Could it be that King Bei really thinks that these 50,000 heavy cavalry are his? Thinking of this, the Chu family and Wang family present felt a little ridiculous, thinking that King Bei didn't know what was good or bad. Chapter 143 The Confused Chu Yukin, the Chu family changes hands. After hearing Chu Yukin's answer, Wang Yang chuckled, and then asked, Mrs. Chu, is it possible that the northern king thinks that the 50,000 heavy cavalry is really his own? Hearing this, Chu Yukin said lightly, whether those 50,000 heavy cavalry belongs to the prince, it doesn't seem to have much to do with your Wang family, right? You should hurry up and leave Yancheng, so as not to anger the prince later. Wang Yang snorted coldly and said, Mrs. Chu, oh no, I should call you Mrs. Wang, but you have already married into the Wang family and are the Wang family's daughter-in-law, and you are actually speaking for King Bei. Is it true that King Bei has some shady relationship with you, as rumored by the outside world? Hearing this, Chu Yukin's face turned cold instantly. I'm just here to convey King Bei's words. If you want to leave, just leave. If something happens when you don't want to go, it has nothing to do with me. As for whether I have a special relationship with King Bei, those who are clean will be clean themselves, and it has nothing to do with you. Wang Yang said, why doesn't it matter? You are the daughter-in-law of our Wang family. Instead of staying in the Wang family properly, you stay around other men every day. How will outsiders view our Wang family? Mrs. Wang, as the daughter-in-law of our Wang family, shouldn't it be time for you to return to the Wang family? Hearing Wang Yang's aggressive words, Chu Yukin said coldly, since your Wang family feels that I have embarrassed you, then simply divorce me with a letter of divorce. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Wang family. Wang Yang chuckled. Chu Yukin had a good idea. If Chu Yukin was really divorced, how could they use Chu Yukin to take advantage of King Bei? The Wang family has known for a long time that the relationship between King Bei and Chu Yukin is unusual, so they have never let Chu Yukin come back, just to take advantage of Chu Yukin in the future. The time is now. Wang Yang immediately said, Mrs. Wang, since you have married into our Wang family, you will be born as a member of our Wang family and die as a ghost of our Wang family. You don't think that you can get rid of your identity by not returning to the Wang family, right? If you insist on continuing to follow Bei Wang, I'm afraid it won't be long before there will be rumors among the people that Bei Wang raped people's girls. By then, the reputation that Bei Wang finally brought back will be ruined again. I don't know what you will do at that time. What choice to make? Chu Yukin sneered and said, are you threatening me? Indeed, if this incident spreads widely among the people, Lu Chen's reputation will most likely be affected to a certain extent. After all, Chu Yukin is a widow, and it will definitely not sound good if news about robbing a widow spreads. The most important point is that the person Chu Yukin married was poisoned by a strange poison while resisting the barbarian invasion, and died in the end. A hero who resisted the barbarian invasion, his wife was taken over by King Bei after his death. If this spread, King Bei would definitely be cast aside by many people, which would have a great impact on his reputation. Seeing that Chu Yukin seemed angry, Wang Yang said with a smile, "How dare I threaten Mrs. Wang? Mrs. Wang is now the most important woman in the Northern King." Speaking of this, Wang Yang continued, after Mrs. Wang returned to the palace, she still tried to persuade King Bei. She wants everything. It is very likely that she will get nothing in the end. If he wants to get rid of his status as a chess piece, cooperating with the aristocratic family is his best choice. At this point, Wang Yang didn't intend to continue talking nonsense with Chu Yukin, and then he said to the people behind him, "Let's go, since the king of Bei doesn't welcome us, then we won't stay in Beijun anymore and be an eyesore to him." After the words fell, the Wang family and the Chu family left together. The people sent by the Chu family did not have much conversation with Chu Yukin. After all, Chu Yukin had married into the Wang family a long time ago and is now the Wang family's daughter-in-law. After Wang Yang and others left, Chu Yukin frowned slightly, with a melancholy look on her face. If she continues to stay in Buwang Mansion and stay with Lu Chen, it will definitely have a great impact on Lu Chen's reputation. Judging from Lu Chen's various actions now, Lu Chen will definitely compete for the position in the capital in the future. This kind of stain is a great threat to him who wants to compete for the position of king. For a moment, Chu Yukin was a little confused. She didn't know if she was being too selfish by continuing to stay in Buwang Mansion. If it were before, she would still need to protect Lu Chen, but now Lu Chen has several grandmasters around him, and she no longer needs her protection at all. She has lost her original role in Buwang Mansion. Now if she still says that she stayed in Buwang Mansion to protect Lu Chen, it is purely an excuse. At this time, Chu Yukin suddenly thought of something again. Although she has lost her original role in Buwang Mansion, she still has another role that cannot be replaced by other people in Buwang Mansion, even those grandmasters, that is, she can help Lu Chen regulate his body. According to Lu Chen, only women who understand his thoughts can help him regulate his body. Currently, in the entire Buwang Mansion, Lu Chen's women are either ordinary people or women who have no feelings for him. Only she not only has very deep feelings for Lu Chen, but she is also a half-step master, so only she can regulate Lu Chen's body. Thinking of this, Chu Yukin felt much better. As long as she still has an effect on Lu Chen, it is impossible for her to leave Buwang Mansion and Lu Chen. At the same time, Su Fengcheng, Chu family. Chu family meeting hall. Today, all the important people of the Chu family gathered together, seemingly to discuss something important. At this time, Chu Xiong was sitting at the top of the hall, with a dark face and a very ugly expression. At this time, Chu Liang said, according to the decision of the family patriarch and other clan elders, from today onwards, Chu Xiong will no longer serve as the head of the family. Hearing this, Chu Xiong snorted coldly, looked at Chu Liang and Chu Song and said, "Second brother, third brother, do you know what you are doing?" Chu Liang smiled and said, "Brother, you are not going to continue to support that useless King Bei, are you?" Chu Xiong said, "Now that King Bei has made great military exploits in Bei County, you still think that he is a waste, and you even collude with outsiders to deprive me of my position as head of the family. You are leading the Chu family into a place of eternal destruction." Chu Liang said, "Brother, ask yourself, do you really believe that King Bei can build 50,000 heavy cavalry in such a short period of time? Are you really confused, or are you pretending to be confused? The King of the North is obviously Emperor Xia's chess piece, and those 50,000 heavy cavalry are the trump cards secretly prepared by Emperor Xia, and now you actually still have expectations for a chess piece? Who is it? The Chu family has been brought into a place of eternal destruction. At first, the Chu family heard that King Bei led an army to defeat the barbarian army of 300,000 people. They really thought that King Bei was just pretending in the past, and some people from the 8th Prince's faction even planned to join King Bei again. But they soon discovered the problem. King Bei had only been in Beijun for a long time, and Beijun was so poor. How could he build 50,000 heavy cavalry? If they believe that these 50,000 heavy cavalry belong to the King of the North, they are fools. The King of the North was assigned to Beijun by Emperor Xia, and now there suddenly appeared another 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun. In addition, there is only one family in Daxia that has the ability to build 50,000 heavy cavalry. There is no doubt that these 50,000 heavy cavalry will. This is Emperor Xia's trump card. Not only the Chu family, but all the aristocratic families suddenly realized it. They all suddenly figured it out. They finally understood why Emperor Xia dared to attack them at this time. He had 50,000 heavy cavalry in his hands, and he was afraid of what these noble families would do. Therefore, in the eyes of the Chu family, the rise of the northern king in Beijun was not only not a good thing, but also a bad thing. This proves that King Bei is already a pawn of Emperor Xia, and that King Bei and Emperor Xia are on the same front. In order to completely draw a clear line with the northern king, Chu Liang and Chu Song seized this opportunity, united with the Chu family's patriarch and elders, and jointly decided to directly take over the position of Chu Xiong's head of the family. After all, Chu Xiong is the grandfather of King Bei, and stepping down as the head of his family is to a certain extent a sign of loyalty to the 8th prince. It also means that from now on, the Chu family will completely lean towards the 8th prince. After hearing Chu Liang's words, to be honest, Chu Xiong was a little conflicted. He actually didn't dare to believe that King Bei really had 50,000 heavy cavalry. After all, this was really unreasonable. But completely leaning towards the 8th prince means that the Chu family is about to prepare to rebel with the Wang family. What does this mean? This means that Emperor Xia's sword will fall on the Chu family's head soon. Although Emperor Xia has long planned to take action against the aristocratic family, he has not had the chance yet, but it is different if you take the initiative to rebel. Others, Emperor Xia, is waiting for you aristocratic families to take the initiative to rebel, otherwise he will not have an excuse to use the knife. At this time, Chu Song said with a smile, "Brother, calm down. You are already so old. From today on, you can rest at home and take care of yourself. You don't have to worry about family affairs. This is actually a good thing for you." A good thing. Hearing this, Chu Xiong snorted coldly, and then said, "If you insist on following the Wang family in rebellion, then I will have no choice but to take the Chu family of my lineage and leave the Chu family directly." As soon as Chu Xiong finished speaking, Chu Xiong's son Chu Hengfei said, "Dad, why are you so stubborn? Just listen to what my second uncle and third uncle said. I won't leave the Chu family with you anyway. If you want to leave, just leave by yourself, I will still stay in the Chu family." Hearing his son's words, Chu Xiong almost breathed out. He is just such a son. If he leaves the Chu family, he will be alone, and there is nowhere he can go alone. Chu Xiong didn't expect that his son would jump out and say such things at this time. Hearing Chu Hengfei's words, the corners of Chu Liang's mouth raised slightly, and then said, "Brother, you see that even Hengfei can't understand what you are doing. You may not know it yet, but the Wang family has promised Hengfei that he will be here soon. I will let Chu Yukan come back and marry Hengfei." Chu Xiong was stunned. He asked why his son sided with the Wang family so quickly. It turned out that this was what he had in mind. Chu Xiong immediately stood up from his seat, and then said, "Since you insist on seeking death, then just go ahead and do it slowly. From now on, I will no longer care about the affairs of the Chu family." After the words fell, Chu Xiong left the meeting hall directly. Chu Xiong's elimination represents the complete united front of the Jiangnan family, all of which fall to the 8th prince. From now on, there will only be the 8th prince in the entire Jiangnan. A few days later. Northland. Xiao Pengtian looked at the continuous line of livestock behind him and couldn't help but sigh. By the time they reached Beijun, there was no longer a tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King. At this time, not only him, but the entire Sirius King tribe was dejected and looked extremely sad. Especially those barbarian women. When they heard that the barbarian army of 300,000 people was defeated by Beijun and 200,000 people died, many women fainted and fell to the ground. In barbarian tribes, the labor force of an adult man is particularly important. Without men, it would be difficult for women to survive on the endless prairie. Although they later heard that they were moving to Beijun and that life in the future might be easier than on the grassland, the mood of the entire tribe was still very depressed. At this moment, the migrating army of the Sirius King tribe was moving south in silence, with almost no one speaking along the way. At this time, a soldier rode up to Xiao Pengtian and said, "Your Majesty, they have all left." Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian sighed, and then said, "Go ahead and speed up the migration. We have entered Beijun. Everyone, please work harder." The soldiers refer to the barbarians who are unwilling to join Beijun. Although most barbarians yearn for a better life, some barbarians feel that joining Beijun means living under the roof of others. From now on, they will be slaves of the Daxia people, so these people do not want to follow them south. Xiao Pengtian did not make things difficult for them. He had already expected that some people would think so, so he left a lot of supplies for the barbarians who were unwilling to join Beijun. Of course, before they left, in order to prevent these people from going to the tribe of King Baizian to inform, Xiao Pengtian also left some people to monitor them. Now that they have arrived in Beijun, the tribe members of the Heavenly Wolf King tribe who are still in the same place have just left. Even if they go to the Baizian King tribe to report, it will be too late. This is no longer a big threat to the people they moved. At this moment, a soldier ran to Xiao Pengtian in a panic, "Your Majesty, it's not good." Seeing the soldier in such a panic, Xiao Pengtian immediately asked, "What happened?" The soldier replied, Your Majesty, the high priest just drowned himself in the river." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengtian froze on the spot. After coming back to his senses, he immediately said, "Where is he now? Take me there." Then, under the leadership of the soldiers, Xiao Pengtian quickly came to the body of the tribe's high priest. At this time, the high priest was lying on the ground, his body was soaked, his face was pale, and he was obviously dead. The elders of the tribe gathered in front of the high priest and remained silent. The high priest was supposed to be the most conservative in the entire tribe. He would have been firmly opposed to moving to Beijun. However, he voted to join Beijun when he voted. But when he was about to enter Beijun, he chose to commit suicide by jumping into the river. The wind from the north blew against people's faces. No one spoke at this time. They all seemed to be in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Peng Genius had the body of the high priest buried on the grassland, and then they moved on without stopping. Chapter 144 Giving a wife to a man from North County. The barbarians from the north moved into Beijun. If they were moved directly into a place where the people of Daxia gathered, it would probably cause conflicts between the barbarians and the people of Daxia. But without any communication between the two sides, it would be impossible for the barbarians to completely transform into Daxia. So Lu Chen came up with a compromise plan and set up some counties in Beijun specifically for barbarians to live in. Of course, every household must be registered and strictly controlled, but as long as they are allowed, they can also enter the Daxia people. A city to live in. The most important point is that the relatives of the barbarian captives can directly visit the barbarian captives, which makes the barbarian women who have just moved to Beijun very happy. But some people are happy, while others are worried. Those barbarian women whose men have died will not be able to see their men even when they arrive at the barbarian prisoner camp. And there are so many such women. The barbarians are not monogamous, but polygamous. 200,000 men died in one fell swoop. Although there were some from the northern Xianwang tribe among them, hundreds of thousands of men were also gone. It's conceivable that and one knows how many widows the serious king tribe left behind. Suddenly there were so many barbarian widows in Beijun, which was not a good thing for Beijun. In the early morning, after Lu Chen got up, he simply ate something and then went to the study. In the past few days, he went to Yelunanyan almost every day. Although he was very happy, Lu Chen did not stay in Yelunanyan just because of his gentleness. As a vassal king, he did what he should do it every day. The study in the outer courtyard is now his office space. Basically, after getting up in the morning, he will go to the study to deal with various political affairs. Lu Chen didn't feel busy when he came to Beijun, but suddenly things in Beijun suddenly became a lot. Lu Chen stayed in the study from morning to night almost every day, and most of the time he even ate his meals in the study. This also made Lu Chen realize that there were too few people working under him. To be precise, there were too few civil servants. Although Beijun has its own administrative team, the previous Beijun did not need reform at all. Most of the time, it was governed by inaction. The officials in Beijun basically did not work, just waiting for the court to issue food and salary. Now that he wants to reform the entire North County, the first thing he faces is the problem of not enough officials, and the second is that most officials are not motivated to work, and many of his tasks cannot be completed in the first time. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the information about the officials on the table and frowned. The world is as black as crows. Although Beijun is relatively poor, there are still places where officials can make money. Not only are they corrupt, but they also don't do their jobs. Such officials are no different from those idlers. It needs to be cleaned up. At this moment, a maid's voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, Master Li and Master Mo are here. Lu Chen said calmly, let them all come in. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the door of the study room slowly opened, and then Li Rui and more than 20 people entered the study room. The study room seemed a little crowded at this time. Normally, vassal kings have their own place to discuss affairs. However, after Lu Chen came to Beijun, he basically did not deal with political affairs at first and stayed in Buwang Mansion all day, so the main hall for discussion was not built. At first, Li Rui thought that King Bei didn't have anything to do anyway, and it would cost a lot of money to build a palace for King Bei. So he followed the idea of saving money when he could, and simply didn't bother to build a palace for King Bei. But now Li Rui has discovered that King Bei is not indifferent at all, but he just hasn't arrived yet. Next, King Bei will definitely make big moves. His previous perfunctory attitude will definitely no longer work, otherwise he will be beaten one day sooner or later. King Bei took off his hat as a county guard. After entering the study, everyone immediately saluted Lu Chen and said, See you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old. Lu Chen nodded slightly, and then said, If you have any questions, please tell me one by one. Different from the imperial court in the capital, Lu Chen's small imperial court is still relatively orderly. They have things to talk about and don't buzz like flies as soon as they come up. At this time, Li Rui took a step forward and said, Your Majesty, now that the number of affairs in Bei County is gradually increasing, the study room in Bei Prince's mansion is no longer suitable as a place to discuss political affairs. It is time to build the government palace. In Daxia, the vassal kings who were enfeoffed had great power. Except for the fact that the land belonged to Daxia in name, they had almost all rights. The fiefdom where the vassal king is located is also called a feudal state. Each vassal king has his own administrative team and his own political hall. In the past, Lu Chen didn't care about anything, and it didn't matter whether there was a place to discuss political affairs, but it was different now. As the number of their administrative team increases and there are more and more things to do, they can't still be crowded into such a small study room when discussing political affairs in the future. Now there is no room for more than 20 people in the study. If the number of Buwang's staff or officials increases, they will have to stand in the courtyard to discuss political affairs. This is definitely not possible. After hearing Li Rui's words, Lu Chen said calmly, "Okay, let's leave this matter to Mr. Li." Li Rui then bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then Li Rui retreated to his position. Lu Chen continued at this time, "By the way, the Yizheng Palace will be built next to the North Prince's mansion in the end, so don't be too far away." Li Rui said, "Your Highness, don't worry. When we first built the Northern Palace, we reserved the location of the government hall next to the Northern Palace." Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't ask why Li Rui didn't build the political hall in the first place. Most likely, Li Rui and other North County officials thought they had no need for the political hall, so they simply didn't even have a place to discuss political affairs. "Build it for yourself." Lu Chen didn't want to dwell on these issues. He continued to ask, "What else does the others have to do?" Mu Chongtian took a step forward at this time and said, "Your Majesty, there are not many howitzers now. The soldiers in the artillery battalion have nothing to do most of the time, and they can't even conduct training. I think the artillery battalion should be abolished. From now on, howitzers will be assigned to the ordinary army." The howitzers only had 1,000 shells. After the battle with the barbarians in the Wanning Valley, the shells had basically been used up. Mu Jingguo, who is in charge of the artillery battalion, doesn't know if Lu Chen still has any artillery shells. They don't even dare to use live ammunition for training now, for fear that they will be gone once the shooting is over. Mu Jingguo's idea was that if there were no more artillery shells, it would be a waste to continue to maintain an artillery battalion of 10,000 people. It would be better to distribute these soldiers to other barracks, so he asked Mu Chongtian to mention it to Lu Chen. Let's see what Lu Chen thinks about the artillery battalion. After hearing Mu Chongtian's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment. This is indeed a problem. They do not have the ability to manufacture howitzers now. Although the howitzer reward given by the system helped him survive the crisis in Bay County, after the shells are fired, if the system does not have subsequent shell rewards, then these howitzers will basically just sit and eat ashes. Lu Chen frowned slightly when he thought of this. Only then did he remember that his women had not conceived children for him for a long time. Their own system is a system of many children and many blessings. Only when they are pregnant or give birth to children can they receive richer rewards. In fact, he was not idle during this period. He worked hard almost every night. Of course, the main reason why Mu Zixuan and Dezhou and Xiaozhou did not get pregnant so quickly was because they had just given birth to a child. Therefore, Lu Chen had some control. He deliberately prevented the three of them from getting pregnant, fearing that their bodies would suffer damage. Although his rejuvenation hand can help them recover from their injuries, who knows if giving birth to a child will result in the loss of something that cannot be recovered, so Lu Chen still has some restraint in this regard. But Wang Qingkai is different from Bai Qingqing and recently Yellow Nanyan. He takes special care of the three of them. For example, Yellow Nanyan. Since Yellow Nanyan came to the palace, Lu Chen even spent a lot of money every day. Several hours were on her body. The expression on Lu Chen's face kept changing. He thought for a long time and felt that this was not going to work. Wang Qingkai, Bai Qingqing, and Yellow Nanyan were all warriors. The first problem was that warriors were not so easy to get pregnant, and one problem is that warriors can use their skills to expel impurities from the body. It can be said that if the three of them don't want to have their own children, there is no way he can force them to conceive their own children. Then will he have to focus on his princess and Dezhou Xiaozhou again? Seeing that Lu Chen didn't speak, Mu Chongtian continued, "Your Majesty, if you still have howitzer shells, the artillery battalion does not need to be dismantled, but I don't think we can let them sit idle like this every day. Mu Chongtian thought to himself that King Bei probably didn't take out the howitzer shells on purpose. After all, this terrifying weapon was too destructive. What would happen if it was aimed at Bei Wang's palace? Needless to say about the consequences. This kind of killing weapon must be in the hands of King Bei. Lu Chen said, General Mu, put aside the artillery battalion matters for now. Does anyone else have anything else to do? Seeing that Lu Chen had already said this, Mu Chongtian didn't say anything more. Yes, Your Majesty. After the words fell, Mu Chongtian retreated to his seat. At this time, Qin Yushan stood up and said, Your Majesty, the barbarians from the Sirius King tribe have entered Beijun. According to your plan, General Xiao will arrange them in the 6 counties of Beijun. However, General Xiao asked his subordinates a question. He asked his subordinates to tell you. The barbarians lost hundreds of thousands of men in one fell swoop. Now there are many widows in the Sirius King's tribe. If each widow builds a house, then it will be necessary to build twice as many houses as originally estimated. Secondly, after these barbarian women entered Beijun, they were not very familiar with life in Daxia and did not know how to farm. It was difficult for them to survive. General Xiao hopes that the prince can find a way to solve the problem of these barbarian widows. Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen immediately said, I have been thinking about how to solve this problem recently. It just so happens that you are all here today. Let's discuss it and see if we can come up with a good solution. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Li Rui, an old man, said immediately, My lord, the people in Beijun are poor. Some single men have never been able to find wives. Barbarian women are hardworking and hardworking. I think those single men will like them very much. It is better to distribute those barbarian widows to the single men in Daxia. This will not only solve the problem of poor people in Bei County not being able to find wives, but also solve the problem of barbarian widows not being able to survive. As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, Mu Xingping said from the side, Master Li, your idea is good, but the people of Daxia have a long-standing hatred for the barbarians. Are the people of Daxia really willing to marry the widows of the barbarians? Hearing this, Li Rui smiled and said, Captain Mo, you are a well-fed man but you don't know how hungry a man is. Those bachelors have been single for a long time and can look at cows with delicate features. How can they care about whether their wives are barbarians? Woman. Besides, there is no difference in appearance between barbarian women and Daxia women. Why don't they marry? Mu Xingping didn't know how to refute Li Rui's words, so he simply stopped talking. Lu Chen said at this time, Master Li, this method is good, and I also have this intention. I wonder if the rest of you have any other methods. Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at the other people in the study, but no one spoke again. Lu Chen was speechless. There were more than 20 people in the study, and it turned out that only Li Rui and 2 of Li Rui's subordinates were considered civil servants, while the others were all generals. He can't use military generals to govern Beijun. Lu Chen then said, since no one has any other opinions, this matter has been decided. By the way, in order to mobilize the enthusiasm of the people in Beijun to marry barbarian widows, I have decided to make Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao my concubines in a few days. Hearing this, Mu Chongtian said with some worry, My lord, if you marry a barbarian woman as your concubine, it is very likely that the court will be dissatisfied. After all, Mu Chongtian had been an official in the capital for decades and knew the situation in the court very well. Once Lu Chen really did this, a bunch of ministers would definitely impeach Lu Chen. The ministers in the capital will definitely say that King Bei is a prince after all, but he actually takes a barbarian woman as his concubine, and one of them is a widow, which is detrimental to the royal family's face. Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, The imperial court will definitely be dissatisfied with what I do in Beijun, but in the next few months, they will not care about what I do in Beijun. Mu Chongtian reacted instantly. Emperor Xia was about to attack the family. The ministers in the court were more or less related to the family. The Xia dynasty was about to be in chaos. The officials in the capital would definitely not care too much about King Bei's presence. Beijun did something. Lu Chen said, "Okay, this matter is settled, let's talk about the next thing." Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at everyone again, and finally his eyes fell on Wen Renli and Xianyuan Chen. "General Xianyuan, I wonder what I told you last time. Have you told Dehu City whether the people in Dehu City are willing to move to Beijun?" Chapter 145 Is this all my fault? There are currently about 500,000 Dehu survivors in Dehu City in the north. These are the people given to Lu Chen by the system. However, these people have their own ideas. Although they are 100% loyal to him, the king of the north, they may not be willing to leave the place where they have lived for generations. After Lu Chen defeated the serious king, he immediately told the two black cavalry generals Xianyuan Chen and Wen Renli his thoughts, hoping that they would convey their thoughts to the people of Dehu City. If those 500,000 people are willing to move to Beijun, then it will be relatively easy to develop wasteland in Beijun. After hearing Lu Chen's question, Xianyuan Chen stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I have conveyed your intention to the people of Dehu City, but as far as I know, most of the people are not willing to leave Dehu City. Furthermore, I believe that there is no need for the prince to move the people of Dehu City into the North County. In the future, the prince's territory will be extended to further places in the north, and Dehu City will protect every inch of the land in the north for the prince." After hearing what Xianyuan Chen said, Lu Chen thought for a moment. What Xianyuan Chen said was correct. He had already planned to include all of the Northland into his own kingdom, and Dehu City would become the frontier city of his kingdom from now on. Since it is his territory, it naturally needs people to protect it. The terrain of Yan'an Mountain where Dehu City is located is easy to defend but difficult to attack, making it a good terrain for stationing troops. Think about it, Daxia, with a population of tens of millions, can only train 20,000 heavy cavalry, while Dehu City, with a population of only 500,000, has 50,000 heavy cavalry. Although Daxia still has hundreds of thousands of ordinary troops, Yuchen cannot compare with Daxia in this regard. But judging from the fact that Dehu City can train 50,000 heavy cavalry, it can already explain the war potential of Dehu City. After thinking about it, Lu Chen finally decided not to move the 500,000 people to Beijun, but simply let them stay in Dehu City. Then he would send troops to station in Dehu City and then guard the entire Northland. Just when Lu Chen was deep in thought, Wen Renli stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that Your Majesty plans to build a straight road to connect Yancheng with all the counties and cities in Beijun. I believe that Dehu City is now His Majesty's territory. The people of Dehu City are also the prince's subjects, and a straight road should be built to connect Dehu City. With this straight road connecting Dehu City, soldiers from Beijun can quickly go to Dehu City. From now on, the entire Northland will be under the control of the prince." Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "General Wenren's suggestion is good, and I have accepted it. Since Dehu City is to be regarded as a military fortress, it is definitely necessary to build a road directly to Dehu City. With this road, Lu Chen can quickly transfer soldiers to the north. The key is that this can promote exchanges between the people of Dehu City and the people of Beijun, and Dehu City will no longer remain closed in the future." Then Lu Chen said, "Okay, that's the end of this topic. Does anyone else have anything else to do?" Qin Yushan stood up again at this time, "Your Majesty, now the major dynasties are frequently deploying troops. Dayu is also stationing 200,000 troops at the border of Beijun. However, the intelligence of Jin Yiwei has lagged behind, and it is impossible to know the major dynasties at the first time. Regarding the specific trends, my subordinates believe that it is time to expand the Jin Yiwei, and we should recruit more Jin Yiwei to lurk into other dynasties to collect intelligence. If the 5,000 strong Jin Yiwei only collect intelligence within Daxia, there will be no problem at all, but it would be a bit difficult to collect intelligence from other dynasties or countries. The most important point is that the languages of various countries are not necessarily interoperable. If the Jin Yiwei in Daxia go directly to other dynasties, they may not be able to understand what others are saying, let alone collect intelligence. Lu Chen said, Commander Qin will ask you to stay and discuss this matter with me alone later. We will not discuss this matter for now. After all, the Jin Yiwei is a knife in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen has no intention of discussing the Jin Yiwei in front of everyone, lest the knife scare others later, especially Li Rui and the others who were not summoned by Lu Chen through the system. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Qin Yushan immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. After the words fell, Qin Yushan retreated to his seat. Lu Chen asked again, Is there anything else? If not, I'll just stop here today and disperse. Immediately, everyone said in unison, I will retire, the prince will live 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Then everyone left the study, leaving only Qin Yushan still in the study. In the next half hour, Lu Chen and Qin Yushan discussed the expansion of Jin Yiwei. At the same time, in a courtyard of Bawang Mansion, two beautiful women were sitting in the pavilion, looking at the people outside the pavilion who were about to leave the North Prince's mansion. This place is not part of the inner courtyard, so you can see the officials from Beijun passing by here after coming out of Lu Chen's study. Suanya Palace has no sense of presence in Beijun. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun have been in Beijun for so long, and Chen Wanrong has not been able to place the love poison on Lu Chen. At this moment, Lin Wanyun said, Palace Master, King Bei seems to have forgotten us too. They have all lived in Baiwang Mansion for such a long time, and as a result, Baiwang never communicated with them except for talking to them at the beginning. After their lurking in Baiwang Mansion during this period, the two of them basically figured out what Lu Chen did every day. After Lu Chen got up early in the morning, he would go to the study to work on such things. Occasionally he would leave the North Palace to see the military construction situation. When the daylight hours were over, Lu Chen randomly found a room belonging to his wife and concubines and got into it, and then his day ended. Lu Chen is like this almost every day. In this way, it is even more impossible for Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun to interact with Lu Chen. Although they are still in the North Palace, Lu Chen is either in the study or in the room of his wife and concubine in the inner courtyard. The two guests are always there. You can't go directly to Lu Chen's study. The key is that they still can't find an excuse to get along with Lu Chen. Of course, the most important point is that King Bei never came to find them personally. It stands to reason that Baiwang likes beauty very much. From the fact that Baiwang cultivates feelings with his women every night, it can be seen that Baiwang cannot do without women, and Chen Wanrong is a woman with a charming appearance. As a result, Baiwang is actually not moved at all. Chen Wanrong even doubted whether she was beautiful anymore. If she had never interacted with Lu Chen, how could she use the love poison? Seeing that Daxia was about to be in civil strife, this was the best time to deal with Emperor Xia. If she didn't refine the dragon-fulfilling curse quickly, she would have missed the opportunity to kill him. The opportunity to lose Emperor Xia. Chen Wanrong said softly at this time, we can't wait any longer. Lin Wanyun instantly understood what Chen Wanrong meant. Chen Wanrong was planning to take the initiative to find Lu Chen, but this was not a good idea. Lin Wanyun then said, Palace Master, if you go to see King Bei in person, King Bei will probably be on guard against you. How about I take advantage of my relationship with Chu Yukan and go to her to find out what Baiwang has been doing recently? If Baiwang has a problem that cannot be solved, our Suanya Palace can help him solve it. This may bring us closer to each other. The distance of the Northern King. By now, both of them knew that although King Bei was lustful, he was definitely not a brainless person. His lustfulness was based on reason. If he wants to touch any beautiful woman, he will definitely not come to them for so long without taking the initiative to find them. It is obvious that King Bei is on guard against them, so what they have to do next is very simple, that is, let them King Bei put down his guard against them and Swanyu Palace. Only in this way can Chen Wanrong have the opportunity to truly get close to Bei Wang and give him the love charm. Otherwise, they will not be able to play any role even if they stay in Bei Wang's mansion. After hearing Lin Wanyun's suggestion, Chen Wanrong thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, then do what Aunt Lin said." They definitely couldn't wait any longer. They had to take the initiative to find opportunities to get close to Lu Chen. At dusk, after finishing his day's work, Lu Chen got up from his chair, stretched, and then prepared to go to the main courtyard for dinner. Just when Lu Chen left the study, he found two beautiful women holding hands under the red light of the sunset, chatting and laughing. Seeing Chu Yukan and Lin Wanyun chatting, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. It seemed that the two fairies from Swanyu Palace finally couldn't wait any longer. Lu Chen then glanced at Lin Wanyun's favorability score for him. The favorability score had exceeded 90, and he could basically proceed to the next step. Thinking of this, Lu Chen walked directly towards Lin Wanyun and Chu Yukan. When he came to the two of them, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then asked, "Aunt Lin, Aunt Chu, what are you talking about?" Lin Wanyun felt happy when she saw it was Lu Chen. She finally had a chance to talk to King Bei. Lin Wanyun said quickly, "See the prince." Lu Chen immediately said, "Hey, Aunt Lin, I've already called you Aunt, so you don't have to salute me in the palace. The North Palace doesn't have so many details." Lin Wanyun said, "How do you do this? The etiquette cannot be discarded. You are the prince, and a daughter of the people must do the etiquette." Lu Chen said, "Aunt Lin, what you said is a bit hurtful. You are my mother's sworn sister to Jinlan. I regard you as my aunt, but you think that I have nothing to do with you. Could it be that everything is mine? Are you being pretentious?" This. Lin Wanyun was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that King Bei would say such a thing. At this time, Chu Yukan glanced at Lu Chen faintly. She didn't believe that Aunt Lin was not Aunt Lin. She didn't believe that Lu Chen really regarded Lin Wanyun as his aunt. Just think about what Lu Chen has done with his Aunt Chu. This little villain is always touching her at every turn, and he has visited her as his aunt. Even she, the woman who had lived with Lu Chen for so many years, was like this. How could Lu Chen really treat Lin Wanyun as his aunt? However, Chu Yukan did not interrupt or say anything at this time. After coming back to her senses, Lin Wanyun said, "It is the common girl who is ignorant and has let down the prince. From now on, the common girl will no longer salute the prince when she is in the palace." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's right. From now on, we won't let women of the people be women, so just call ourselves aunt." This. Lin Wanyun felt a little at a loss. She was different from Chu Yukan. Although she was also a good sister of Lu Chen's mother, she and Lu Chen had not lived together for decades. For her to suddenly call herself aunt in front of Lu Chen, she did not. "I'm embarrassed to say this." But since Lu Chen said so, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "Okay, Auntie knows." Lu Chen continued to ask, "By the way, Aunt Lin, are you and Miss Chen still used to living in the palace? Is there anything missing? If there is anything missing, you can talk to the servants in the palace." Lin Wanyun replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The palace master and I are very accustomed to living in Buwang Mansion. The servants and maids in Buwang Mansion are also very good to us. There is nothing we need." Lu Chen said, "That's good." At this time, Chu Yukan said from the side, "Chener, I just discussed with your Aunt Lin to let her also become the guard of the inner courtyard." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Wanyun and said with a smile, "Aunt Lin, you are from Swanyu Palace. Will being my inner courtyard guard affect you? Lu Chen also saw that this was the second time Xuanyu Palace tested him. If he allowed Lin Wanyun, the elder of Xuanyu Palace, to become his inner courtyard guard, it would mean that he had accepted Xuanyu Palace. After all, this was the inner courtyard of the palace. It is the person closest to you and the place where you live. Once he accepts that people from Xuanyu Palace should be in the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion, their cooperation with Xuanyu Palace can be fully launched. Lin Wanyun said quickly, "It doesn't affect it, it doesn't affect it." The palace master has discovered that many uninvited guests have come to Yancheng recently, and most of them are coming for the North Prince's mansion and you, the prince. Since we live in the North Prince's mansion, we should also contribute to the safety of the North Prince's mansion. Lu Chen showed a harmless smile. I'm very happy that Miss Chen has such an idea. Well, from now on, the safety of Buwang Mansion will be left to Aunt Lin and Aunt Chu. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, Lin Wanyun felt a little excited and finally took a step further. In this way, it will be easier for them to contact King Bei in the future. Moreover, King Bei asked her to be the guard of the inner courtyard, which also meant that King Bei had accepted help from Xuanyu Palace. It seemed that their palace owner would soon have the opportunity to get in touch with Lu Chen. Lu Chen said at this time, "Okay, I won't disturb your chat anymore, I'm going to eat." Lin Wanyun said quickly, "Okay, Your Majesty, please walk slowly." Lu Chen then went directly to the main courtyard. At this time, Mu Zixuan and De Zhou Xiaozhou were already holding their children and waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. Seeing his three beautiful wives and the children in their arms, Lu Chen smiled again. After a tiring day, it feels really good to have someone waiting at home, and they have three beautiful wives. The fan group of Kidian is in the introduction, you can add it with one click, and you can read it in the comment area. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 146 Mu Zixuan is pregnant again. After seeing Lu Chen come back, Mu Zixuan and the other two people quickly handed the child in their arms to the nanny and maid beside them, and immediately came over to serve Lu Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly pulled the chair away, while Zhou Yuyu brought a basin of water for Lu Chen to wash his hands, and Mu Zixuan brought a towel. These things were originally only done by the maids. The three of them were Lu Chen's wives and concubines, and there was no need for them to personally serve Lu Chen. But they like to serve Lu Chen like this, because in their opinion, serving their man is also a way to close the distance. After Lu Chen washed his face and hands, he sat down to eat. At this time, Mu Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, Wang Qingkai found his concubine earlier and said that in the future, the things produced by the palace can be sold to other dynasties and countries through Tingyu Tower." Mu Zixuan just talked about this matter and did not ask about the relationship between Lu Chen and Tingyulu. At present, not many people know that Tingyu Tower belongs to the palace, and even few people in the palace know. After all, it is an organization used by Lu Chen to collect intelligence. The fewer people know about it, the better. However, after hearing Wang Qingkai say that Tingyu Tower was going to cooperate with the Wangfu to sell things, Mu Zixuan roughly guessed who owned Tingyu Tower. Wang Qingkai is Lu Chen's woman. It is obvious that Tingyulu is related to Lu Chen. In addition, after they came to Beijing, a Jin Yiwei organization suddenly appeared around Lu Chen, and 50,000 heavy cavalry also appeared. There seems to be nothing strange about having another Tingyulu. Lu Chen said while eating, the palace can do business with Tingyulu, but it must be done through public accounts. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan immediately understood what Lu Chen meant, and then said, "I understand." It was obvious that Lu Chen didn't want people to know that Tingyulu was a power of the North Palace. If it was done privately, the future business dealings between Tingyulu and the palace would be like the transactions between the palace and other businessmen. Lu Chen asked at this time, "By the way, is the business in Beijing still easy to do now?" Because Mu Changtian's family was exiled some time ago, Bei Wangfu's business in the capital suddenly had no one to take care of it. As a result, many shops were damaged and they had to close their doors temporarily. Of course Lu Chen knew who did it. After all, the perfume and soap business made many people jealous. Mu Zixuan replied, since the war in Beijing ended, no one has smashed the shops in the capital. Now the supply of soap and perfume in the palace exceeds demand, and many times there is nothing for sale in the shops. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen stopped the chopsticks in his hand and fell into deep thought. Although there are many people buying things like soap and perfume, the business of their palace is still relatively single. The most important thing is that it may not be long before other families can develop these products, and there is no way to support them with just this little money. He built North County on a large scale. Regardless of the millions of taels of silver they earned, if all the money was used to build heavy cavalry armor, they would not even be able to build 20,000 sets of heavy cavalry armor. Of course, if he didn't bother, a few million taels of silver would be enough for Lu Chen to live happily in Beijing. But how could he not make trouble? Now that there is a system, Daxia is about to be in chaos, and it's time for all the heroes to rise together. There is a saying that goes like sail against the current, if you don't advance, you will retreat. He will definitely have to struggle. His feudal country must become stronger, otherwise even if he has no idea of becoming an emperor, someone will come to trouble him one day in the future. Lu Chen thought to himself that he really had to ask Mu Zixuan and the others to give him more children. Then the system rewards would always give him some ways to make money. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, then let's recruit more workers. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan said worriedly, Your Majesty, I recently heard that some famous families are imitating soaps and perfumes. Although their products are not as good as those produced by Bei Wangfu, their prices are higher. It's cheap. If we continue to recruit workers, the palace's business will be hard to come by and these people may not have anywhere to go. The current concept of workers in Beijing was invented by Lu Chen. The popular explanation is people who do work. Now the businessmen of the Wangfu and Beijing call those who make perfume and soap in Bei Wangfu workers. Most of the workers in Bei Wangfu used to be relatively poor people, and there were even many refugees. In order to ensure that these people would not sell the formula of Bei Wangfu, Lu Chen signed a prostitution contract with them. Even after signing a contract of sale, the life of those workers is much better than that of ordinary people. Having a job for life and having no worries about food and clothing every day, in ancient times, life was better than that of most ordinary people. These workers are actually servants of the North Prince's mansion. Mu Zixuan wants to recruit a large number of workers now when business is good. Then when business is bad in the future, how will these servants be arranged? We can't all arrange to come to Baiwang Mansion. Baiwang Mansion doesn't need so many servants at all. After hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, My dear, don't worry about this, just recruit workers. I will leave more business to you in the future, and even if our business if we can't continue, Bei County will need people to open up wasteland. Hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Zixuan remembered that Lu Chen seemed to have told her in bed a few days ago that he had obtained another crop called sweet potato. This thing, like potatoes, has a very large yield. Now that Lu Chen has obtained this kind of crops, he will definitely let people open up wasteland. Thinking about it this way, no matter how many workers the Baiwang Mansion recruits, there is no need to worry about having no place to arrange them. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan said, I understand, I will continue to recruit workers tomorrow. After this topic ended, they chatted about some domestic matters while eating. After dinner, De Zhou and Xiao Zhou left with their children in their arms. After dinner, Lu Chen had to take a bath. As for whose room Lu Chen would go to after taking a bath, it all depends on Lu Chen's personal mood. And there is no need to deliberately arrange it. Lu Chen usually gets the same amount of rain and dew. Although Lu Chen runs to Yelunanyan every day these days, Mu Zixuan and the others are not worried at all that Lu Chen will stop looking for them because he loves Yelunanyan. Any woman who knows Lu Chen knows that Yelunanyan alone cannot withstand Lu Chen's enthusiasm, even if she is a warrior. Bai Qingqing and Wang Qingkai are both warriors. Their bodies can't help but tremble when they mention having to sleep with them. Yelunanyan is already in her 30s, so how can she bear it? Lu Chen did not go to Yelunanyan's room tonight. After taking a shower, he came out of the room and happened to see Mu Zixuan taking care of the child. Lu Chen came to Mu Zixuan, looked at Lu Chongfeng in Mu Zixuan's arms, and said with a fatherly smile on his face, "Fenger, tonight Daddy is going to steal your mother's bride from you again, and he's going to fight you again. You won't be angry with Daddy for grabbing food, right?" Hearing this, Mu Zixuan, who was coaxing the child, raised her head and glanced at Lu Chen resentfully. "My lord, what are you talking about? Fenger is still young, he can't understand this." Lu Chen raised his hand, hugged Mu Zixuan's waist, and then said with a smile, "I'm not just saying this for Fenger alone. What do you think, my beloved concubine?" Hearing what Lu Chen said, a blush appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. Lu Chen's implication was that he would spend the night here tonight. As Lu Chen's woman, how could she not hear it? At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the night outside the window, and then continued, "My beloved, it's late at night, let Fenger go to bed, let's talk about other things." Mu Zixuan said and called the wet nurse to take the child to the next room. After the wet nurse left, Lu Chen stood behind Mu Zixuan, hugged Mu Zixuan's waist tightly, pressed his whole body against her back, and whispered in her ear, "My beloved concubine, I want to talk to you. You discuss something." Seeing that although Lu Chen was interested in her, he did not act immediately, but said that he had something to discuss with her, Mu Zixuan suddenly became confused. The atmosphere has reached this level, what else needs to be discussed at this time? Mu Zixuan then asked curiously, "My lord, what are you talking about?" Lu Chen lay down and blew into Mu Zixuan's ear, and said in a low and magnetic voice, "I feel that Fenger is too lonely on his own. He should have a younger brother or sister." If we look at the actual situation, it is impossible for Lu Chongfeng to be lonely. After all, the palace also has children of Dezhou and Xiaozhou. Lu Huan and Lu Chongsheng are both Lu Changfeng's younger siblings. In addition, Mu Zixuan and Dezhou and Xiaozhou are sisters and have a very good relationship. They are together every day. Lu Chongfeng will definitely not be lonely when he grows up in the future. Besides, there is no family affection in the royal family, and sometimes having more younger brothers and sisters is not a good thing. But Mu Zixuan soon realized that Lu Chen felt that Lu Chongfeng was lonely, and he clearly wanted to have another child. In other words, Lu Chen was talking to her about love. She asked why Lu Chen still wanted to talk about things at this time, and how important this was. Then Mu Zixuan blushed and said, "My lord, it doesn't matter how many children you want me to have for you." After hearing Mu Zixuan's answer, Lu Chen stretched his claws to Mu Zixuan's belt, then grabbed her waist and untied her belt while walking towards the bed. "Since my concubine agrees, let's not waste time." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan was completely powerless, and she could only be at the mercy of Lu Chen. The host cultivates a relationship with Mu Zixuan once, and the experience value of the qi refining art will be increased by 40, the experience value of the rejuvenation hand will be increased by 40, and the experience value of the dragon and phoenix yin and yang art will be increased by 40. Congratulations to the host for making Mu Zixuan pregnant, as a reward for high explosive gunpowder formula and red cannon manufacturing technology. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement reward. Please work hard to ensure that the child is born. If the child is born, you can get richer rewards. Lu Chen was not surprised at all when he saw the system prompt box that Mu Zixuan suspected. Ordinary women are different from warriors. For ordinary women, as long as you want them to get pregnant, they will easily become pregnant with their own children. To Lu Chen's surprise, the system rewarded him with gunpowder formula and a red cannon. The weapons previously rewarded by the system were all given by the system, such as grenades, barrettes, and 122mm howitzers. Although these modern weapons are easy to use, there is a very big problem, that is, ammunition and shells are limited. Once they are used up, they will be gone. You can only wait for the next reward from the system. Especially howitzers, after being shot, they can only be left in caves to eat ashes. But with the gunpowder formula and the production process of the red cannon, it is different. Although the red cannon made by yourself is definitely not as useful as the 122mm howitzer rewarded by the system, cannonballs can be made infinitely in this world. With the formula of gunpowder, you can make as many cannonballs as you want in the future, and simple bombs can also be used. With gunpowder, he had the confidence. At this time, Mu Zixuan was lying in Lu Chen's arms, with her fair arms around Lu Chen's neck. Seeing that Lu Chen was rubbing her belly and seemed to be thinking about something, she asked, "Your Majesty, are you there? What are you thinking about?" Lu Chen just used the rejuvenation hand to help Mu Zixuan recover. Now Mu Zixuan is much more energetic and no longer feels tired afterward. Lu Chen said directly, "My beloved concubine, you are pregnant with my child again." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was startled. She didn't think there was anything wrong with being pregnant with her husband's child, but she felt it was a little too fast. Just now Lu Chen said he wanted her to have another child, but just an hour later, she was pregnant. Of course, it wasn't that Mu Zixuan didn't believe Lu Chen's words. After all, Lu Chen was an immortal who knew immortal magic and could easily check her physical condition. Mu Zixuan then asked, "My lord, is what you said true?" Lu Chen stroked Mu Zixuan's beautiful cheek and said with a smile, "Of course it's true, my beloved concubine will have to work hard for another year." Mu Zixuan lay on Lu Chen's broad chest and said softly, "It's what I should do to give birth to children for the prince. It doesn't have to be hard." Lu Chen stroked Mu Zixuan's hair and comforted her, and soon the two fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Lu Chen got up, he had breakfast and went to the study. After waiting in the study, Lu Chen immediately asked people to find Qin Yushan, Wen Renli, and Xian Yuan Chen. As the commander of the Jinyi guards, Qin Yushan was near the palace most of the time. He came the fastest, and soon Qin Yushan appeared in Lu Chen's study. After entering the study, Qin Yushan saluted first. "Meet the prince." Then Qin Yushan asked, "My lord, are you looking for me?" Lu Chen did not hesitate and said directly, "Commander Qin, I intend to give you a very important task." Hearing this, Qin Yushan was startled. Being able to make Bei Wang say the words "very important" proves that what Bei Wang wants to say must be particularly important in Bei Wang's heart. Qin Yushan immediately said, "Please give me your instructions, even if I have to go up a mountain of swords or into a sea of fire, I will never give up. I will try my best to complete the tasks assigned to me by the prince." Lu Chen said speechlessly, "It's not like going up to the mountain of swords and going down to the sea of fire. I just want you to bring back 1,000 brocade guards, and then help me supervise the construction of a weapon." Hearing what Lu Chen said, the first thing Qin Yushan thought of was a howitzer, and then he asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, could it be a howitzer?" Lu Chen said, "It's not a howitzer, it's just similar to a howitzer. It's also a very destructive weapon, and the principles are similar. Of course, the method of making this weapon is also simpler." The reason why Lu Chen asked Jin Yiwei to supervise the making of gunpowder and red cannon was mainly because he was worried that the manufacturing methods of gunpowder and red cannon would be leaked. Jin Yiwei was someone he summoned through the system. He was his die-hard loyalist and would never betray him. Only by letting them supervise the construction could Lu Chen rest assured. Chapter 147 Confused Xiao Wenyao. After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Qin Yushan thought that it was indeed a big killer weapon similar to a howitzer. Qin Yushan felt a chill go down his spine when he thought that the shells fired by the howitzers could explode and instantly blow a grandmaster into several pieces. Once similar weapons are manufactured on a large scale, from now on, grandmasters will probably be no different from ordinary people. After all, ordinary people can also kill grandmasters using howitzers. As a grandmaster in the martial arts world, Qin Yushan is unwilling to see such weapons being manufactured on a large scale. This has shaken the entire martial arts world and the status of the master. However, as a subordinate of the Son of Destiny, he certainly wanted to see the King of the North kill everyone with such a powerful weapon, and then unify the entire continent. At this time, Qin Yushan said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, my subordinates will put all their thoughts on supervising the manufacture of the weapons you mentioned, and they will never let anyone leak the manufacturing methods." Qin Yushan naturally knows the importance of this kind of weapon. After all, this is a weapon that can kill a master instantly. The method of making this kind of killer weapon must not be known to any force, otherwise it will not be good for Beijun and Buwang. Instead, it was a disaster. But at this time, Qin Yushan suddenly thought of something, and then he asked, "Your Majesty, Jin Yiwei does not have craftsmen who can make the kind of weapons you mentioned. I wonder where those craftsmen need to be dispatched from." Lu Chen said, "You don't have to worry about this now, the craftsmen will have it soon." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the maid's voice came from outside, "Your Majesty, General Wenren and General Xianyuan are here. Let them in." The next moment, Xianyuan Chen and Wen Renli entered the study. They saluted at the same time and said in unison, "Meet the prince." Lu Chen nodded slightly, "Get up." Xianyuan Chen asked, "My lord, I wonder why you are looking for us." Lu Chen said, "Dahu City can build 50,000 heavy cavalry. I believe Dahu City must have a lot of craftsmen, right?" Hearing this, Qin Yushan was stunned for a moment. He instantly understood what Lu Chen meant when he said that there would be craftsmen soon. Xianyuan Chen replied at this time, "Back to your lord, it can be said that everyone in Dahu City is a craftsman. As long as children reach a certain age, they need to learn a craftsmanship, even girls are no exception." Hearing Xianyuan Chen's words, Lu Chen was a little surprised. The people in Dahu City were quite advanced in their thinking. Everyone actually had to learn craftsmanship. Why did he feel that the survivors of Dahu in Dahu City were all members of the Mo family? Lu Chen immediately said, "That's it. I plan to dispatch some craftsmen from Dahu City to North County to make some weapons for me. I know that the people of Dahu City are reluctant to leave Dahu City, but to build such weapons, we must a craftsman you can trust. And the craftsmen that I can trust are only found in Dahokan. Next, I will trouble the two generals to write to Dahokan and send 1,000 metal smelting craftsmen to Yanchinj." The 500,000 people in Dahu City were also gifted by the system, and they were also people who were absolutely loyal to Lu Chen, so Lu Chen's craftsmen who made the red cannon must have chosen them instead of the craftsmen from Beijun. Besides, there weren't many craftsmen in Beijun who could help Lu Chen make the red cannon. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Xianyuan Chen immediately said, "I will write to Dahokan later and please rest assured, Dahokan will send craftsmen to Yanchinj within a month." Lu Chen immediately said to Qin Yushan, Wen Renli and Xianyuan Chen, "The next task of building the red cannon will be left to the three of you. You must remember that the creation of this kind of weapon cannot be done except by the participants. No one outside knows, even the Mu family." Qin Yushan and the other three immediately said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will keep my mouth shut while waiting outside." At this time, Lu Chen took out the formula for making gunpowder from the system space and put it on the desk. "Commander Qin, before the craftsmen from Dahu City arrive, you will send Jin Yiwei to collect the materials written on this paper and record it. Be careful and don't let anyone know that you are collecting these things." Qin Yushan picked up the gunpowder making materials given by Lu Chen from the table, and then said, I obey my orders. I must act carefully to prevent any force from noticing that the palace is collecting these things. Qin Yushan knew very well what the things on the piece of paper in his hand meant. It was the material for making cannonballs. If others knew that the palace was collecting these things, even if they didn't know the formula of gunpowder, someone might know. The formula of gunpowder can be analyzed from the materials collected by the palace. In short, in one sentence, you must be careful when building a red cannon. Okay, all three of you, go down and get ready. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the three of Qin Yushan said in unison. Your Majesty, please leave. Immediately afterwards, the three of them left Lu Chen's study. At the same time, Chunchenzhai Yuan. This courtyard originally had no name, but every time the maids and servants of the palace passed by the courtyard, they would hear a certain sound, so gradually someone named Chunchenzhai Yuan, and then everyone called it that. After Xiao Wenyao got up, she got dressed, washed up, and had a delicious breakfast under the service of the maid. After that, she just sat in the room with nothing to do. Looking at the empty room and the monotonous yard outside, Xiao Wenyao was a little confused for a moment. Since arriving at Buwang Mansion, Xiao Wenyao has regarded herself as the slave girl of Buwang, thinking that she will serve Lu Chen like her former slaves. Not only must he serve Lu Chen, but he must also be tortured by Lu Chen, just like he tortured Yellow Nanyang. But after these days, Xiao Wenyao found that Lu Chen had never come to see her even once. Not only that, she also found that she, a slave girl, seemed to have a certain status in the palace. She was obviously a female slave, but the palace actually arranged for her servants and maids to take care of her food and daily life. Shouldn't she and these maids and servants take care of Lu Chen's food and daily life? Why does she look like the mistress of the palace now? And such good treatment? If the female slaves of Beiqing have always been treated like this, then it seems that being the female slave of Beiqing is not bad at all. But having said that, Xiao Wenyao used to ride horses around on the grassland. She was used to living on the grassland. Now that she was suddenly locked up in a yard, she was not used to it. She wanted to get out and be free. Xiao Wenyao is not an ignorant person. She knows that she will be Lu Chen's slave girl in the future. She cannot run around without the permission of her male master, but she just can't let go of the freedom of riding a horse on the grassland. The feeling of running. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Xiao Wenyao got up from the stool. He walked directly towards Yellow Nanyang's room next door. Although she still had some resentment towards Yellow Nanyang in her heart, they were the only two barbarian women in the entire Buwang mansion. Now she just felt lonely. Apart from talking to Yellow Nanyang, she had no way to relieve her loneliness. At this time, Yellow Nanyang was also sitting on the stool. She was studying female celebrities. When she saw Xiao Wenyao coming in, Yellow Nanyang put down what she was doing and said with a smile, Yayao, how can you still live in Buwang Palace? Are you used to it? If Yellow Nanyang has any guilt towards Xiao Wenyao, of course she does. She indirectly killed Xiao Wenyao's mother, but she only has a hint of guilt. After all, she did not poison Xiao Wenyao's mother. Yellow Nanyang has always been very kind to Xiao Wenyao and treats her like a younger sister. Especially after coming to Buwang Mansion. Now there are only two barbarian women in Buwang Mansion. She has a better impression of Xiao Wenyao. The two of them have a feeling of sympathy for each other. Hearing Yellow Nanyang's question, Xiao Wenyao came directly to the table and sat down. She lowered her head and sighed and said, I'm used to it, but princess, do you think we are really the slave girls of the northern king? Hearing that Xiao Wenyao still called her princess, Yellow Nanyang said quickly, Yao Yao, I am no longer the princess of the serious king. You can't call me that anymore. The North Palace can only have one princess. If others hear what you said, they will definitely think that we have other intentions, and we will both be punished then. Seeing how serious Yellow Nyan was, Xiao Wenyao also realized that what she said was wrong, and her face suddenly turned pale. Yellow Nyan continued, Yayao, please call me Sister Nyan from now on. Xiao Wenyao stammered, oh, okay, Sister Nyan. Then Yellow Nyan continued, strictly speaking, we are not the female slaves of the Northern King. Have you ever seen any slaves with maids and servants to take care of them? Xiao Wenyao said, that's true. Yellow Nyan said, from now on, we will all be the concubines of the Northern King. Compared with female slaves, we still have a certain status in the Northern Palace. But Yayao, you must remember that you must not act arbitrarily just because you have a certain status in Buwang Mansion. We are prisoners after all, and you must always regard yourself as the slave girl of Buwang. You cannot always think that you are the slave of Buwang, the concubine of the Northern King. Xiao Wenyao said, Sister Nyan, I understand what you mean. Xiao Wenyao glanced at the courtyard at the door, and then asked in a low voice, Sister Nyan, did the prince not come to your room last night? Xiao Wenyao didn't hear any sound coming from Yellow Nyan's room yesterday, so she judged that Lu Chen probably hadn't come. You know, in the past few days, she could hear sounds almost every night, and basically for several hours. Even for a night. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Yellow Nyan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. At first, Yellow Nyan enjoyed being with Lu Chen. But with Lu Chen coming every day, Yellow Nyan couldn't bear it, even though she found that Lu Chen would use a special technique to treat her injuries, leaving her with almost no discomfort. But in the past few days, when he woke up in the morning, Yellow Nyan still felt that his brain was in a mess, he was walking in a daze, his legs were a little unsteady, and he always felt like he was shaking. Yellow Nyan now felt deeply afraid of Lu Chen. After coming back to his senses, Yellow Nyan replied, well, you didn't come, what happened? Xiao Wenyao continued to ask in a low voice, Sister Nyan, I have a question to ask you. I don't know if it's okay. Seeing how cautious Xiao Wenyao was, Yellow Nyan asked curiously, what's the problem? Xiao Wenyao came closer and asked in Yellow Nyan's ear, Sister Nyan, I heard your voice every day a few nights ago, but I always felt that your voice was a little strange. It was really painful to be tortured by the prince. Is that so? Why do I feel like your voice doesn't come out of pain? Hearing this, Yellow Nyan burst into laughter. Unlike women in Daxia, women on the grassland have very little knowledge about men and women before getting married. Generally, when they come into contact with such things, they explore it on their own after marrying their men. Xiao Wenyao is still a blank slate and has no idea what those things are about. Yellow Nyan said, Yao Yao, don't worry, you will understand what's going on when the prince goes to your room. But you can rest assured, I can tell you clearly that there is no pain at all. After hearing Yellow Nyan's answer, Xiao Wenyao was stunned for a moment. Didn't you feel any pain from being tortured by King Bei? Is it possible? Is Yellow Nyan lying to himself? Would she really scream if there was no pain? Seeing that Xiao Wenyao seemed to be full of doubts, Yellow Nyan said, Yao Yao, you haven't been in contact with men yet, so it's normal that you don't understand some things, but you can completely believe what I say. Sometimes people don't necessarily scream when they scream. It's because of the pain. As a woman on the grassland, you should know very well that sometimes when we grassland people win some kind of victory, we often roar loudly. Do you think it is because of pain? They cheer because they are happy. Shouting. Hearing what Yellow Nyan said, Xiao Wenyao seemed to understand something. Xiao Wenyao remembered that after the Sirius King tribe conquered other small tribes, the soldiers would often yell at the top of their lungs. The soldiers yelled because they had won. They were cheering and happy. The cry was not due to pain. Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but think, so the reason why Yellow Nanyang made a sound was because she won some kind of victory over King Bei, so she roared loudly. Some kind of victory? At this time, Xiao Wenyao thought of the scene she had secretly seen before. Could it be because Yellow Nanyang trapped King Bei with his body? So Yellow Nanyang thought he had won, so he yelled? Well, that should be it. Thinking of this, the stone in Xiao Wenyao's heart finally fell to the ground. At this moment, a maid came in and said, "Mrs. Yellow, Mrs. Xiao, the princess invites you two to drink tea in the north courtyard." Hearing this, both of them were stunned. Kidian's introduction has a fan group, and the fan group of QRead is in the comment area. If you want to add it, you can add it. Chapter 148 I want to attack Beijun in winter. Music Xuan treated Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao very well from the day they entered the palace and did not treat them as prisoners at all. Not only did he send delicious food to the two of them every day, but he also asked the maid to take good care of the two of them, especially Yellow Nanyang. She received supplements from Music Xuan almost every morning. Sometimes Yellow Nanyang also wonders if Music Xuan sends supplements to her because Lu Chen comes to her every day, which arouses Music Xuan's dissatisfaction, so she sends supplements to herself to remind herself to pay attention to herself. Identity of. However, as time passed, Yellow Nanyang understood that Music Xuan had no sinister intentions in sending supplements to her. Even the maid who took care of her blushed and told her that the princess was definitely sincere in sending her supplements. Now Yellow Nanyang has completely accepted Music Xuan's kindness, and she probably understands why the Princess Music Xuan is so kind to her. Yellow Nanyang originally thought that the Emperor of Daxia or the harem of the Prince of Daxia were all intrigues, but this almost did not exist in the Buwang mansion. The main reason was that the male master was too strong, and no woman could bear the responsibility of the Buwang alone. Love. If that woman fascinated Bei Wang, then the death of that woman would probably not be far away. At this time, Xiao Wenyao asked Yellow Nanyang in a low voice, "Sister Nanyang, do we want to go there?" Hearing this question, Yellow Nanyang reminded Xiao Wenyao, "Yao Yao, you must always remember one thing. In the North Palace, besides King Bei, the princess is the biggest. You have to do whatever the princess asks you to do. The princess invites us, we absolutely cannot refuse tea without any special reason. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Yellow Nanyang's reminder, Xiao Wenyao immediately nodded and said, "I understand." Then Yellow Nanyang put down the red dress in his hand, stood up, and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, "Let's go to the north courtyard." Then Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao went to the north courtyard. When the two of them arrived at the north courtyard, they found that there were many women in the pavilion in the north courtyard, and almost all of Lu Chen's women were there. Seeing Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao arriving, Music Xuan said enthusiastically, "Sister Nanyang, Sister Yayao, you are here, please sit down quickly." Although Music Xuan was very enthusiastic, Yellow Nanyang still took Xiao Wenyao to salute and said, "I have met the princess." Music Xuan smiled slightly, and then said, "Sister Nanyang, there are not so many rules in the northern palace. You don't have to bow when you see me. The inner courtyard of Buwang Mansion is much more relaxed than the outer courtyard. Unlike the outer courtyard where people greet each other with all kinds of salutes, perhaps due to Lu Chen's influence, as soon as they enter the inner courtyard, Music Xuan and the others' awareness of etiquette will immediately become weak. A lot of. After all, the northern king in the inner court is the eldest, and everyone else is his woman." Yellow Nanyang didn't say much. She and Xiao Wenyao came to the pavilion and sat down. At this time, the maid poured them both a cup of tea. Music Xuan smiled and said, "This is the royal palace's unique tea. Try it." Since it was the princess who was enjoying the tea, she must drink it. Without thinking, Yellow Nanyang immediately picked up the teacup and took a sip. Seeing Yellow Nanyang picking up the teacup, Xiao Wenyao quickly followed suit and took a sip. After taking a sip of tea, both of them suddenly found that their bodies suddenly became much more relaxed. It seemed that this tea could greatly relieve people's fatigue and anxiety. Yellow Nyan immediately said, "Thank you, Princess, for the tea. This tea should be very precious, right?" Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao were both martial artists. They immediately realized the impact of this tea on them. If they drank this tea and practiced martial arts, it would be of great benefit to them. This kind of tea is definitely an extremely precious treasure. They did not expect that the princess would actually greet them with this kind of tea. Mu Zixuan said with a smile, "The tea tree is planted in the courtyard of the palace. It is not precious to our palace. Of course, the prince has regulations. This tea can only be drunk by the prince's women or the prince's most precious guests." Yellow Nyan said, "So that's it." Mu Zixuan continued, "If Sister Nyan likes to drink this tea, you can ask the maid to go to the main courtyard to pick tea leaves and make tea. Now that you are also the prince's woman, you can drink this tea as you like." Yellow Nyan said, "Thank you very much, Princess." Mu Zixuan said, "Sister Nyan, you still can't let go. You are a little too polite. From now on, we are all a family, so there is no need to be so polite." Speaking of this, Mu Zixuan glanced at Xiao Wenyao and asked, "Sister Yayao, are you still used to staying in the palace?" Xiao Wenyao was about to reach for the snacks on the table. When Mu Zixuan shouted, she quickly took her hand back, showing a guilty conscience. Get used to it. Thank you for your concern, Princess." Mu Zixuan said, "Just get used to it." Afterwards, while drinking tea and eating snacks, they chatted about some family issues and seemed to be particularly close. Yellow Nyan didn't know if it was her illusion. She found that the northern king's harem was actually more harmonious than she imagined. Mu Zixuan and her 3 children were all raised together, and even Mu Zixuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou the children all help each other to take care of each other. This also made Yellow Nyan feel the charm of the northern king again. There were not many men who could make the harem so harmonious. Let alone Daxia, even the barbarian harems on the grassland were full of intrigues. This reminded Yellow Nyan of her childhood, when her mother, as a member of the barbarian harem, was often bullied by other barbarian women. Even if she was bullied by other barbarian women, even the barbarian king would punch and kick her. The harmonious scene in the north courtyard at this time made Yellow Nyan want time to freeze at this moment forever. A few days later, Northern Xianwang tribe, Wangting. An old man with a big beard, wearing a fur coat, and layers of dirt on his skin was sitting on the throne. This throne was brought back by the soldiers of the North Xian King from the former royal court of the Tianlang King tribe. The man sitting on the throne is the king of North Xian. At this time, King Baixian looked very ugly, as if he was constipated. His dark skin was slightly red, and he looked very angry. King Baixian roared at this time. "I borrowed so many soldiers from my king, but ended up being defeated. Even if I was defeated, I forgot about it, and even moved the entire Sirius King tribe to Beijun. What do you think this king is?" He originally heard the news of the defeat of the Sirius King, and he was still a little happy in his heart. He had already been trying to attract the attention of the Sirius King's tribe. The Sirius King has always been relatively strong in the north. His tribe had to take a detour when seeing the Sirius King's tribe. Now that the Sirius King's tribe is declining, he originally wanted to annex the Sirius King's tribe and then become the Northland, the most powerful barbarian tribe. The most important thing is that King Baixian has always been thinking about the Queen of Heavenly Wolf and that Xiao Wenyao. King Baixian couldn't help drooling when he thought of those two beauties. When he learned that the Sirius King was defeated, he already regarded the two women as his own. As a result, by the time his soldiers arrived at the Heavenly Wolf King's court, the people from the Heavenly Wolf King's tribe had already disappeared. Not only that, he also heard that both Yellow Nyan and Xiao Wenyao had been captured by the Huang Kao kid from the south. The palace. How could King Bizian, as a man, not know what these two beauties would face if they were caught in the palace? The thought of the cooked duck flying away made King Bizian very angry. At this time, one of the men in the king's tent said, "Your Majesty, how about we attack Beijun and let that little brat hand over the serious king's princess and the serious king's daughter?" As soon as these words came out, another barbarian general also echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, not only do we have to ask that little brat to hand over the women of the two kings, but we also ask them to hand over all the members of the Wolf King's tribe in 2 days." After hearing what his general said, the king of Bizian snorted coldly, "The 300,000 troops have been defeated. You asked me to attack Beijun. You want to die, but I don't want to die." Although King Bizian called Tianlang.com a waste, he was not a fool. Beijun was obviously not something they, a barbarian tribe, could afford to offend. If they went to attack Beijun now, they would be seeking death. But at this time, a general put forward a special opinion. "Your Majesty, think about it. Although Beijun has won the victory, if they want to destroy the 300,000 troops under the serious king, they themselves must have suffered heavy losses. Even if they win, it will definitely be a narrow victory, and Daxia also paid a heavy price, and they may still be immersed in the joy of defeating the serious king tribe, and they must have relaxed their vigilance towards the north. Now this at that time, if we launch a sudden attack on North County, they will not have time to react." Listening to the analysis of this barbarian general, King Bizian suddenly felt that it made sense. Yes, after all, the serious king brought an army of 300,000 to attack Beijun. It is impossible to say that Daxia suffered no losses at all. Many soldiers must have died in Daxia. At this time, if they suddenly send troops to attack Beijun, Daxia's army will definitely not be able to support Beijun for a while. But having said that, they initially gave King Sirius tens of thousands of soldiers, but now there are not many people in their tribe who can fight. If all the soldiers belonging to the North Xianwang tribe on the grassland were gathered together, it is estimated that only a few 100,000 soldiers could be gathered. The king of Northern Xian thought for a long time, and then said, "The royal court currently only has tens of thousands of soldiers. If we send out troops now, it will be very disadvantageous for us." We immediately issued a summons order to summon barbarian warriors from small tribes to come to the royal court. 2 months later, we attack Beijun. At this time, a barbarian general said, "Your Majesty, it will be deep winter in 2 months. Leading troops south in winter will be very detrimental to us. Normally, barbarians go south to plunder before winter, mainly to prepare enough food for winter. They rarely attack Daxia in the depths of winter. Once winter arrives, first of all, there will be blizzards on the grassland. Even if it is cold, it is easy to get lost on the grassland. Even the barbarians who often live on the grassland have no way to cope with the cold winter. It can be said that going south in winter is a bad choice." The king of Bizian said nonchalantly, "I want to attack Beijun in winter. When winter comes, Daxia and that little brat from Beijun must think that we will not go south. We suddenly go south at this time, so that we can catch them off guard. At that time, the Daxia court will not be able to support Beijun immediately. It will be easy for us to capture Beijun. If you ask me, the Heavenly Wolf King is stupid. He insists on attacking Beijun so early. It is that time of year when he goes south to plunder. The Daxia people are prepared no matter how stupid they are. They deserve to be annihilated by their entire army. This king I won't follow in his footsteps again." Seeing that the king of North Xian had already said this, his generals could not say anything more. A few days later. North Palace. Today, the Buwang mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. As soon as they heard that the Buwang was getting a concubine, everyone with some status in Beijun came to the Buwang mansion to express their congratulations. Most people already know that the northern king wants to marry Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. Some people think that the northern king is venting his anger on Daxia. After all, it was the barbarians who robbed Daxia's women in the past, and now it is finally their turn. The Xia people robbed the women of the barbarians. However, some people think that King Bei is embarrassing the royal family. King Bei is a prince after all, so how can he marry two barbarian women? This is obviously illegal. This wedding was also hosted by Musician herself. After the banquet, Lu Chen went to Yellow Nanyan's room first. At this time, Yellow Nanyan was wearing a red robe and sitting quietly by the bed without wearing a hijab. She took a look at the decoration in the room and felt a little dreamy now. She never dreamed that she would have such a wedding one day. She had heard her mother talk about the scene of people getting married in Daxia since she was a child, and she had longed for it, but she knew very well at the time that what she longed for was nothing more than extravagant hopes and would almost never happen. What she didn't expect was that she would finally have the wedding she had dreamed of. Yellow Nanyan said softly, "Is it really not a dream?" As soon as Yuranan finished speaking, Lu Chen opened the door and entered the room. He said with a smile, "This is not a dream." Seeing Lu Chen come in, Yellow Nanyan's face turned slightly red. Lu Chen immediately came to the bedside and hugged Yellow Nanyan's soft body, but he did not immediately take the next step. Lu Chen spent the night at Yellow Nanyan's place last night. As long as he spent the night at Yellow Nanyan's place, Lu Chen almost exhausted all his energy before leaving, so he didn't have such thoughts now. Lu Chen hugged Yellow Nanyan's delicate body and said with a smile, "Nanyan, you will be my woman from now on. You must have more children for me." Hearing this, Yellow Nanyan said with some shame, "Well, this is what I should do." Being hugged by such a little man who was more than 10 years younger than herself, Yellow Nanyan still had a strange feeling in her heart. Even though they had been married for a long time, Yellow Nanyan still felt strange. Yellow Nanyan suggested at this time, "My lord, you just spent the night at my place last night. Why don't you go to Yao's place today?" Chapter 149 Xiao Wen Yao's plan succeeded. Seeing the beautiful woman being shy, Lu Chen suddenly had the idea of teasing her. He looked into Yellow Nanyan's eyes and asked with a smile, "Nanyan, what do you mean? We are getting married today. Are you trying to drive me away?" Hearing Lu Chen's voice ringing in her ears, Yellow Nanyan felt a little restless, and she immediately said, "Your Majesty, that's not what I meant, it's just..." Yellow Nanyan wanted to say that Lu Chen had been busy all night yesterday and couldn't come back today, but she couldn't say this. Seeing Yellow Nanyan's blushing face and shy look, Lu Chen's already calm heart suddenly stirred up emotions. Then his arms worked harder, hugging Yellow Nanyan tightly, and blowing into Yellow Nanyan's ears from time to time. For a moment, Yellow Nanyan felt very uncomfortable being teased by Lu Chen. However, Yellow Nanyan still insisted at this time, "Your Majesty, I have already enjoyed your favor, but Yao has not. She just married you. Now she must be very much looking forward to your favor." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "Don't worry, I'm just here to sit with you for a while, and I'll come over later." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen just left her room in the morning. If he came again, she didn't dare to think about what would happen to her tomorrow. At this time, Lu Chen asked, "Nanyan, what do you think of the wedding I prepared for you today? Is there any kind of wedding that fits your inner imagination?" Yellow Nanyan said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for being so kind to me as a prisoner. I will definitely give birth to more children for you in the future to repay Your Majesty." Hearing Yellow Nanyan's words, Lu Chen was very satisfied. Finally, a warrior was so sensible. She raised her hand, gently patted Yellow Nanyan's buttocks, and then said, "It's still my Nanyan. Yan is more sensible, unlike the vixen next door who deceived me of so many feelings and ended up not being pregnant with my child yet." The vixen Lu Chen mentioned was of course Wang Qingkai. Every time Lu Chen left her room, she would quickly use her kung fu to expel all the impurities from her body, as if she was afraid that she might have Lu Chen's child. Pregnancy for female warriors has always been a problem for Lu Chen. Not to mention that it is difficult for female warriors to get pregnant themselves. The biggest problem is that female warriors can easily avoid pregnancy. Take Wang Qingkai and Bai Qingqing for example. If Wang Qingkai and Bai Qingqing don't want to give Lu Chen a child, no matter how hard Lu Chen tries, it will be useless. He couldn't use his status as a prince to order the two of them to get pregnant. If he did, it would probably be useless. Because it is difficult for warriors to get pregnant, the two of them can definitely say that they did not get pregnant because of the warriors' physical problems. In this case, Lu Chen didn't know whether it was true or not. If female warriors could have the consciousness of Yellow Nanyang and take the initiative to conceive a child for Lu Chen, then the trouble would be reduced by half. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nanyang's face felt a little hot. She was already in her 30s, and she always felt so ashamed when a little man held her in her arms and called her my Nanyang. Then the two hugged each other and chatted about the grassland and the barbarian immigrants from North County. Although Lu Chen made some moves during the period, nothing further happened with her. At the same time. Next room. Xiao Wenyao, who was wearing a red wedding dress, sat on the edge of the bed and listened to what was going on next door. Xiao Wenyao felt a little confused. She just heard the maid outside the yard say see the prince. Logically speaking, Lu Chen should have already arrived and went to Yellow Nanyang's room. But why is there still no movement after so long? This is not consistent with common sense. If it were before. Not to mention the past, even last night when Lu Chen ran to Yellow Nanyang's room, there was a lot of movement in the room. Strangeness. Could it be that Yellow Nanyang was defeated by Lu Chen? Influenced by Yellow Nanyang before, Xiao Wenyao now has a unique thought in her mind, that is, as long as she hears the sound of Yellow Nanyang, it means that Yellow Nanyang has defeated Lu Chen, so she is cheering happily. But now there is no sound. Does that mean that Yellow Nanyang has been defeated by Lu Chen in some way? In other words, Yellow Nanyang is being tortured at this time? Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Wenyao comforted herself in her heart. After all, she was also a 7th-level warrior. Although Lu Chen was a grandmaster, humans had weaknesses. Lu Chen also had weaknesses. Even Yellow Nanyang could trap Lu Chen's weaknesses. She should also be able to trap them. Can. Later, as long as Lu Chen dares to come to his room, he will trap Lu Chen like Yellow Nanyang did and let Lu Chen know how powerful he is. Xiao Wenyao didn't know how long she waited in anxiety, but finally she heard the maid's voice coming from the door of the room. Meet the prince. The next moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and Lu Chen entered the room. After seeing the extraordinary and handsome Lu Chen, Xiao Wenyao's heart beat violently. She was so nervous for a moment that she felt it became difficult to breathe. Xiao Wenyao quickly took a deep breath. Hold on, hold on. Calm down, must be calm. Sister Nanyang can trap him, so can I. As long as you follow Sister Nanyang's method, it will be useless no matter how strong Bei Wang is. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao calmed down a little. At this time, she stammered and said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you are here. Although she was much calmer than before, Xiao Wenyao was still extremely nervous inside. Seeing Xiao Wenyao's face flushed and nervous, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, Yao Yao, I heard that you prairie women are very bold. Why are you so nervous when you see me? Do you think I will eat you? Can't do it. Xiao Wenyao immediately denied it and said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I'm not nervous. Lu Chen laughed and then came directly to the bed. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly approaching, Xiao Wenyao felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerate again. Xiao Wenyao's body couldn't help but want to escape from this place, but just as she was about to move, she was hugged by Lu Chen's strong arms. For a moment, Xiao Wenyao suddenly smelled a unique man's smell. This smell was very strange, but she felt very good inside. Her body couldn't help but want to get closer to Lu Chen. Xiao Wenyao asked at this time, Wang Jai, have you gone to Sister Nanyan? Lu Chen replied, I just came from her place, what's wrong? I didn't come to you right away, are you unhappy? Xiao Wenyao said quickly, I'm not unhappy. Xiao Wenyao still knows herself in her heart. She does not dare to express any dissatisfaction with what Lu Chen has done. Although she is now married to Lu Chen, she knows very well in her heart that she is still Lu Chen's prisoner. Think of yourself as the slave girl of the Northern King. Only by lowering her attitude can she survive better in Buwang Mansion. This is what Yelunanyan reminded her, and Xiao Wenyao still remembers it in her heart. At this time, Lu Chen hugged Xiao Wenyao's delicate body, then squeezed Xiao Wenyao's body with his paws, and said with a smile, it seems that there is a big difference between you and Nanyan. The muscles on your body are more developed. It seems that it also rises more powerfully. Although Yelunanyan is a 9th grade warrior, thanks to her martial arts training, she does not have too obvious muscles on her body. Her body is basically full of fat, and the fat on her body is very evenly distributed. The even distribution of women's fat has a very big advantage for women, that is, it maintains the appearance, looks plump but does not appear fat, and the whole body is very soft when hugged. In addition, fat has a lot of calories. It gives people a feeling of enthusiasm. Compared with Yelunanyan, a beautiful woman, Xiao Wenyao does not have so much fat on her body, and it is a bit worse in terms of feel. However, because Xiao Wenyao was riding a horse, the muscles on her body were particularly tight, especially her slender legs. Hearing Lu Chen's evaluation of herself, Xiao Wenyao whispered, I often ride horses, so my body is relatively strong. Lu Chen smiled and said, it's better to be firmer. At this time, Xiao Wenyao blushed and said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I will wait for you to rest. At this time, Xiao Wenyao tried to assume the identity of a female slave and changed her self-identification from I to slave. In their barbarian tribe, slaves all called themselves this. Xiao Wenyao couldn't wait to trap Lu Chen. She was afraid that Lu Chen would torture her. Only by trapping Lu Chen's weaknesses would she not be tortured by Lu Chen. For a moment, she suddenly felt that Yelunanyan's method was very good, and she even admired Yelunanyan. Although Lu Chen is a grandmaster, there is no doubt that their strength is not as strong as Lu Chen, but as long as Lu Chen is trapped, Lu Chen will have nothing to do with her. In order to trap Lu Chen, she had to lower her posture and make Lu Chen relax his vigilance. At this time, Lu Chen had no idea that the woman in front of him was already planning how to deal with him. He thought Xiao Wenyao was just an innocent prairie girl. Seeing Xiao Wenyao taking such initiative, Lu Chen smiled and said, okay. Then he laid Xiao Wenyao down on the bed. Xiao Wenyao took the initiative to untie Lu Chen's belt. She thought that Lu Chen would be fooled quickly, and then she would take the opportunity to learn what Yelunanyan did. After a while, Lu Chen was fooled. Xiao Wenyao's plan also succeeded. But the moment her plan succeeded, she finally realized something was wrong. Well, liar. Congratulations to the host for getting another concubine, and the reward will be the breeding of sorghum and the craftsmanship of sorghum wine. The host cultivates a relationship with Xiao Wenyao once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique is increased by 60, the experience value of the rejuvenation hand is increased by 60, and the experience value of the dragon and phoenix yin and yang technique is increased by 60. At the same time, outside the palace, Qin Yushan was entering the palace in a hurry. When he saw the palace decorated with lights and colorful decorations, Qin Yushan was stunned for a moment. Today is a grand day for the prince's palace, so it would be a little awkward for him to find the prince at this time. Seeing Qin Yushan coming, the iceberg beauty Bai Qingqing said with an indifferent expression, "What's wrong with Commander Qin?" Seeing that Qin Yushan was really anxious, he must have something to ask Lu Chen. As Lu Chen's personal guard, Bai Qingqing naturally wanted to ask. Qin Yushan said quickly, "I have information about the north to report to the prince, but today is the prince's happy day." Bai Qingqing said expressionlessly, "If the information about Beijun will not be in danger within 1 or 2 days, hand it over directly to the study." Qin Yushan thought for a while and then said, "Guard Bai, I understand, but after the prince comes out, please remind the prince that there is information about the Northland in the study and let him take a look." Bai Qingqing said the word good indifferently and stopped talking. Qin Yushan then immediately sent the information he had just obtained to Lu Chen's study. At this moment, Daxia, Beijing. The 8th prince's residence. After Wang Yang left Beijun, he did not return to the Wang family. Instead, he went directly to the capital and stayed with the 8th prince. Today, the 8th prince's mansion was once again filled with people. Although Lu Shiyun's staff and servants were all wiped out with blood last time, Lu Shiyun was the prince after all, and soon a large number of staff and retainers gathered around him again. In the meeting hall, everyone looked a little serious and seemed to be discussing something. At this time, Wang Yang opened his mouth and said to Lu Shiyun, "Your Highness, as far as I know, the imperial preceptor went to Beijun not long ago, although not many people know the news, and there doesn't seem to be any special movement at the palace. But some people still heard some rumors. Situ Ce is the pillar of Daxia. He is the first person to protect the safety of the capital and the most important person to protect the palace. If he leaves the palace, usually the palace will be under martial law and there will be a lot of noise. But Emperor Xia was not a fool. If the palace really did this, it would be equivalent to telling others that Situ Ce had left the palace. In order to prevent others from discovering that Situ Ce had left the palace, there had been no major personnel transfers in the capital and the palace, and everything seemed to be calm. But there is no airtight wall in the world. Situ Ce is the Grand Master after all, and Situ Ce also went to the military camp of the Imperial Army in Beijun and met with Lin Xiaoming. Some people who always pay attention to the capital can always find some clues, and through these clues, they can judge that Situ Ce left the capital and went to Beijun. Of course, there is a high probability that Situ Ce has returned from Beijun. After all, Situ Ce is the national advisor and the national pillar of Daxia, so he cannot leave the capital for too long. However, Situ Ce's behavior of going to Beijun was enough to attract people's attention. After hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Shiyun frowned, and then said, "Is it possible that my father really plans to give the crown prince position to my good brother?" Lu Shiyun's tone was obviously unkind. Ever since the news that King Bei defeated the 300,000 barbarian army in Yancheng reached the capital, Lu Shiyun's heart had been depressed. At first, he really thought that Lu Chen was hiding himself and soaring into the sky, and then he wanted to take the crown prince position. However, as time passed, Lu Shiyun gradually awakened to the fact that even if Lu Chen had really been hiding himself, with his ability and the resources of Beijun, it was impossible to build 50,000 heavy cavalry. Chapter 150 Chess Pieces. The entire North County has a population of only a small amount and a year's tax revenue. Moreover, there was no way to breed the horses needed for the 50,000 heavy cavalry in less than a year. The most important thing is that I have no money. Although the little business in Buwang Mansion is profitable, no matter how you calculate it, you can't build the armor needed by the 50,000 heavy cavalry. Another point is that there are not so many craftsmen in North County. In the entire Daxia, there is only one person who can build 50,000 heavy cavalry, and only he has such resources. Who's that person? You can guess it with your toes. That person is inside the palace. After Lu Shiyun came back to his senses, he felt very stupid. He actually thought that King Bei had suddenly awakened, and was even so scared that he couldn't sleep. Every time he thought about the bloodbath in his mansion some time ago, he felt very panicked. Thinking about it now, Lu Shiyun felt that it was a shame that he would be afraid of a mere northern king. At this time, Wang Yang next to Lu Shiyun said, "Your Highness, don't worry. In my opinion, Your Majesty has no idea of wanting King Bei to be the crown prince. King Bei is just a chess piece in His Majesty's eyes. Everyone can see that His Majesty is now in his prime and has no plans to establish a prince. Now the King of the North has 50,000 heavy cavalry. Almost all the forces and factions in Daxia are eyeing the King of the North. If the King of the North is really His Majesty likes him so much, and it is impossible for Your Majesty to let King Bei become the target of public criticism." Hearing Wang Yang's words, the corners of Lu Shiyun's mouth raised slightly. He actually thought so too. He didn't think that his father really liked his ninth brother so much. If he really liked him, he wouldn't have let King Bei step out when the conflict with the family was about to break out. The northern king now has 50,000 heavy cavalry. Once his father takes action against the aristocratic families in Daxia, these 50,000 heavy cavalry will most likely be a knife, and the northern king will be in a very dangerous situation. Even his father had no intention of establishing a crown prince so early. How could he let his choice for the crown prince be exposed so early? Wouldn't this make people target the king of the north? As for whether his father was trying to train the northern king, it was even more impossible. At this time, how could his father push out the candidate for the crown prince in his heart to train him? Today, with the undercurrent surging, King Bei would be dead if he were not careful. Therefore, the North King can only be a chess piece. And it is a chess piece used against the noble family. The mother clan of the Northern King is the Chu family. Pushing the Northern King out will most likely divide the Chu family. This is the first effect it will have. Secondly, King Bei is a dispensable prince, and Emperor Xia will not be sad if he dies, so he is a perfect chess piece. At this time, Lu Shiyun sneered and said, "I originally wanted to make peace with him and work together for a great cause, but I didn't expect that he actually rejected me. It's really ridiculous. He thinks that now that he is favored by his father, the position of prince is his. He is really ignorant. Since he refuses to drink wine as a penalty, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Yang said, "Your Highness, in my opinion, all the princes are now guarding against King Bei. Why don't we take this opportunity to join forces with other princes to get rid of King Bei first?" Lu Shiyun said calmly, "It's not necessary. When I wanted to kill him, it was to make the Chu family completely fall to me. Now the entire Jiangnan family supports me. It doesn't matter whether the North King dies or not. Anyway, they are just chess pieces that my father can throw away." Wang Yang said, "But Beijun's 50,000 heavy cavalry is always a huge threat to us. If we don't find a way to disintegrate these 50,000 heavy cavalry, it may have a great impact on His Highness's great cause. The most important thing is that I heard that some shadow guards have gone to Beijun. The Imperial Master and the shadow guards have appeared in Beijun at the same time. I am afraid that Your Majesty already has the evidence of our transaction with the barbarians. It is estimated that it won't be long before Your Majesty will accuse the Wang family of colluding. The barbarians used it as an excuse to attack us." Hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Shiyun fell into silence. Originally, he just wanted to seize the throne to gain the throne, and had no intention of directly rebelling. But his father had a great prejudice against the aristocratic family, and he was obviously ready to take action against the aristocratic family. Logically speaking, he should keep a distance from the aristocratic family at this time to prevent the aristocratic family from affecting him. But his mother is the daughter of the Wang family. If the Wang family rebels, it will not have any impact on him. He will also lose the throne by then. And for him, the aristocratic family is his biggest trump card. For now, his interests are tied to the aristocratic family. He has reached the point where he can no longer be separated from the family. As long as his father attacks the Jiangnan family, he will inevitably be affected, so he finally has the last option left, which is to rebel. But having said that, a son who rebels against his father will eventually be despised by the world. Let's not talk about whether he can succeed or not. Even if he succeeds, he will probably be reviled by the world for thousands of years. Even if he manages Daxia very well in the end, the rebellion will always be a stain on him. If possible, Lu Chen still did not want to rebel directly, but used pressure from all aspects to force his father to give up the idea of acting against the family. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen said, "If the 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun are destroyed, will my father give up attacking the noble family?" Hearing this question, Wang Yang said, "Your Highness, it is indeed possible. Your Majesty has long been planning to eradicate ancient aristocratic families like us that have existed for thousands of years. However, considering the power and influence of the aristocratic families, the most he can do is suppress the aristocratic families in the court. I have never dared to directly attack any of our ancient families. Even though His Majesty has taken back his military power, he still hasn't taken action against the noble family. But it's different with Beijun's 50,000 heavy cavalry. These 50,000 heavy cavalry belong entirely to His Majesty. None of our aristocratic families can interfere with this heavy cavalry. They can't even put a spy in. It's okay." Said this is His Majesty's biggest trump card and also His Majesty's greatest confidence to take action against the aristocratic family. Without this trump card, His Majesty will have no confidence. If our family joins forces with other dynasties to put pressure on His Majesty will eventually have no choice but to compromise. After hearing Wang Yang's analysis, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, "In that case, then we will join forces with several other brothers of this king to find a way to disintegrate Beijun's 50,000 heavy cavalry. It is best to force my father to give up his original idea. Raising troops is always a bad idea. I believe that my brothers are also very afraid of the 50,000 heavy cavalry." Wang Yang echoed, "Your Highness is right." Then they gathered together to discuss some things about how to disintegrate Bei County's 50,000 heavy cavalry. At the same time, Royal Palace, Royal Garden. Emperor Xia, wearing a yellow dragon robe, stood by the lotus pond, watching the fish swimming around in the lotus pond. At this time, Situ Ce was in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. Emperor Xia asked, "You went to see Xiaju this time. What do you think of Xiaju?" Situ Ce replied in one sentence, "I have the ambition of Taiju." Hearing this, Emperor Xia's face instantly darkened. Naturally, he didn't want to hear Situ Ce praise Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen was his least favorite child. However, Emperor Xia did not delve into it. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect that the Imperial Master spoke so highly of Xiaoju." Speaking of this, Emperor Xia continued to ask, "The Imperial Master has been in Beijun for so long, so he should have understood some things about Beijun. I have a few things that are confusing, and I would like to ask the Imperial Master to clarify my confusion." Situ Ce said, "Your Majesty, please speak." Emperor Xia asked directly, "Based on the intelligence from all parties, I have a rough understanding of the battle in Wanning Valley, but I still don't understand that even with the 50,000 heavy cavalry, Xiaoju would not be able to do this. Easily eat the barbarians' 300,000 troops. And according to General Lin's battle report, Beijun only lost 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers. Throughout the history of major dynasties, none has reached such an exaggerated battle loss ratio. However, the battlefield was indeed cleaned by the imperial army. The number of corpses it was also counted by the imperial army, and its authenticity is beyond doubt. I'm very curious, what kind of army does Xiaju have at his disposal, so that he can defeat the barbarians' 300,000 cavalry with the loss of 20,000 to 30,000 people, and it is still difficult to pull over in the Wanning River Valley, where it can only be fought head-on. The terrain of the decisive battle. The Imperial Guard has been in Beijun for so long, and he must have seen the cavalry in Zaiju's hands, and he should have some understanding of their situation. Emperor Xia asked Situ Ce to go to Beijun. Obviously, it couldn't be as simple as bringing a message to Lu Chen or drawing a cake for Lu Chen. He just asked Situ Ce to go to Beijun in person to see what kind of monsters there were in Beijun. It allowed King Bei to build 50,000 heavy cavalry in such a short period of time. Moreover, Situ Ce is a Grand Master. It is relatively easy for a Grand Master to sneak into any place. Even if someone discovers Situ Ce can easily leave. After hearing Emperor Xia's words, Situ Ce smiled slightly. He naturally knew what Emperor Xia wanted to know, so he said directly, "Your Majesty, I did see the heavy cavalry in the hands of King Bei, and according to my observation, that most of the soldiers in the heavy cavalry are above the 5th level." Hearing what Situ Ce said, Emperor Xia's brows suddenly furrowed into the character Chuan. There were about 50,000 5th-grade soldiers. Where did his son get so many warriors? Situ Ce continued, "Of course, I think your Majesty doesn't care much about this heavy cavalry now. What your Majesty really cares about is the suspected presence of a great master in Beijun." Indeed, what Emperor Xia really wanted to know was whether there was a Grand Master in Beijun. Lin Xiaoming's memorial mentioned that a Grand Master was suspected to have appeared on the battlefield, but Lin Xiaoming could not confirm it. If a Grand Master really appears, it would not be strange to win this war, but the Grand Master is not a cabbage. How can there be a Grand Master in Beijun? This has always puzzled Emperor Xia. Moreover, Emperor Xia had already asked Shadow Guard to investigate. According to the information he obtained, Suanyu Palace seemed to have just begun to contact his son and did not provide any help to Beijun at all. It can be said that Suanyu Palace chose to invest in Beiwang because of his great potential. It was not because Suanyu Palace helped Beiwang that Beiwang achieved his current strength. Then the question arises, since Suanyu Palace is not helping Lu Chen, then what force is secretly helping Lu Chen, allowing Lu Chen to have 50,000 heavy cavalry all of a sudden, and there are also traces of a suspected Grand Master in Beijun. Emperor Xia asked at this time, "So does the Imperial Master think a great master has really appeared in Beijun?" Situ Ce replied, "I am not sure, but judging from the situation on the battlefield, it is indeed possible that a great master participated in the battle in the Wanning Valley." After hearing Situ Ce's answer, Emperor Xia fell into deep thought. Why does he feel like his good-for-nothing son is becoming more and more mysterious now? Is it possible that he is really not his own child? Thinking of this, Emperor Xia's face suddenly became very ugly. When Lu Chen was born, he had suspected that Lu Chen was not his child. After all, he had never slept with Chu Yu soberly. He was always with Chu Yu in a daze. Who knew Chu Yu was pregnant? Is it your own species? If he hadn't wanted to get the support of the Chu family, he wouldn't have been able to marry Chu Yu. He had no feelings for Chu Yu at all. And he could also feel that Chu Yu didn't want to serve him at all. They were together very rarely, and the possibility of Chu Yu being pregnant with his child was also very low. This made Emperor Xia always feel that Chu Yu was having an affair with other men. And Lu Chen is also the child of a certain man. It's just that he has never been able to find evidence, and he has been brooding about this matter all these years. Even after Chu Yu's death, he asked the Shadow Guard to continue investigating the man who had a good relationship with Chu Yu, trying to find Lu Chen's biological child father, but after so many years, there has been no result. Fortunately, Lu Chen had always been a waste, so Emperor Xia simply enfeoffed him to Beijun. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen suddenly rose to prominence when he arrived in Beijun, and even grew to the point where he could threaten Daxia. This further deepened the suspicion in Emperor Xia's mind. Lu Chen might not be his seed. The reason why Lu Chen was able to rise so quickly now might be that Lu Chen's biological father was helping Lu Chen. This Emperor Xia felt as if he had eaten shit. Even though Chu Yu was dead, he still felt very ashamed of it. Thinking about the reality that he had to marry a woman he didn't like, and even had to accept the children of other men in her belly. In the end, this woman even killed the woman he liked. All of these combined made Xia. The emperor was very uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to feel uncomfortable, but now is not the time to touch King Bei. He has been uncomfortable for so many years, and it will not be worse in the next few years. After solving the family problem first, he would deal with Lu Chen's matter. Now he still needs to use Lu Chen's 50,000 heavy cavalry to intimidate those aristocratic families. Ever since it was revealed that there were 50,000 heavy cavalry in Beijun, almost all the aristocratic families thought that these 50,000 heavy cavalry belonged to Emperor Xia, and they suddenly became extremely honest. With the deterrence of these 50,000 heavy cavalry, when he cleans up a certain family, if other families want to follow in the rebellion, they will have to weigh their strength. This is a good thing for him. When he thought of this, Emperor Xia chuckled, I didn't expect that I would actually be reduced to using the power of my son to intimidate the family. I am really a coward as an emperor. Hearing that Emperor Xia suddenly stopped mentioning the Grand Master, Situ Ce asked curiously, Isn't your Majesty curious about where the Grand Master of Beijun comes from? Emperor Xia said calmly, Put aside the matters in Beijun for now. The Shadow Guard has collected enough evidence about the Wang family's collusion with the barbarians. I have suffered from this cowardice for so many years, and it's time to end it all. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.